Audio check for the stream. Second audio check for the meeting stream. Third audio check for the meeting stream.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning, Kelly. So Kelly, there were no additional speakers from the chair's notes you sent out this morning? Good, thanks. So Councillor Moffat might be signing on just a few minutes late. He's in transit right now. So I know he's got a bunch of technical motions, so we may just have someone else move on his behalf if he's not here off the top, but we'll get there.
Councillor Moffat is the king of motions these days.
Well, he likes to move. He's a mover and a shaker.
He's a mover and a shaker.
Good morning, Kathy.
Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm good. Beautiful day out there.
It is so nice. I know. So this will be a quick planning committee and we can all get outside, enjoy the sun. That's what was my plan for the day.
Don't jinx it, please. Morning, Alan.
Hi, sorry, I had my mute button again. So, is there a new item on the agenda?
Oh, I know what you're referring to.
I'll leave that to you.
He's not attending today's meeting, so
Okay.
yeah. Morning, Tim.
It's too bad that he's not attending.
Morning, Glenn.
Good morning, Teresa.
Good morning, everyone.
Hi, Laura. Hi, Sean.
Morning.
Good morning, everybody. I will warn you, I have children here and they are going to be talking the whole day. So, if you hear background noise,
That's great. That's fine.
great for you, not so great for me. No, I'm just teasing.
Nice. Good morning, Jeff. Councillor Moffat may be just a few minutes late joining. He has a number of technical amendments. If he's not here, I may just pick random committee members to move technical amendments on his behalf, so be forewarned. But we'll see how it goes. So it is 9:31. We have a quorum of members, so let's begin. This is our planning committee meeting for Thursday, July 9th. We acknowledge that Ottawa is located on unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation, whose culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. Il est important de souligner que la ville d'Ottawa se trouve sur un territoire non cédé de la nation algonquine Anishinaabe, dont la culture et la présence sont enrichies et continuent d'enrichir ses terres. We have regrets today from Councillor Kitts, and I know that Councillor Hubley will need to leave this meeting in progress this morning. Kelly, can we do a roll call, please?
Certainly. Councillor Brockington, don't think he's joined yet. Councillor Cloutier,
Présent.
Councillor Curry,
Here.
Councillor Dudas,
See,
Councillor Hubley,
Here.
Councillor Kitts, Councillor Leeper,
Good morning.
Councillor Menard,
Here.
Councillor Tierney,
Here.
Chair Moffat, not yet, and Chair Gower.
Here. Thank you, Kelly. This is a public meeting to consider the proposed comprehensive official plan and zoning bylaw amendments listed as items 6.1, 6.11 on today's agenda. For the items just mentioned, only those who make oral submissions today or written submissions before the amendments are adopted may appeal the matter to the Ontario Land Tribunal. In addition, the applicant may appeal the matter to the Ontario Land Tribunal if council does not adopt an amendment within 90 days of receipt of the application for a zoning bylaw amendment and 120 days for an official plan amendment. To submit written comments on these amendments prior to their consideration by City Council on August 31st, 2022, please email or call the committee or council coordinator. Are there any declarations of interest? I'm seeing none. Confirmation of minutes. The minutes are for meeting number 66, June 23rd, 2022. Are the minutes confirmed?
Confirm.
Thank you. There is one inquiry response listed on the agenda. We have a number of items on the agenda today. First two items are deferrals from the previous meeting on Parkland dedication bylaw replacement and cash in lieu of Parkland funds policy revision and Parkland first policy. We have speakers on both of these items, so we're going to hold items 5.1 and 5.2. Going through the agenda, we'll see what other items we need to hold. We have item 6.1 is zoning bylaw amendment for 3776 and 3780 Albion Road in Gloucester Southgate. We have no delegations registered. I know there's a technical amendment. I see Councillor Dean's here. Are there any requests to hold this item for questions to staff? Okay, I'm seeing none. We have the applicant here as well. What we should do first actually is the technical amendment, and I will choose a random committee member from my screen for this technical amendment. Councillor Dudas. We'll get the amendment up on screen. Councillor Moffat was going to move this, but he's been unable to join yet. So Councillor Dudas with the technical amendment.
Certainly. Whereas the report recommends amending the City of Ottawa zoning bylaw to permit back-to-back townhouse dwellings. Whereas inconsistencies were identified between document 4, draft site plan, and document 2, details of recommended zoning. Therefore, be resolved that with respect to the report, Planning Committee recommend Council approve the following. 1, document 2 be amended by adding the following item to item 2B. Despite table 160A, the minimum interior side yard setback for a townhouse dwelling in a planned unit development on the north side of the parcel is 1.48 meters. Document 2 be amended to add a new bullet point under item 2B, maximum building height 9 meters. Therefore, be further resolved that there are no further notice pursuant to section 3417 of the Planning Act.
Okay, is the technical amendment carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Carried. Okay, Councillor Dean?
Could I just say a few words before this is passed, Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to thank the community for their input over the last year. This proposed plan for the site plan has evolved a lot. It started as a 3-story low-rise apartment building with 36 units. And today it's 8 townhouses plus 8 secondary units. And while there's still some concerns from the community, I believe this application is actually a very good example of gentle intensification and is in keeping with the surrounding neighborhood. I also wanted to thank the applicant who has worked really hard over the last year with the community and who has been responsive to the community issues and working to address their concerns throughout the process. And I wanted to give a special shout out to the planner on this file, Tracy Scarmazito, for her steady hand, her responsiveness to the community and her attention to detail. She really went above and beyond. And I think this has really been a process that has shown the art of the possible when two groups come together and make something work. So thank you to the committee for your support today and for everyone involved.
Thanks, Councillor Deans. So we do have representing the applicant, Brian Casagrande from FOTEN. Brian, if the committee is prepared to carry this item, do you wish to speak on it?
No, we don't. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So on the zoning bylaw amendment for 3776 and 3780 Albion Road, are the report recommendations carried?
Carried.
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 Okay. All right, we'll keep going through our consent agenda here. Items 6.2 and 6.3 are related to a zoning bylaw amendment for 108 Nepean Street and part of 257 Lisgar Street, and a zoning bylaw amendment for 142, 144, and 148 Nepean Street, and demolition control for 142 Nepean. These are in Somerset Ward. We do have a number of speakers registered, so we will hold items 6.2 and 6.3. Item 6.4 is a zoning bylaw amendment for 100 Stacy Drive in Canada North, and I believe Councillor Curry has a deferral motion on this. Councillor Curry?
I do. Do we want to put it up or? Oh, okay. So this is a little bit of a unique situation here in Canada North, but I'll read it. Whereas the public meeting with respect to the application related to 100 Stacy Drive was held on February 4th, 2021. Whereas during the 17 months that have passed since the original consultation was held, there has been a change in councillor and multiple planners on this application. Whereas the community has noted that there is currently no sign in front of 100 Stacy Drive, and many thought the application was no longer active. Whereas there has been no communication between the current ward councillor and the developer, and the recent briefing with staff did not convey the level of community concern. Whereas there is now considerable and significant community concern being expressed from the Canada Beaverbrook Community Association, residents, business owners, and the former councillor who has extensive knowledge of the area. Whereas due to the dormancy of this file and the length of time since the public meeting, the new councillor did not fully appreciate the community concerns that were raised during the public consultation, nor has had time to consult with community leaders. Whereas a deferral to the next planning committee on August 25th, 2022 would allow for this item to rise to the same council meeting as items considered at planning committee today on July 7th, 2022. Therefore, be it resolved that the item 6.4 of planning committee's agenda 67 be deferred to the August 25th planning committee meeting. So on that, then in the meantime, I'll hold a consultation. Councillor Wilkinson and I can get a better understanding of what we're going to do next. A former councillor who helps me a lot. And then we'll come back to the same council meeting.
Okay, yes, and not affecting any statutory deadlines in the
Exactly.
process. Okay, on the deferral motion then, any questions, or is that carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Carried. Okay, so 6.4 is deferred to the next meeting.
Thank you.
And thank you to the delegations who registered for this one. And you'll have to be patient and come back and join us at the end of August for that. Okay, item number 6.5 is also in Canada North. It's a zoning bylaw amendment for 1055 Klondike Road. There are no delegations for this item. The applicants have representatives here. Any requests from the committee to hold this item? Councillor Curry, did you wish to speak on this item at all?
No, I mean, there's some traffic concerns that we'll work out later on with a number of different groups and people that are concerned. But as for the idea of what we're doing here, it's good.
Okay, thank you. And Christine McQuaig is representing the applicant today. Christine, if we're prepared to carry this item, do you wish to speak on it?
No, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Christine. So are the report recommendations for the zoning bylaw amendment at 1055 Klondike Road carried?
Carried.
Carried, thank you. We're going to stay in Canada North for item 6.6, a zoning bylaw amendment for 101 and 201 Nipissing Court. There are no delegations registered. Any requests to hold this item from our committee?
No.
Seeing none, okay. And We do have representatives from the applicant here. I'm not sure if they're in the panelist room yet, but I will ask, there's Miguel Tremblay from FOTEN. If the committee is prepared to carry this, Miguel, does the applicant wish to speak today?
We do not, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So are the report recommendations carried for item 6.6?
Carried.
Carried.
Thank you. Item 6.7 is a zoning bylaw amendment for 30, 38, 42, and 48 Chamberlain Avenue in Capital Ward. There are no delegations. I believe the applicant is here. Any request to hold this item from the committee? I'm seeing none. Brian Casagrande, you're representing the applicant on this one. If the committee is prepared to carry it, do you wish to speak?
No, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, are the report recommendations for item 6.7 carried?
Carried. Carried.
Carried. All right, we'll go a little bit south to Alta Vista Ward, zoning bylaw amendment for 1545 Bank Street. There are no delegations registered. Any requests from our committee to hold this item? Okay, we have a couple of representatives from the applicant. Wait to see them in the room. There's Kayla Blakely from Novatech. Good morning, Kayla. If the committee is prepared to carry this item, do you wish to speak on it?
We do not. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. So are the report recommendations for item 6.8, 1545 Bank Street carried?
Carried.
Carried. All right, staying in Alta Vista Ward, item 6.9, zoning bylaw amendment for 2571 and 2595 Lancaster Road. No delegations registered. Are there any requests to hold this item? Seeing none. Councillor Cloutier, did you wish to speak on this one?
Thank you, Chair. No, I'm comfortable with the report recommendations for both the previous item and this item. I'm supportive of the application.
Okay, we do have representatives for the applicant, Brian Casagrande, back again. Brian, if the committee is prepared to carry this item, do you wish to speak?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. So are the report recommendations on the zoning bylaw amendment for 2571 and 2595 Lancaster Road carried?
Carried.
Carried. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go even further south. One of the rare times we have a report in Osgood Ward on our regular planning committee agenda. This is a zoning bylaw amendment for part of 673 Rideau Road. There are no delegations registered. Are there any requests to hold this item? Okay, I'm seeing none. We do have representatives from the applicant here. Tim Chatter is with JL Richards. Tim, if the committee is prepared to carry this item, do you wish to speak today?
No, we don't. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. So are the report recommendations for part of 673 Rideau Road, a zoning bylaw amendment, carried?
Carried.
Carried, thank you. Item 6.11 is a zoning bylaw amendment for 797 Richmond Road in Kitchissippi. There are no delegations. Are there any requests to hold this item from committee? Okay, again, we have the applicants here, not in our panelist room yet, I don't think. Just look for them on screen.
I have a technical amendment for that one.
Oh, okay. Well, Scott, co-chair Moffat, let's introduce the technical amendment. Thank you.
Thanks. It's the removal of Councillor Leeper as councillor.
That sounds more than technical.
Scott,
Well-
you'd be doing me a favor.
Don't say that. Daniel String will use that in the next election. Okay. So the technical amendment is whereas as part of report ACS 2022 PIEPS 004 entitled Zoning Bylaw Amendment 797 Richmond Road, the details of the recommended zoning in item 2A21 in document 2 on page 11 notes a rooftop amenity area which projects above the maximum permit height limit may not exceed 3 meters in height. And whereas an additional 1 meter in height is required to account for the construction of the ceiling, mechanical, and membrane above the proposed amenity space. Therefore, be it resolved that with respect to the report, Planning Committee recommend Council delete the word 3 from the item as contained in document 2 on page 11 and substitute with the word for.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Leeper, your hand's up.
Yeah, sorry, I haven't seen that before now. Can I ask that the item be held, please, while I come to grips with what that says?
Yep, definitely. So we'll hold item 6.11 and come back to that later.
Thank you.
Councillor Leeper. And okay, so that's the end of our consent agenda. So we're now going to go back to the very start and go through the items that we have held. The first two items were the deferrals from last meeting. 5.1 is Parkland dedication bylaw replacement and cash in lieu of Parkland funds policy revision. And item number 2 is 5.2 is the Parkland first policy. We do have a staff presentation to lead us off in this. And then after that, we'll go to our delegations. From staff, we have Kevin Wary and Kirsten Nietzsche, who have been the authors and leads on this file. And I see Kevin Wary. Kevin, you're walking us through the presentation, are you?
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to introduce Kirsten but it's actually Kirsten's presentation today.
Okay, perfect. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, just a thank you to committee for providing us with a deferral 2 weeks ago. There was a number of items that required further discussion, and courtesy the deferral you provided us, we were able to resolve many items without requiring additional representation at committee today for those. So you say the deferral saved a lot of time and effort at committee, and we were able to resolve. So thank you for that. Now, going on today, this park dedication bylaw is a requirement by the province, and Kirsten will have a short presentation for you, but I would also like to point out it is something that was widely discussed also during our Parks and Recreation Facilities Master Plan. The Master Plan process is one that was all encompassing for things to do with parks and facilities. And it was a required process in order for us to come forward to with what's here today. So with no further ado, I'll ask Kirsten to start the presentation.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Chair and committee members. As Kevin said, my name is Kirsten Nietzsche. I'm the planner who worked together with Kevin on this project. I'd also just like to note that we do have support from our consultant team who also worked on a background report and analysis from Watson and Associates, Andrew Grunda and Tina Chitsende. So they're here today to answer questions, but they won't be making a presentation. So if we can go to the next slide. So just a very brief presentation on why we undertook this project. So as background, the Planning Act permits municipalities to require parkland or money for parks through development. And the Planning Act actually establishes the maximum rates that we can take as municipalities, those being 2% of the site area for commercial or industrial uses. And then for all other purposes, including residential, 5% of the site area. The Planning Act also does give us the ability to use what's called an alternative requirement for residential development, where when we want to take parkland, so when parkland is dedicated, the rate is 1 hectare for every 300 dwelling units. And if cash in lieu is to be provided, the rate is 1 hectare for every 500 dwelling units. So next slide, please. So our current parkland dedication bylaw uses these rates from the Planning Act. And we use the alternative rate when we hit the threshold of a density of 18 dwelling units per net hectare or greater. Now, in using these rates, we do cap the dedication at 10% of land area for apartment development. And our parkland dedication bylaw also details exemptions and types of land that are not accepted as parkland. So our bylaw also allocates where our cash in lieu parkland funds. So that's the 60% and the 40%. It also defines how mixed use development dedication is to be calculated. And we do have a specific flat rate dedication rate for rural severances of 400 square meters. So next slide, please. And so why are we doing this? So in order to keep using the alternative rate in our bylaw, we have to actually replace this bylaw. So in moving forward, it also gives us an opportunity to review and improve the bylaw, as it hasn't been reviewed in great detail since 2009. And the legislative deadline for reviewing and replacing the bylaw is September 18th of this year. And this is why we're bringing this forward right now. So next slide, please. And we did reach out to stakeholders at the beginning of the process and then throughout. And through that input, we received comments that we should look at the 10% cap. We should look at development that's not subject to a planning application and how that can be subject to this parkland dedication bylaw. We looked at, or we heard that we should increase the requirements in areas that do not meet our parkland targets, and that we should also consider types of encumbered land as parkland. And then we should also review the exemptions list that we currently have within our bylaw, and also how cash and lieu parkland is distributed. So that's that 60-40 split. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we did have a consultant prepare a background report to understand how our current parkland dedication bylaw is working. And in consideration of the city's parkland target of 2 hectares per 1,000 people, they found that as the population grows to 2031, the core inner and outer urban transects will have the greatest parkland deficit. And that parkland deficit relates to meeting that 2 hectares per 1,000 people target. And that also the suburban transects will have a parkland deficit. So next slide, please. So from our analysis, the analysis prepared by the consultant and the stakeholder input and our own experiences with the bylaw over the past 13 years since it was implemented, we have put forward a new bylaw, or proposed for a new bylaw, and our recommendations do include changes to that bylaw. So briefly going through these changes, for the definitions within the bylaw, we have proposed to change the definitions for develop, gross land area, encumbrance, parkland, transect, and then other technical revisions to reflect our zoning bylaw and our current departmental organization. And then all those that we didn't list here remain the same as within the current bylaw. Next slide. And in looking at exemptions, at our current exemptions list, we are proposing three changes to that list. So we are proposing to take secondary dwelling units and coach houses off the list and to implement a nominal fee of $500 per unit. We are proposing also to ensure that ancillary uses that are developed with places of worship are not exempt. And then also providing more clarity on schools and when they are exempt. The rest of the exemptions that are currently listed in the bylaw are staying the same. Next slide, please. And so another key change we're recommending is that all development and redevelopment be subject to the parkland dedication bylaw, including development that's only subject to a building permit. Currently, our parkland dedication bylaw only applies to development that is subject to a planning application. So that's those that are listed here: site plan control, plan of subdivision, et cetera. But we are experiencing development that's not subject to those. And so we're recommending that through building permit, they be subject to the parkland dedication bylaw. Next slide. And for the land valuation, this is just a recommendation to bring things more in line with the Planning Act, to bring site plan control and building permits, their valuation to be before the issuance of building permit. But we're also recommending that the valuation only be valid for 1 year. The valuation provisions for the other applications listed here stay the same as currently listed within the bylaw, which is before draft approval or provisional consent. So next slide. And then a key change we're recommending is an increase in the caps. So we are recommending that the 10% cap remain for low density or low rise residential development, but that the cap be increased for higher density residential development, and specifically for residential development within mid-rise buildings, so 5 to 9 stories, having a cap of 15%. And then for development within residential development within high-rise buildings, so that's anything greater than or equal to 10 stories, being 25%. So next slide. And then with respect to the cash in lieu funds cash in lieu parkland funds policy, we did make some minor changes just to reflect the departmental structure and updated definitions. And our staff recommendation recommends that further review of this distribution be undertaken by the fourth quarter of 2023. So we are maintaining the 60-40 split as it is currently within the bylaw. And so I think that wraps everything up, and we welcome your questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Kirsten. We will come back to staff for questions after the public delegations. So we have 12 delegations registered today. The first 3 to be speaking will be Carolyn McKenzie, Lisa De La Rosa, and Chris Greenshields. Carolyn will be first, and once we've brought her into the panelist room, we'll be able to begin.
Did you want, I was provided with 3 motions from Kevin Weary to bring forward. Do you want to bring those forward now?
Yes, actually, that's a good idea before we get into delegations, because it may address some of the concerns there. So Kelly, if we can bring those motions up on screen.
So I have them listed as motions 1, 2, and 3. So I'll just start with motion 1 that I have.
Okay.
Which is whereas staff recommendation 1 recommends that council adopt a new Parkland bylaw, Parkland dedication bylaw as detailed in document 1, details recommend a new Parkland dedication bylaw, and whereas staff would like to provide further clarity on the transition provisions as detailed in section 14.3 of document 1. And whereas staff noted that section 15.2 of document 1 details recommend a new Parkland dedication bylaw references the incorrect subsections, therefore be resolved with respect to the report within document 1 be deleted, sections 14.3 within document 1 be deleted and replaced with the following. 3, an application for official plan amendment, plan of subdivision, part lot control, plan of condominium, consent to sever, or site plan control that has satisfied the requirements for completeness under the Planning Act as of the date of the enactment of this bylaw, or an application for building permit that was submitted as of the date of enactment of this bylaw shall be required to comply with the provisions of this bylaw as of the date that is 1 year from the enactment of this bylaw, unless the application has been appealed to the Ontario Land Tribunal or its successor, in which case the application shall be required to comply with the provisions of this bylaw as of the date that is 1 year from the decision of the Ontario Land Tribunal or its successor. And therefore be further resolved that with respect to this report, sections 15.2 within document 1 be revised to delete the references to sections 15.2, 15.3, and replace with reference to sections 14.2 and 14.3.
Okay, so that's the first motion. We can move on to the second one.
Yep. So just going to skip the first 2. So whereas section 1 of document 1 includes a definition for develop, and whereas staff have determined that further clarity is required for the definition of develop to ensure consistency with the Planning Act as it pertains to portable classrooms on school sites, therefore be resolved with respect to this report, section 1 within document 1 be revised by deleting the definition of develop and replacing it with the following. Develop means the construction, erection, or placing of 1 or more buildings on land, or the making of an addition or alteration to a building that has the effect of substantially increasing the size or usability thereof, or creating dwelling units, or the layout and establishment of a commercial parking lot, but does not include a portable classroom on a school site if the school site was in existence on January 1st, 2007, and development, redevelop, and redevelopment have their corresponding meanings.
Okay, and a third technical amendment. I suppose they're not technical amendments, they're
just alterations there for clarity for the most part. So whereas section 1 of document 1 includes the definition for dwelling unit, and whereas the definition of dwelling unit in section 1 of document 1 reflects the definition as provided within the Ontario Planning Act, but differs from the definition within the current Parkland dedication bylaw, being bylaw 2009-95 as amended. And whereas staff have determined that further clarity is required to maintain the intent of the current Parkland dedication bylaw, being bylaw 2009-95 as amended with respect to the conveyance requirements for residential care facilities, therefore be it resolved that with respect to this report, table 4, section 4, and within document 1 be revised by adding including residential care facility as defined by the zoning bylaw after other purposes and before excluding residential purposes.
Are there any other motions that committee members want to introduce now on this item?
Chairs, Kevin Wary here, if I may interject. First of all, there is a fourth motion that is ready that Kelly could put up on the screen. But secondly, the second motion that Chair Moffat read, it was edited earlier today and he was perhaps not provided. It's a very small edit, but it has to do with the 2007 date that's in there. It's a minor edit, but if those could be read into record, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, well, why don't we come back to that at the end when we're voting on the motions and make sure we get the correct version up. Do we have that, Kelly? Do we have that fourth amending motion ready? We do. Chair Moffat?
Yeah. So we'll bring it up here. That's right. Whereas section 4 of document 1 includes table 1 conveyance requirement per use, and whereas staff have determined that table 1 of document 1 is missing townhouse dwelling after 3-unit dwelling within type of development or use column, therefore be it resolved that with respect to this report, revise table 1 section 4 of document 1 to add townhouse dwelling after 3-unit dwelling within the type of development or use column.
Okay, thank you. Any other motions now, or otherwise we will go ahead with our delegations? All right. Carolyn, thank you very much for your patience as we introduce those motions, and welcome this morning. Each of our delegations has 5 minutes for their presentation. So Carolyn, go ahead when you're ready.
Okay, thank you very much. So first of all, thank you very much to staff for moving this work forward. I think the last couple of years has really demonstrated the importance of parks and green space to the health of residents in a very livable city. But I wanted to start by making an observation though about our parkland goals of 2 hectares per 1,000 residents. I don't think anyone would deny the challenge of adding parkland, particularly in the downtown and interurban areas. But I think it's also important to understand that our goal is a bit of a middling target, which I wasn't aware of until I read the staff report, actually. That report indicates that targets for comparable Ontario cities are generally between 1.5 and 3 hectares. And our overall goal is to be the most livable mid-sized city. So I'm not sure we're going to get there unless we raise our sights regarding our ambition for targets. So that's just an observation. It also seems clear that the further review of the bylaw needs to be equally ambitious at ensuring that there's a strong link between those high-level objectives and the plan policies to get us there. Because as it stands there, my understanding is that quite clearly we won't. In fact, the consultant's report again made it clear that the bylaw would provide nowhere near the city's targets. To get it closer, we will need to drop the caps, as I understand it, and apply the bylaw to all applications, including those building permits, not just those under site control. I'm not too sure there's a good reason for why those in affordable housing units or in towers in transportation-oriented demand areas should be deprived of parkland that others, including myself, in my neighborhood enjoy. So I hope the staff will be given direction to do additional work on the policy with this in mind. I also think that we need to reconcile what I see as the continuation of a disconnect between those high-level objectives and the practical basis for achieving them, and chiefly the development applications themselves. What do I mean by this? Looking at Lansdowne, which I was doing a fair bit of in the last 3 months, I had submitted a question to the city, so I'll use that as an example. I wanted to try and better understand how the new bylaw might be intended to apply to the anticipated application that will add about 2,500 residents to the site while removing upwards of 55,000 square feet of park space. In other words, to understand how we would do what the city said we would do to make sure that amenities, including parkland, keep up when we intensify. Staff now have direction to develop and design costing so that this space may be used. But according to the mayor, it's going to be very costly at over $30 million. So I think we can assume that we have a serious risk of losing a lot of usable park space while adding a lot of new residents. So my question to staff was, what analysis has been done to date regarding current versus future parkland targets, given the proposal to add 2,500 residents? And the answer was, quote, there has been specific analysis to date on this concept. The issue of parkland targets for transects are not accessed in relation to an individual development application. I think that's a little bit difficult wording or language really to understand. But what I took from that is that there was an explicit acknowledgement that no, we're not making any link between our parkland objectives and what happens at the development application stage. So I guess I would, to my mind, it seems like it's just wishful thinking to think that we can manage to meet parkland objectives if this is the case. We certainly hear, and rightly so, why an application should be supported because it contributes to growth management and intensification goals. Those are very important, but I don't hear similar arguments looking at the specifics of how parkland objectives should be considered. And I really hope that the staff review can also address this issue and how we can make that link. Very briefly and finally, I just wanted to touch on the issue of air rights and parkland requirements and how that would apply. At a consultation in June, staff initially seemed to indicate that development of air rights would not trigger parkland dedication requirements. The bylaw sets requirements based on the development of land. The word land is there, and it's perhaps not clear that land in this context includes air rights. I think it's important because as we look to intensify in the future, I assume the air rights may be increasingly used as a tool to build up, and residents of buildings developed using air rights will need access to sufficient park space just as much as residents of any other building. So clearly there was some doubt earlier what land included. I believe it would be useful to simply add a definition of land that explicitly includes air rights to the bylaws, which I assume would be a technical type amendment to this bylaw. So those are all my comments, and I appreciate being heard at committee once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carolyn. Councillor Menard has a question.
Thank you very much for being here, Carolyn. Nice to see you, and great presentation as usual. With regard to the cash in lieu portion, is that something that you see coming as in the 2023 update of the bylaw itself, or is it something that staff have said they'll work on now as part of this initial policy?
Sorry, Sean, you mean when the cash in lieu, just the cash component, obviously, to the bylaw?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess it's not completely clear to me what the review is meant to encompass, but there were certainly a number of issues that were raised. I mean, I realize that there's absolutely, it's absolutely important and critical, I would say, that this bylaw is passed today at committee, given the statutory requirement to do so. If not, we lose the basis to apply the alternative means, the alternative rates. But I guess what I'm trying to raise is that I still think, and I can only imagine that staff are in agreement, at least with some of the things hopefully that I've raised, that there's a lot more work to be done in a number of these areas. And I guess one of my concerns is that I guess another part of the answer to the question that I asked to staff was that the proposal for Lansdowne, the specifics, of course, for the parkland dedication would be considered at site plan control. And it just seems to me that at that point, if we're not taking into consideration at all how an application, a development application, addresses parkland objectives or impacts, I should say, on parkland requirements and how it can address those at the rezoning stage, that we will then get to the site plan control. We may approve something through the rezoning process, then get to site plan control. And it seems like, I don't know what's the option. If it seems like we have an application that really cannot address, practically speaking, how to ensure that we have parkland, in this particular case, for 2,500 residents. What are our options at that point, other than just to having done a whole bunch of work on something, just to say no? I don't know how we address that. It's just, we're not, land is, as we all know, very expensive, particularly in the core. We're not making land. So how are we going to address this?
Great questions. Thank you.
Carolyn, I have a question for you. One of my concerns is we have potentially a bit of a priority clash here. We
Yep.
do need to make sure we are acquiring, creating, protecting parkland, but we also have a housing crisis and affordability crisis. And I know we've
Yeah.
had correspondence and I've had meetings where I've heard from builders and developers that if we raise the parkland dedication too much, it's going to increase the cost of building. And I'm wondering what thoughts or advice you might have for our committee on how we potentially resolve that clash in priorities. What if collecting too much in park land or cash in lieu affects the viability or the ability to build new homes?
Yeah, that is a great question. And to me, that is the issue of these trade-offs between the housing crisis, and you're absolutely right. We're talking about adding a lot of housing, much needed housing, and that is, one of our highest priorities at this point. But we will not be able to we're not even considering those trade-offs at the time that we're making those decisions if we don't have any policy and direction for how to do that, and that we should do that. And to me, that is simply to say we have declared a housing crisis. We've also declared a climate crisis, and we have these great objectives. As I said, maybe a little more ambition on some of them, but okay, let's say we start out well with high objectives, and then we go to the development applications and we have our head in the sand. We have no basis for actually having a consideration of those trade-offs in any explicit way. We sort of talk around the edges and, well, we need housing, well, we need, and ultimately at the end of the day, housing always seems to win. In my estimation, housing seems to win. And maybe that's the decision that we as a city are making. Housing trumps everything. Trees always come second, third, fourth, whatever. But I think we need the mechanism to have that discussion and to make that trade-off.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Councillor Curry has a question.
I hope this is quick because I don't want to have a long discussion about Lansdowne here because we're in the middle of something different. But I did want to say, though, in terms of the mechanism, we have a consultation period going forward where I know that the people from Canada are going to say, and they won't even maybe use it much, but that they would like to have that access to the green roof on the arena if that's the way it ends up going. And so then that's a decision at that point. I guess, Carolyn, I'm trying to understand, where is it that, like, we haven't made that decision? That is still possible. Maybe it's $30 million, but all of that is still possible. Are you seeing any other time that we would or wouldn't make that decision? I feel it's then, and that's still to come.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm not saying that it's impossible. I'm saying that it's a decision to make that investment that needs to be considered and then taken. I was told, the mayor was very clear with me that it was too expensive, that it was not doable. I know the staff have been provided direction to investigate it and to the specifics, but there were some numbers. I heard a number of numbers, and again, I don't want to get in the weeds of Lansdowne, but between 20 and 35 million as to what it's going to cost, all of which was deemed to be too expensive for Parkland. But again, anytime I asked about what about Parkland, it seemed like we were covering over the idea that we were going to lose a huge amount of parkland with that proposal while adding a lot of dwelling units. That's good. Pretending that we really weren't going to lose it with no idea of what the plan was to provide anything reasonable for all these additional people. When you're in a 46-story tower, you need a place to play outside in the trees and the green. I mean, I've got lots of trees, and I live in the neighborhood. I've got trees around my house. But for those 2,500 people, the park is already well used. Where are they going to go?
Okay,
yeah,
well,
so
lots of discussion to come. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm seeing no additional questions. So thank you, Carolyn, for joining us this morning.
Thank you very much.
Our second speaker is Lisa Dalla Rosa from Foten. Good morning, Lisa.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me? I've been having some issues with my mic, so I might just have to talk a bit louder.
Yeah, you're a little quiet, but we can hear you. So
Okay.
go ahead.
So thank you today, Councillors Gower and Moffat, for letting me speak. I'm Lisa Della Rosa, an associate with FOTEN, and I'm here today speaking not only on behalf of GOBA, but also as a planner. Not only will this bylaw significantly damage housing affordability for residents, and in some cases put the economic viability of residential projects into question, but I argue it doesn't align with smart growth planning principles. Although staff report does highlight consultations with GOBA, none of the discussions mentioned increasing cap rates by building typology. It's misleading and disheartening to imply that the industry endorsed the approach presented. We learned of the increases to caps when the information was posted online as part of the original committee's agenda. Since the deferral, we have had discussions with staff. However, even with the tweaks, the bylaw is still problematic. So I'm going to start with those caps for mid and high-rise developments. These are the building typologies in the target areas for intensification along main streets and close to transit. Are they the logical places to build parks? Requiring more unencumbered land for parks will decrease the area on which to build. Did the city consider the reduction of LRT ridership and the effect on intensification goals of the OP if the area to build housing is reduced? What effect did that have on the new unit projections used for the new OP? On the cash in lieu side, Parkland is based on the value, the cash in lieu value is based on the value of the land. So if it already increases with density, there's no need to also increase the percentage applicable. We have been asked as an industry to absorb additional policy cost increases with inclusionary zoning, community benefits, vacant land tax, high performance development standards, and an increase to the DCs. This has caused the industry to put a pause on some of the higher density projects, which have a negative impact on land supply and achieving intensification targets. Requiring inclusionary zoning and a Parks First policy in PMTSAs is a guaranteed recipe for disaster. The Land First policy for high-rise projects in these areas should be reconsidered. There are some other concerns with this bylaw aside from the caps. The proposed transition clauses need to be revised so that projects currently being reviewed for approval are treated fairly. Planning applications take months of work alongside city staff to arrive at a plan. You can agree that it's not fair to change the rules midway through the process. GOBA in its written submissions has provided alternative transition policies that would consider all in-progress applications. The new definition of encumbrance is too broad. The demand for unencumbered land for parks is a barrier to innovative solutions, such as, for example, district energy or geothermal heating under a park. We have multiple examples of where we brought forward site-specific considerations that do not affect the park's usability or value. However, these were all met with resistance from park staff, and with this definition, that approach is going to continue. Another definition is that of gross land area. There have been interpretation issues with the definitions, and the proposed change does not clear it up. Gross land area should include only the total area of land subject to the development application, period. Despite the city's argument that NCC and school playing fields cannot be programmed according to local needs, surely there must be something that they count for. These non-city owned lands provide for recreation in part to the city identified as being deficient in park space. Some consideration should be given to their contribution, specifically in the downtown core and the inner urban transects. So in conclusion, we see no alignment of the proposed changes to this bylaw with the city's other goals, such as housing affordability, maximizing the land within the urban boundary, and achieving intensification goals as stated in the current and yet to be approved official plan. It would be GOBA and FOTEN's recommendations that since the City of Ottawa needs a bylaw in place by September, they draft one that mirrors the existing as a placeholder. This will allow for additional consultation with GOBA and other stakeholders, including a review of the financial impact on housing affordability that this bylaw brings forward. A more balanced approach to intensification and park distribution is needed, and solutions could include permitting below-grade elements in a park, exempting sites with proximity to transit and corridors, and including a mechanism that would allow for a reduced dedication based on an inventory of parks and open space in proximity to the site and amenities being provided for in the new development. I leave you with this. The staff report did acknowledge housing affordability, saying that this bylaw will represent an overall increase of cost to the developer. That's false. The increase will be borne by future residents. We urge Planning Committee to not endorse this bylaw as circulated and direct park staff to work with the industry and city staff to draft a placeholder bylaw while the issues identified are addressed in a revised bylaw to be brought forward at a future date. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lisa. Councillor Curry has a question for you.
Thank you for that. I guess the problem I always have with some of the statements that GOBA's making, that you're making on their behalf, is that there's no other option other than to make rents higher and housing more expensive. It sounds like that's what you're saying. When I feel like, so it's almost as if the city does this, then we'll have no other option but to raise rents, and then housing will be unaffordable, and it's as simple as that. And I just don't think it's as simple as that. I think there are other options for builders to build an apartment building, deal with the policies we have in place to make sure there's a lot of parkland, and still keep rents affordable. And I guess I don't ever hear that there's any other options. It's just simply, well, it's not going to be borne by the developers, as you said, it's going to be borne by the residents, and it's as simple as that. And I don't know if there's, I think those are the conversations that we may want to have further. What other options developers have so that they can still keep the rents affordable?
Yeah, and I think I can't speak to it. I'm speaking on behalf of GOBA, but I know that there are groups within GOBA that have looked at this. They hired Altus to look at the affordability that this Parkland will add to the overall cost of a project with different examples. They provided some of that in their written submission, and I think, yes, there's constant priorities, and if we're doling out more money for certain things, whether it's cash in lieu or land that could have been built on, there's a financial contribution of that trade-off. And we're not just looking at Parkland, as we listed off a couple of other items that are adding to the cost of development, and it has to be absorbed somewhere. And yes, the industry is not non-for-profit. They have to go into this with some sort of incentive to actually go out and build these things and make some sort of profit. So if we just keep chipping away at that and not passing it on or absorbing it, how do we do that? And that's why when we talk about the higher density projects, that's where you don't necessarily have the ability to spread it out as much. Rental projects, you're not selling those to somebody else. You're sort of maintaining it, and those costs have to be absorbed. And you have to deal with, for example, the banks who are doing the financing. If additional $10 million is needed because of cash in lieu and Parkland and high performance standards and all of that, you're pretty much asking for the banks. The project itself is not changing, but we need an additional $10 million to be financed.
Mm-hmm.
So when you do your sheets, how do you show that you're going to make that money back?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, but believe me, I actually really get it. I just think that we need to think differently, other than there's only one way to get that to work.
And I think part of it is giving some contributions or allowing for encumbered land. Like, can we build a parking garage underneath a park? That parking garage allows us to maybe not go as deep in the part that we can build on, and then that helps alleviate some of that costs of donating that or giving that parkland. So I think there's some things that are outside of it that can be looked at to help bring some of those costs down. And it might be small things, but those small things do add up.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Leeper.
Thanks, Chair. Lisa, thank you very much for the presentation. It's something that I'm struggling with as well. I do understand that the increased costs that the city is putting on development flow down to the people who buy or rent those units. But we can't allow the level of intensification that we're proposing in concrete jungles, without room for trees, without room for splash pads, without room for basketball courts, without room for picnic tables that are underneath leafy trees. We have to have the parks, and the more people who live, the more we need of them. I guess the the question I have about the economics is around land pricing, right? The development costs that are being put on development are a known number. And at some point over the course of the next, probably year or so, we'll have a good idea of what that known number is for the next 5-10 years. Why would land prices not change to address the increased cost of development on top?
I probably have to let a land economist answer that. I'm not equipped to deal with that. Like I understand where you're going with it. I'm not informed enough to sort of answer that, because land, as the previous speaker mentioned, and they're not making any more of it. So there is a finite amount of it. So your land values are still absorbing those other costs is understandable, but you do still have, once you've given that land away, whether it for a park or you've built on it, you can't, it's used. So we have to become more efficient in how we use the land. And to your point about providing for these new residents and not building the concrete jungles, I think if you look at some of the newer projects and the amenity areas that are being put into those buildings that are, they're not public, but you're starting to see pops and stuff like that, there should be some credit where people can still do those urban jungle gyms for adults where you can do push-up bars and that sort of stuff. You don't need the big green space for a soccer field. And I get there's a purpose to those sort of big field stuff as well, but there is something to be said about other types of recreation and the ability to go out, whether it's a rooftop or on top of a parking garage. What you can still be active in that space and still enjoy being outside. You can still plant those trees. It just comes down to who's actually owning that piece of land that activity is happening on.
The worry I have is that the pops are often unwelcoming to the general public. They feel like private space in the way that they're built. And the residents who are moving into developments are using both the pops, but they're also using the green spaces that are elsewhere in the community, adding to pressure there without an offset to increase the amount of that green space. Where I'm feeling very keenly in Kitchissippi, the ability to actually expand green space is public green space that feels welcoming to people, is difficult because of the skyrocketing land values that we have. I sort of need as big a CIL fund as possible just to acquire small residential lots. The assertion has been made by the builders that because of the different treatment of high rise versus, say, subdivision with a 10% versus 25% cap, that builders are going to be incentivized to build in the suburbs and not in the areas that we've targeted for intensification. I guess I wonder how serious, I don't want to call it a threat, but a scenario that is. Surely the lands that are around LRT that are close to great amenity streets like Bank Street and like Wellington and like Richmond are going to be popular no matter what. Isn't the scenario more around not incenting to build in the suburbs, but just sort of exacerbating the price difference, like who gets to live in what neighborhood? I am concerned that, by the time a resident can afford to live in a high-rise near Westboro Station, in a future scenario where it's been treated differently with respect to CIL, that is a buyer or a renter who has a lot more disposable income than somebody who can afford to buy or rent elsewhere because of the difference in the development charges and the CIL that we're charging. So is that the more realistic scenario rather than not building at all?
Yeah, I think right now there's definitely, I can speak from experience here working at a planning consulting firm. Our clients that have stuff in the suburbs who are building higher density, let's say 6-story, 9-story stuff further out, we haven't been asked to sort of pause stuff. Whereas the stuff in the downtown core, until they can figure out the finances of it, we've been sort of asked to, not to stop work, but to monitor this and provide them as much information as we can on the changing dynamics of what the bylaws are coming out, what policies are coming out. They're not rushing into anything in the in those areas because the implications are quite big. And they need to know that answers. And as I mentioned, they're going to banks, they're financing and trying to request money, and those performance have to be pretty detailed. They can't, a $5 million swing is going to make a difference on their interest rates they have and all of that. So I can't say that it's going to continue that. Eventually these projects will get off the ground, but at what delay and at what cost are we changing are the unit sizes getting bigger, smaller? How are they going to make up for that increase in costs that are going to be needed to progress the project?
Okay. Sorry. Thank you very much, Lisa.
No problem.
Okay, Councillor Fleury. Good morning, Councillor.
Morning, Glenn. Lisa, a few questions based on your presentation and the conversation with Jeff. Isn't part of the issue that there are a number of risk factors that are happening now? There were development rights that were in place, and now the city is shaping those. There's interest rates, there's property values as to how those were purchased. There's labor, there's material costs that are higher. Like right now, there's an explosion of all of that, which are making these projects unaffordable. But I struggle with the idea that, we have to look beyond today. We have to think of like the policies that we pass today have generational transactions. So the land impact and the value of these decisions are beyond the immediate, while is the nudge of this issue on a transition clause, right? Like, I think overall the industry adjusts with the rules it has and does so. So I wanted to bring you there. So, okay, there are a number of property owners and developers that have bought land with intentions at that point. So what would be, in your mind, a fair transition clause that would not backlog the current intentions, but also meet the city's policy needs and objectives?
I think what GOBA has brought forward, and I think you guys all have a copy of that, is using that pre-consultation date. When you have a meeting with the city on an application, and I get building permits don't have pre-consultation, nor do consents. Those are smaller scale projects usually, and the costs there are not going to be as astronomical as some of the bigger projects. So the suggestion brought forward was using that pre-consultation date, because park staff come to that meeting, you've had a conversation, you usually get comments that say, Parks is looking at cash in lieu for this project, our Parks it looks like it'll be at 10%. So we've been working with that frame of reference, and then, fast forward to 3 weeks ago, and all of a sudden it was, oh, you're building high rise, you might be hit with 25%, whether it's 25% of land or a combination of cash and land. You've got a project that you've been working with staff on based on a set of parameters that's now changed. And so that pre-consultation date, if you've had a pre-consultation prior to September 1st or whenever this new bylaw comes into play, I think whatever was stated at that meeting should sort of be the rules you move forward with. And then from there, we can work on with this new bylaw. But it takes a very long time, even simple projects, to get through. So giving that year, I think the clause that's currently in there now talks to a year. Again, we're not sure of the year of they say you have a year for approval for in-stream application. Does approval mean delegated authority report? Does approval mean signed site plan agreement and building permit in hand? Those questions still we've asked, and we haven't gotten clarity on what that means. In our opinion, a year is not enough for a project that's halfway through the process. Would we be approved in a year from now? It's hard to say, because it's not just the Parkland stuff. There's all the other issues that are being worked on through that process, or that planning process. Sorry.
I mean, I'm not on this committee, but I do encourage the committee to, I think there's an important report in front of them. I think, the presentation that you're giving with the conversation we're having is much more nuanced in terms of saying, okay, there are economic realities and project timing realities for certain areas that need to be captured and reflected appropriately. I understand the industry, anything that will impact rights, the industry won't be favorable to, but I think over time, it makes sense for us to make sure that those objectives are protected and retained. So, chairs, I would encourage some reflection as the delegations go on as to what is the appropriate transition clause. I mean, I think Lisa's put their thoughts on the table, which I think are something to be debated and discussed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. I'm seeing no more questions, so thanks very much, Lisa, for your presentation today. We're going to move next to Chris Greenshields. Is Chris with us?
He is.
I think I saw him earlier.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Chair.
Good morning.
I'm speaking on behalf of the Vanier Community Association. The VCA has actively participated in the consultations concerning the replacement of the Parkland dedication bylaw. We appreciate the work that has gone into the review and the consultations undertaken. The recommendations, including the revised recommendations as a result of thorough consideration of this item, suggest progress has been made, and today's additional motions also provide further clarification. VCA is engaged on this important issue because Vanier is one of a number of neighborhoods which are significantly deficient in Parkland. In Vanier's case, approximately 1/2 of the targets set under the new official plan, but that also includes NCC land. But taking into account the explosive growth expected in Vanier's population over the coming years through current development and future intensification, we will continue to go in the opposite direction of the new OP's Parkland per capita target, even with the draft bylaw recommended by staff. The staff report acknowledges that the targets will not be met in certain transits, and these are areas targeted for intensification under the new OP. In some neighborhoods like Vanier, the targets will grow further out of reach unless more serious consideration is given to addressing the needs of highly dense and further intensifying neighborhoods like Vanier. Since there is no choice but to ensure a replacement bylaw is in place by the province's deadline, the recommendations as revised appear to reflect sufficient progress. I think the committee understands that its decisions today do not comply with the new official plan and must be interim. The VCA is encouraged that the revised recommendations provide better direction in requiring a further review, in which, in our view, should be even more ambitious. This committee should further recommend that staff develop the data also on a neighborhood basis and consider in particular those neighborhoods identified in the Parks and Recreation Master Plan as priorities for a more targeted approach with respect to the division of Parkland dedication bylaw revenues, basically to extend the 100% provision available to existing special areas also to priority neighborhoods under the master plan. The VCA is also concerned, however, by a new recommendation to limit the bylaw in the case of transit-oriented development projects to 10%. As a neighbor, we share the concern, for example, of the Overbrook Community Association, that such an approach would affect a park-deficient neighborhood like Overbrook unduly, as like Vanier intensifies and the new per capita target goes further out of reach. Going forward, consideration needs to be given also to other measures under the new official plan and secondary plans to provide land use direction for city real estate strategies to acquire more parkland in priority neighborhoods, to freeze institutional zoning, to protect future public use as appropriate, for example, with respect to surplus schools and other institutional properties consistent with the new OP and the Planning Act, which provides specific direction concerning consultation with the school board, as well as the direction to staff provided in the decision taken by council at the time of the approval of the new OP in this regard. The master plan needs to reflect these considerations to address the impact of intensification and the increase of residents who will look to parkland and related tree canopy together with recreational facilities in their neighborhoods for a livable city. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Greenshields. A question for you from Councillor Leeper.
Thank you. Thanks, Chris. We have ambitious targets for the number or parkland acres per population. How much of that should fall on the CIL regime versus others? I despair when I take a look at how close or far we are from being able to achieve those targets, and the amount that we are putting on the CIL in this discussion in order to be able to achieve it. We have to build more housing in the city, and there comes a point at which requiring very large amounts of parkland, very large amounts of cash in lieu of parkland become a barrier to building housing. You've mentioned a number of other tools. I'm probably going to have the conversation with Mr. Wary today that we had during the previous parkland discussion at planning last week. How much of our parkland expansion should fall to CIL versus other tools?
Well, I think it's a very particular neighborhood consideration. And that's why we're urging more data on particular neighborhoods. Every neighborhood is different. If you take the example of Vanier, we're 70% renter, 18,000 residents, primarily R4. And so the focus in redevelopment and intensification is evidently focused on the R4, increasing density there. And that's the missing middle, which we think is very important, both in terms of affordability, but also to manage intensification. Because on the other hand, in the western sector of Vanier, we have 3,200 new residential units, apartments, going in the next 3 years. This is a very small area of an already small neighborhood. And so clearly the kind of 25% formula that is now being recommended fits with, we're putting in 37-story tower there, which you approved recently. Another official plan amendment, 32 stories. So certainly that should involve both a mix of CIL money as well as parkland. And I think this is what we're going to get from those two major projects. On the other hand, the office conversions that we're seeing future conversions will, at least as I understand it, benefit from the expansion of the scope to include all new developments, including those not under the Planning Act, but require a building permit. So for example, in that area that I just mentioned, we have 168 new units, and there was no cash in lieu, and of course, no additional parkland. So I think every neighborhood is unique, and a neighborhood-based policy is very important. It has to go beyond the transit approach, I would say.
Very focused answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fleury.
Thank you, Chris. I'll bring you maybe somewhere else in your submission earlier. You were talking about the infill pressures particularly. And I wonder if you've seen a lot of the committee of adjustment issues in the community that are kind of spread two ways, right? One, which is single family home, folks come in and do the 4 townhouses within that lot, and then there's very few trees in the front yard, for example. And then you're seeing also the opposite, which is an accumulation of lots that are being turned into apartment buildings for rental, and both have the issues of seeing a tree canopy lost or issues of protection of green space, new trees on those projects. Can you maybe jump in on that, because you've shared those applications, and we've seen that now in a very high rental area, which I think the city struggles to capture. The city often looks at Westboro or some of the more owner-occupied areas of our city and doesn't properly understand at times the rental, the low-rise rental risks and issues with it.
Well, I certainly think that the low-rise missing middle is really important. We do want to maintain housing choice. So, for example, in our predominant R4 area, we have very limited R1 or R2 areas. We want to see options for people who wish to live in Vanier. At the same time, we have very successful low-rise apartment buildings, well managed, and so on. There's all sorts of things that could be done with those. For example, the large parking lot areas, which could be modified to accommodate more trees, and also even an additional building with a parking garage. And we're seeing that already in one of the low-rise pubs in our area. So that approach. We also have a lot of former malls that are being repurposed, and more that should be repurposed to accommodate higher density and ideally more park space. So I think looking at it, and this is the kind of thing why we thought a secondary plan for all of Vanier was important, so that we can look at these kinds of opportunities and how to manage what is an already high dense neighborhood by any standard. When Vanier was an independent municipality, it was, I think, the second most densely populated municipality in the province. So secondary planning and, as I mentioned, real estate strategies are really important, because we know that a lot of single family homes are going to be replaced by triplexes, by other low-rise developments. Council has directed that a low-rise apartment design guidelines be developed for Vanier, pending the new guidelines. So there are a lot of approaches that need to be taken at the neighborhood level to deal with these. As for the Committee of Adjustment, we generally are supportive of those kinds of applications, but what we're finding is that the R4 limited the size of lots required for intensification, but then we're now seeing applications to further erode or permit much smaller lots where we don't think it's appropriate, because they don't provide the green space or the amenity space for residents.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fleury. Thank you, Chris, for your time.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Bob Brocklebank.
Thank you very much. Community groups have followed with considerable interest a discussion about city's Parkland dedication. There's been sufficient interest to form a little working group, and it's mostly through that working group that I've learned more about Parkland dedication and has guided my comments today. The overriding view is that parks are for people, And this means the more people you have, the greater the need for parks. And that leads us to the alternative method of calculating parkland dedication. Only use of the alternative method will we relate it to our population growth. And moreover, we have to meet this September 18th deadline by passing a new bylaw. And so therefore, I support adoption of the new bylaw. And I don't have particular proposals about amendment, but I do think it's worth noting that the bylaw to be adopted today is probably imperfect and it requires improvement. Here I'd like to just deal with some of the things for improvement if I could. But first, a positive feature in this bylaw as proposed is it provides for parkland conveyance or cash in lieu determined by building permit issuance as well as through development applications. A serious issue with the current bylaw is that parkland dedication is not applied to as of right development, which adds residential density. In implementation of the new official plan, population growth will be accommodated through infill and redevelopment of existing properties. Those additional residents welcome to Ottawa need parks, and such development should contribute to our parkland inventory. Now, one problem with the draft bylaw is the application of caps. They're a sliding scale of 10%, 15%, 25% is proposed to limit parkland dedication for dense multi-story residential buildings. Now, it could be argued that this is an improvement over the flat 10% cap in the present bylaw, but I've heard really no justification for any cap at all. And I'm not pleased to read in the new documentation for this meeting, changed from the one for June the 23rd, that now a 10% cap for development in transit-oriented development zones is now being proposed. What are the criticisms of caps? First of all, it provides an incentive for the erection of tall residential towers on postage stamp properties. Second, in adopting it, we have this high-rise definition which begins at 10 stories, as if we don't have any 30, 40, and 50-story buildings in this city. So I know there are questions over the 60-40 split, and I hope that that will be addressed in the review that will follow, but it is only one example of the problems that we need to consider in the outcoming review. Now, just to give you an idea of some of the issues that I think need to be dealt with in that review, which you might not have considered, I think we should look at new developments such as these super tall buildings. We're going to have more of them. How about buildings constructed on air rights and lease and air rights either sold or leased? How do we do the calculation? The repurposing of the commercial buildings downtown into residential uses is another example. How do we calculate this? We should be measuring the effect of collecting cash in lieu funds on all new density. This is something new. We should be assessing the effect of the caps, not just on the effect on development, but what is the amount of parkland we're generating? What is the amount of cash we're accumulating? We should be analyzing what is the real cost and what is the real effect of some of the exemptions that we're talking about offering. So just to sort of summarize it all, community groups would like to have a real active participation in this review process that goes till the end of 2023. It should be a broad review of the bylaw. But in summary, please move ahead, adopt the new bylaw, meet the deadline, and broaden the subsequent review so we can talk about some of these deficiencies in the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. I'm just going to go question here from Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Bob, for being here. I wanted to talk about caps a little bit. So you raised them, and obviously they're being it's being progressively raised. in the alternative Parkland dedication rate at 25% of land area or value. And so that's one point I know you mentioned, and I'd like to hear more about that. And the second point I'd like to hear more about is in the version of the draft bylaw, and you raised this as well, presented for the June 23rd meeting, possible exemption for affordable housing was included. In the version for the July 7th meeting, that passage was replaced by a maximum or cap of 10% of land value applied to buildings in transit-oriented development zones, as you mentioned. So I just would like you to expand your thoughts on those two pieces, a little bit more on caps and what ideally you see as an outcome when the actual policy is written up following our approval here today.
Well, maybe I should first put on the table my personal prejudice against what I call tax expenditures. That is to say, you grant somebody a special deal so you have lower taxes. That does not fit into your budget calculation. You don't see that those of us who are balding get a special tax rate on our property taxes. You don't see that in your budget calculation. And so you don't know how much it costs. And we see this again and again. We don't know what things really cost. So let's go back to this cap idea. The cap idea is, generally speaking, that we're going to say, oh, well, you built this really tall and expensive building with lots of people in it on a very small piece of property. So therefore, you might even be paying more in Parkland dedication than even the value of the property. Who knows? Don't forget, it's related to 500 dwelling units. So we have this tower that has over 500 dwelling units. We have to produce a hectare of land, right? Maybe you didn't even buy a hectare of land to put up this building. It would be more than 100%. You would think, oh, gee, that's terrible. We can't have a tax that's more than 100%. Ever buy a bottle of vodka? The tax is more than 100% on a bottle of vodka. It costs nothing to produce it. Anyway, the whole idea of caps should be looked at. Now, are we making progress? Yes, because up until now, if you build a super tall building, the maximum that you would ever pay is the value of 10% of the property, the lot on which you built the building. But remember, it's the lot that's the calculation. When I said air rights are a problem, there's no lot for an air rights. So this, imagine that Claridge builds a tall building on top of Rideau Center thanks to an agreement with Fairview Cadillac. What's the lot? Is the lot the whole Rideau Center? That doesn't make any sense. Is the lot just the amount that the building is sitting on? Most buildings have to have at least some side yard, front yard, setback, and so on. I mean, we've got problems that need to be resolved. Okay, so on caps, my question is, we should have a discussion about justifying caps. And that should be a discussion that is carried on in the next 18 months. Meanwhile, we have made progress because a tall building over 10 stories is now paying a maximum of 25%, whereas until recently it was only 10%. Have I begun answering your question, I hope?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Brocklebank. That's very helpful and always pleased to see you here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Menard. Thank you, Mr. Brocklebank. Just before, I just wanted just a slight observation. We have these conversations here. I look at the speakers list. We have a number of individuals that are speaking that feel that communities need more parks, right? No argument. And then we have the other side, which are the builders that are saying, you know, we're charging them too much with, you know, A, B, and C. What we're missing are the people that either live in these buildings, are going to buy these units and use these parks. That's what we miss in these conversations. It's almost like you almost need like a stakeholder board comprised of just new homeowners, first-time homeowners, Maybe they just bought their home in the last 2-3 years. And then people that are prospective new buyers or new renters that are going to be looking at these buildings in the next 2 to 3 years and get their take on some of this stuff, because we always miss that in these conversations. We hear from folks that have no intention to move out of their homes and they're representing communities that are established communities. And then we have the builders. And that's it. And that's the conversation we have. We're really missing a big chunk of Ottawa when we have these discussions here. Anyways, I'm going to pass it back to Glenn.
Thanks, Scott. Our next speaker is Kevin Harper with Minto. Good morning, Kevin.
Good morning, Chair Gower. Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Kevin Harper, and I'm the Director of Infill Development with the Minto Group here in Ottawa. The Minto Group is currently working on a pipeline of more than 800 rental apartment units in the city, with projects in various states of construction and approvals. Next slide, please, Kelly. I have a short presentation. Kelly can put it up on the screen. Excellent. So I wanted to speak this morning to the impact of land development costs on infill development, specifically as it relates to Parkland dedication. The land development costs represent a significant portion of the total project costs, and hence the total cost of each and every residential unit built in the city. To illustrate this, I'd like to use a sample project here. It's a mixed-use mid-rise project on a main street with 227 units. And some of you may recognize this as our Beechwood 2 project, which is currently under construction. Next slide, please, Kelly. As shown here, the total cost of each new apartment in this project is $520,000. If you look at the bottom circled number in the second column. And of that, $350,000 is purely the hard cost to construct it. So the concrete, glass, mechanical, electrical, you can see that in the cost per unit, second column, second bullet. Now, the remaining $170,000 in costs is the result of what we call soft costs. And this includes the price of the land, management fees, financing, and land development costs. The land development costs in this example comprise $34,000 of the cost of the unit. You can see the cost there, the top bullet circled. So what do these costs actually include? Next slide, please, Kelly. As shown here, these costs include development charges, cash in lieu of parkland, in this case, a Section 37 contribution, and the planning application fees. So for this particular project, these costs total some $6.3 million, or about $28,000 of the unit cost. Next slide, please, Kelly. So the cash in lieu of parkland for this sample project totals some $1.24 million under the current bylaw with the 10% cap. This would increase to $1.86 million under the proposed bylaw with a 15% cap for mid-rise development. Now, if this were a high-rise project, and assuming the land value remains equal, which of course it wouldn't, since high-rise land is much more valuable than mid-rise land, then the cost would increase to $3.11 million under the proposed bylaw with the 25% cap. Now, these increases are significant for sure, and they directly impact the affordability of an apartment unit, whether for rent or for sale. Not only that, and it's been mentioned by previous speakers, these costs will be stacked on top of those associated with other provincially mandated and official plan related policy initiatives that are on the horizon. Specifically community benefits charges, inclusionary zoning, high performance development standards, and so on. And the cumulative effect of these initiatives will increase the total cost of each new apartment by tens of thousands of dollars. Now, the development industry continues to grapple with hard costs that are up roughly 30% since 2019, labor shortages, now famous supply chain constraints, and inflated land costs. And now, as we enter a time of rising interest rates and finance carrying costs, it's my opinion that there will be fewer starts as projects in the pipeline are held back until market conditions improve. Next slide, please, Kelly. So despite the doom and gloom, and my apologies for that, that's not my intention, there are certainly some things the city can do to help minimize the impact of the proposed Parkland dedication bylaw on future infill development. First, I think it's important that we recognize federal parkland and green space in the downtown and inner urban transects. The city's parks master plan ignores these resources entirely when it applies a citywide parkland requirement of 2 hectares per 1,000 residents. Just because these lands are federal doesn't mean they don't play an important role in meeting the recreation needs of residents in these transects and even residents citywide. I think to expect private development to help the city catch up to a false shortage of parkland by extracting an exorbitant dedication on every project is a mistake, particularly considering the overall value of these developments in these 2 particular transects. Second, I think it's important to recognize that our downtown is built out, and the demand of 25% parkland dedication on a larger development site completely ignores the reality of city building. Think of any North American city you visited. The downtown neighborhoods generally include 2, maybe 3 large parks, depending on the size of the city, and then a sprinkling of smaller parks. I think we need to take a step back here and focus on these smaller dedications. I'll call them everyday spaces. Speaking of everyday spaces, POPs have come up as part of the conversation. And I think these are of vital importance in the downtown and in urban transects. We've provided these on several of our projects. These spaces create urban moments and experiences in the core. I'm sure these are privately owned and developed, but it means the city doesn't have to maintain, secure, clean, insure the spaces either. And I would also suggest that these spaces should count toward the parkland dedication requirement on any infill project in the core. Finally, I'd like to point out that I think flexibility here is key. The city needs to work with the developers to create these great spaces in our city while ensuring the feasibility and design intent of any development. For instance, this means allowing parking under a parkland dedication to the city, or a design element above if needed. Parkland under a strata scenario should not be an issue in the downtown and urban transects if we want intensification and we also want to increase the amount of parkland at the same time. I'm almost out of time, so I'll leave my presentation there, but I'm happy to respond to any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Councillor Fleury has a question for you.
Too often I'm here speaking about the importance of rental, and Kevin, I want to begin by thanking Minto. It is important to invest in our city's core. It is important to see more rental housing stock being built. I'm going to go back to questions I was asking Lisa earlier, and I don't know if you were on at that point, but is there not kind of the struggle of projects you're working on with the cost of the land and the approach to those sites, rather than what I'm hearing from you is not, hey, if the future is where you want to go, great, that is clear as a city now, but it's the bridge to that that you're highlighting. Is that fair to say?
I think it is. There's been a couple of comments and responses regarding land value and how land value will adjust. And I think it will. It takes time. I think there's 2 issues. One is on the mid and high rise, just the extent or the high level of the cap and the value of that contribution of a particular development. And then I also think on the other side of the equation is just what this does to the affordability, the actual cost of providing a housing unit. I think we'll get to where we want to go. I don't think it needs to be fully on the back of infill development, which is what the city's official plan is trying to encourage. I think there's other ways. There are other tools for sure. This should not be the only one.
What are those tools?
Well, I think, Chris Greenshields raised a good point, right? It's redevelopment on parking lots and stale retail plazas and malls. I think one of the things that GOBA commented on and asked city staff to consider was the issue of encumbrances above and below park space. Why do we not want to have geothermal or a parking garage permitted under a city dedicated park? I think POPs need to play an important role. I know in our Beechwood 2 project, Councillor, there was a significant contribution there of, high quality urban finished space, pavers, planting, lighting, seating. None of that was deducted from the cash in lieu of Parkland requirement for this project, which was $1.2 million. So I think there's a number of different ways that this can work. And my opinion is that, the exaction that's being proposed is really significant. And I know the city has a pretty significant war chest for CIL right now, and that's going to grow. I think just we need to spread the responsibility around a little bit more.
Maybe just to on a final question, or final area of questioning, how far does Minto plan out? Like you were saying, 800 new units or so on. Lisa earlier was saying, projects that have been through pre-consult at the very least. Like, give me a sense, and obviously this you're speaking from a Minto perspective. Like, what decisions could council make now that would not affect the pipeline of projects you have in the works with architects with the specific lands, but really shape your future line of investments? I'm curious to just understand, is it a 1-year thing? Is it a 3-year thing? Is it a 5-year thing? What does that look like?
Great question, Mr. Chair. So for Minto, using Beechwood 2 as an example, the land was acquired in 2019. We went through, our 1.5 years of planning approvals during the pandemic. Site plan approved last Christmas. We're starting construction now. So if you're looking at a year between acquisition and doing all of your studies, 1.5 years in approvals, so you're up to 2.5 years, 3 years to construct. I would say it's a 5-year cycle on a rental project from acquisition of the property to kind of final occupancy and project completion. So the transition is important. Lisa noted it, and you've raised it as well, Councillor Fleury. So, I have two projects and approvals right now, potentially with over 400 units of apartment rental. And, regardless of the new transition clause of a year before the bylaw kicks in on those projects, I mean, they're both high rises, and that's a 2.5 times hit on the cash in the Parkland that I didn't carry in any pro forma. It hasn't been considered by the project. So, in my opinion, anything that has been pre-conned on or is in approvals at this stage should be grandfathered from the bylaw, and the bylaw should apply to any future projects starting at pre-con. But anything that's in the system now should not be affected. Okay. The financials are significant.
I appreciate Kevin. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Curry.
Kevin, first I just want to say thanks for showing your financials. I think that's a good way to start this so we can actually see the numbers. I would just, though, ask you to comment on my thinking here. So the situation we're talking about here right now is a one-time cost. You have to get money to afford that from the banks. The banks have to contemplate whether they want to lend that, what interest rate, CMHC may be involved, what's your amortization in terms of years. But the building's going to stand for 100 years potentially, and you'll have those rents and that income and that mortgage paid off. This is just a one-time cost. Like some of our arguing here, it's as if that this is difficult right now, but it's not going to be difficult for 100 years for builders, and that's why I sort of say, you don't have to take as much profit. You could say, well, right now we may operate at a little bit of a loss or not as much profit. This is an expensive endeavor, but 100 years out, like companies like Minto, companies like all the builders, they don't go in this because it's not a lucrative business. Like my thinking is, I don't know that this may be hard right now, but long term, is it really that difficult?
So, Mr. Chair, that's a fair question, and I heard the earlier discussion you had with one of the previous delegates. So, again, Minto and most of the other developers and builders in the city are not for profits. This is a one-time charge. You know, again, I think there's two things to consider. One is protecting projects that are already in the pipeline, already, you know, in approvals, where discussions with staff are already underway in the community and with the councillors. Those need to be protected, right? Or those projects, you know, late hits. There's always a contingency in a project, and that contingency usually covers things that may go sideways during construction, increase hard costs, but you know, not for a cash in the Parkland. So I think the first thing would be to protect the existing projects that are in the pipeline. And then the second thing I think is, you know, it's hard to come down to a number in terms of setting a cap. You know, we've set 10 at low, 15 at mid, and 25 at high. Some cities may do more, lots of cities do less. I know the consultant study looked at all of that. But they are costs, and they go directly to the cost of a unit. I wanted to point out, Councillor Curry, that Ottawa is not Toronto. I know you've all heard kind of these rule of thumbs or urban legends about $1 million of profit per story on a tower, or $2 million of profit per floor in a tower. I can tell you, after completing 3 projects in the city, that is absolutely not the case. I mean, sure, every developer would love to have a 20% margin on a mid-rise or high-rise project, but I can tell you it's far from that. I mean, Minto is a big machine, Claridge is a big machine. The money those companies make, you know, it's not based on an individual project, it's based on spread across multiple projects. So every little bit adds up. And I think the point I was trying to make, and it was raised earlier, is that unfortunately the timing of these increases in costs is unfortunate, right? Because we have a new official plan with a number of policy-led initiatives. We have, you know, these provincially mandated initiatives, and they're all adding costs in a time when Ottawa is trying to increase housing supply and decrease the cost of that supply. So maybe it's just a matter of bad timing. I don't know, but I think as interest rates rise, and I mentioned this in my presentation, I think we're getting to the end of that sweet spot, particularly for rental, where you know, the low finance charges and carrying fees. I think that time is coming to an end, and that was the sweet spot for rentals, and you've seen it in the cranes on the skyline. We have thousands and thousands of units in the pipeline, which is a great thing for Ottawa. We desperately need those. We've gone 4 decades without rental housing being built for a number of reasons. And I just think we should do everything we can to try to help those projects continue and not turn off the tap on them. I hope that answers your question, Councillor.
It does. And I can appreciate that, you know, retroactively applying this is not really fair. I get that. But anyways, thanks for that. This is a discussion that could go on and on. So we'll just stop there. But thanks so much for your honesty.
You're very welcome.
Councillor Leeper.
Thanks, and it could obviously be an all-afternoon discussion, so I'll keep it relatively short. But I'm taking a look at the development that you're proposing at the corner of Parkdale and Wellington, which will add, I don't know, 300 new residents, maybe a couple more, into an area that simply doesn't have any potential for more parkland, except on a very, very expensive basis. The addition of those residents is going to pressure Parkdale Park, it's going to pressure Hintonburg Park, it's going to pressure Reed Park. In order for us to mitigate that, we need to acquire more green space. Why shouldn't the cap be higher for high-rise buildings that are being built in the areas that are already under the most pressure in terms of offering a level of green space to residents, both new and existing?
Yeah, Chair, that's a fair question, Councilor Leeper, for sure. And I get staff's approach on this. More people are coming into an area. That means we need more parkland or more recreation resources. The problem is that where this intensification is happening is that it's in an existing context. We're in a built form, like we're in an existing city. LRT runs through existing city for the most part, and we're putting up buildings close to that and around stations, and that's exactly how it should happen. And staff's made the adjustment on the land first policy by dropping the land to 10% in TODs, which is absolutely required. Why would you take the most valuable land in the city around a station and ask for 25% of that to be dedicated as parkland? I mean, it makes no sense. So, but I think, and I tried to make the point, Ottawa's very lucky in being a capital city and having the Grey Bear plan and implementation by the NCC. We have lots of park and open space land in the city. In your ward, Councilor Leeper, you benefit more than others, I think. So if I'm coming from outside of the city and I want to buy a home, or even if I'm looking to move and I want to go downtown, I'm not really thinking about city recreation resources. I don't see the difference between municipal and federal. I want to be near the canal where I can run or bike. I want to be near the Ottawa River where I can run or bike or ski in the winter. The city has great parks, and adding parks is difficult when an existing urban context exists and the cost of land is so high. So I guess what I'm saying is that I think a blanket 2-hectare target per 1,000 residents citywide just doesn't work in a dense urban setting. And the downtown transect and interurban transect, we shouldn't be aiming for 2. We have access to lots of federal lands on top of existing city facilities, and there's other ways, I think, and POPs are a good contribution to that, albeit they're small. And you made the point earlier about them being perceived as private, but if they're on a street corner, I don't know how I would perceive not being able to use that space, but I think, and I mentioned it with Councillor Fleury, I think there's other ways, and parkland dedication, I don't think is the only way.
It is an elephant in the room in terms of the availability of federal land, especially, right?
Absolutely.
It's okay.
Yeah, I get all this. Like so I'm a professional planner. I worked in the public sector consulting, for over 20 years before I came to Minto. So I get why all of this stuff is needed. I get inclusionary zoning. I get parks master plans. I've done all that stuff. I get it. The issue is that it's all happening all at once in a time with incredibly high costs to build, and now we're having higher interest in carrying costs. So it's just, there needs to be some transition and some thought as to other tools that can use to contribute to the need for parkland.
I think we need a full set of tools as well. But if your building goes up at Parkdale and Wellington, those folks don't have anywhere to walk their dog. It's a challenge.
Yeah, agreed. And I mean, all of our projects, we try to include a pet relief area, right? Because dogs need grass. So yeah. There's one proposed in the winter for that one, but agreed. It's a hike, right? It's a hike to the nearest park.
It is. Okay, thank you, Chair. Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you. And yeah, there is a lot of NCC land, but you can't really build a pickleball court next to the Sir John A, even as much open space as you have. It doesn't have the flexibility that city-owned land would have for parks. I have a really quick question, Kevin, and thank you for your time today. You mentioned, and Lisa Della Rosa mentioned earlier, flexibility for things like a park on parking. I just want to clarify, do you mean an at-grade park just on top of an underground parking garage? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, exactly. So there were a couple things that we specifically mentioned with staff during our conversations, and one of them was encumbrances. So the land first policy does not permit encumbrances from heaven to hell, as we like to say, right, or strata, for the parkland dedication. In other words, you can't have a parking garage beneath a park or any kind of extension, architectural or otherwise, into the space above it. And in the downtown core, if you want a city-owned park or plaza, that's pretty much the only way to do it. Otherwise, you're shoving all the development and services and underground infrastructure for that project to the outside edges, to the corners at great cost, right? You're affecting the ability to park the development or service the development. And the park ends up being the driving design force of the development rather than the buildings themselves. So there needs to be flexibility there. Absolutely. That's one that GOBA members raised. And then the other, I think, is, again, these pops are not inexpensive to build. The one at the corner of 5th and Bank was $250,000, $300,000. And yet, our cash in the parkland contribution there was $880,000. There was no credit for the effort provided, even though there's right to pass, public right to pass over private land. So it's another one that was unfortunately left out of the bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Leeper, did you have another question, or was that a legacy hand?
It was kind of legacy. I just wanted to make sure if we were to pass this bylaw today, there is the potential for changes moving forward to council, which I understand will be in late August. There is also the potential for changes in next steps around our parkland acquisition and urban parkland strategy in the next term of council to do things like count POPs toward land counts, for example. And I just want to make sure that that was clear, I guess, that we can do things like consider encumbered parkland as counting towards the CIL, or using encumbered land in subsequent steps. Today is not the be all and the end all of this discussion.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, Councillor Leeper. And I think the more flexibility that our staff has and that builders have to find opportunities for green space and parks, it's something we definitely need to explore. So I don't know if a direction later on might be appropriate as something to add to the work plan for next term, but I think it's a great idea to make sure that's staying open as an option. So glad you raised it. Seeing no more questions for Kevin. So thank you, Kevin, for joining us today. Our next speaker is Neil Malhotra. Neil, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you? So I think some others have covered a lot of things I was planning to speak to, but so maybe just a little conversation about what the role of high-rise housing plays in the city of Ottawa. It's often perceived as being this place of luxury, and that is not the role of high-rise housing in Ottawa, traditionally going in the past and going forward. High-rise housing is primarily where most of the small units are built in the city of Ottawa. Studios, 1 bedrooms, smaller 2 bedrooms, and done through sort of the most affordable units available for purchase in the city, as well as supplying the rental housing market. The majority of rental housing going up right now is in high-rise form. What does that mean? Those are the housing forms that service young people, service new Canadians. And what this policy does, in conjunction, some of the documents I've sent around to everybody, we're not having this conversation in relation to some of the other policies in discussion coming forward, and some in the next term of council, and some coming sooner than later. We're starting to overburden the units that are closest to being affordable in the city right now. Roughly the cost of a new unit at a transit station in a high rise in the future is going to be $120, $130 more a square foot. Those who think land value can adjust to that is mathematically impossible. To make a project work, somebody is going to have to sell me a piece of land and give me $30 a square foot of buildable area to make that work in today's market. To give some context on the condominium market, what it is in Ottawa, past 18 months, there's been 500 new condominiums sold in most of that time in one of the craziest housing markets ever seen. It's already become too expensive of form and people are generally rejecting. The market is generally rejecting condominium as a major source of housing. You know, the comparison is, you know, in the suburbs, we've built thousands of homes in that same time period. This going forward would make condominium projects unworkable at transit station. Now, you say fine and dandy, we don't really like them or we don't want them, that's fine. But the reality is we have the same number of people coming and moving to the city. And we're asking these people to contribute so much more in their housing to support infrastructure that, you know, nobody's going to dispute more parkland is always going to be needed as people are moving. But questions at the end, you can question whether the developers can reduce their profit and do that. The reality is these costs are going to pass through the system. That's just the reality. And the alternative is projects just don't get built. Companies like Claridge, companies like Minto, Ridgecraft, Tamarack, the major high-rise builders in the city are also home builders. I mean, what I'm planning for in the future, if these policies come forward, is we're going to be building a lot more housing in the suburbs. And it's not necessarily going to be by choice, but it's just where the market demand is going to shift. You can set the high-rise rate at 20, 25%. It's all a little too much of a burden to create housing at transit and in main streets and where we want to put the high-rise housing because of the nature of the units that need to be built there. The official plan is reinforcing that we want those small units built at transit stations, but we're making them so burdened it's going to become impossible. People cannot afford housing in the city right now. The housing market has become very slow. Interest rates are a major contributor to that, but the fact of the matter is housing has become too expensive in this city. To overburden the housing at the transit stations or high-rise forms is going to be hurting. It's not hurting the developers, it's hurting people who can barely afford housing now. That's the reality of the situation. Is there an easy answer to how to resolve some of the infrastructure shortfalls? No, there isn't. I mean, to be honest, the reality is some of it's got to be ratepayer based, some of it's got to come from other places. But if we truly want to have a city that's driven by intensification and moving people to the transit stations, making it the most expensive place to develop is not the solution. If you believe, if the environment is of your greatest concern, this policy is actually going to trigger a great more deal of housing in the suburbs, eventually going to trigger more and more lands needing to be brought in as official plan reviews occur. We are going the opposite direction of what the policies of the official plan are asking for. And it's not necessarily the city's fault. It's not the developer's fault, not the community's fault. There's macro issues going on in worldwide economy. But if we want to see a successful official plan in the next 5 years, 10 years, the reality is we are pushing people away from transit stations. We are pushing them to the suburbs. At the end of the day, people have to be able to afford the mortgage to cover these things. If they can't, they're not going to get built. And we're already seeing prior to these policies putting in place, condominiums are not getting built. We've seen some success in the last 5 years in construction of rental housing, but that is also coming to a grinding halt. I know of projects where they've already started construction that have come to a stop because of the change of interest rates and the cost of inflation. I don't see a lot of new projects starting in this. And the reality is the housing that is still going to get built. It's just going to get built in a way that the official plan is hoping it's not being built.
Neil,
and that's the reality.
You're at time. I think you're at the end anyways, but there
I'm at the end.
a few questions for you. Councillor Curry is up first.
Thanks, Neil. I'm finding this hugely interesting, these conversations here. Maybe these other meetings just weren't as exciting, but this one's good. My question is, but say if the banks said, okay, no, we're good with 99-year mortgages. CMHC says, you know, never mind the 25, but 40, 50, 60. Like other countries have multi-generational mortgages. Like we just aren't doing that in Canada yet. Say if they did that. Say if, I understand the banks make more money that way, but say if. I just don't think that this is, you know, it all hinges on this perfect storm we have right now.
The reality of the situation is that doesn't exist here yet. And there's no indication that that's going to exist in the future. CMHC has done some things where they're allowing 50-year mortgages on rental housing. But the consumer market is, you know, consumers are not being given even, barely giving 30 years is difficult to get today. So that's just not a market reality. It's just not. And in the midst of a housing crisis where we have such a housing shortfall, and we have 2 million immigrants coming to this country, and Ottawa is going to get more than its fair share of those immigrants. The reality is, in the short term, we don't have the ability to let the market pause right now on construction and wait for the market to absorb all this. The reality is, like I said earlier, somebody would have to give me money to take land right now to develop under these future policies. If these are all put in place, the inclusionary zoning is put in place with the CBC, with this increased cash flow, to do a high-rise development at a transit station will be the most expensive place for me to develop. I'm fine doing it if there's a market. I just don't believe people are prepared to pay for it. And that's the reality. And that's already in the market. People are not prepared to pay the increased cost of construction right now, or the increase in land values. The market's rejecting the cost to develop a condominium right now. We're not selling condominiums in the city. It's not Toronto. Toronto's selling 25,000, 30,000 condominiums a year. We sold 100 this year. We sold 500 in the last year and a half. It's not a hugely accepted form of home ownership at the current cost. It's pushing people out further. We're lucky we collect some tax base if we push them to Canada. It's more problematic. We're pushing them to Kemptville and Carleton Place and Rockland and other places. We're not even getting their tax base. They still live in the city. They're still using our roads. They're using our services, but we're not collecting their tax base. We're not collecting the development charges. So that's the reality of the situation. We can talk about theoreticals. This has got to change the macro. This got to change the macro. But I'm telling you, as somebody whose business is based in the suburbs and based in downtown, it shifts. We shift with what the market demand shifts. And to put, $50,000, $100,000 of extra costs on a studio apartment downtown at a train station is going to push somebody to saying, well, I'm closer to being able to afford the walk-up apartment in the surface parking lot in the suburbs. That's easier for me to afford. I'm going to have to make that choice. It's not a choice we want people to make. We don't want to have disincentive for people to live at transit, which is what's starting to happen. 20 years ago in the city of Ottawa, we had to create incentives to get people to live downtown. We had to, I believe it was Jackie Holzman, had development charges waived downtown prior to the super city being created. We've gone the opposite, where it's going to become more expensive to develop downtown. And there's other issues that aren't even in this discussion yet. Infrastructure master plan consultation has already said, we have no idea what the cost of intensification is. We need to charge more costs just to figure out what the cost of intensification is going to be on our infrastructure. There's greater and greater issues coming down the pipeline. We have a development charge review coming, I believe, in next year. Significant increases are coming. People already know significant increases are coming. The transit automatically creates a significant increase in development charges. These are things people cannot afford. And Scott's very right. We're not hearing from the people who are trying to get into these units, because most of them aren't here. Mm-hmm. Most of them are stuck in other countries. They're going to immigrate here. They're going to have to be refugees here. I think for most people, your situations, people have kids who are getting to the age of having to buy a house or looking for housing, getting out of their house. Just have those conversations with your kids. I think everyone has those conversations. It's impossible for people to stay in the city of Ottawa right now, unless they're making $150,000 a year. It's gone crazy. And to tax future new development like this is just going to create more and more disincentive, make it harder for people to be able to find housing.
Mm-hmm. Neil, honestly, I hear you. It's just that this is up against not having more parks, and, when I grew up, there was a huge park around the apartment buildings all around where I lived, and it was the key. It was the key to all of us having a great childhood. So that's the problem I have here, because I think there are other solutions, but I do hear what you're saying. Thank you very much.
Yeah, there aren't too many areas that haven't had new parks built in the last 10 years. There really aren't, And on top of that, there's $37 million plus sitting in city coffers for CIL. It's not being spent. I'm not sure what the reason is. I hear the land is too expensive, but some of that money can be put out. You may have a bigger issue with allocation. Perhaps more needs to be put into the ward funds rather than into the general coffers. That might be the issue. But the reality is there's a lot of money sitting there. There are parks. There are new parks coming in Centertown. There are new, huge significant in Capital Ward of money was put into Lansdowne. There's more money going into Brewer. There are parks being put everywhere. I think in Kitchissippi is probably the one place where they probably have the most challenge for parks right now, just because of the level of intensification. But even then, there will be some parks coming in time. I know we've dedicated one on a proposal. So I'm not sure there is actually this huge shortfall in parks. And if the shortfall is going to be created because of increased intensification, well, this money is going to prevent that intensification. Like, so you can make it 25%, but 25% of zero is zero. I'm not sure we're going to further the goals that we're trying to move forward on.
I have looked at those high amounts sitting there too. And that's a different conversation, but anyway, thanks a lot, Neil.
Councilor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Neil, for the presentation. We have a target of 2 hectares of active parkland per 1,000 people. And there's only 3 transects that we're not meeting that in. And that's downtown, the inner urban and suburban south. And so those are the areas that, we've got some work to do. Lansdowne, of course, we're going to be losing park space potentially in the future. And certainly appreciate the conversation around costs. And I do want to, talk about that a bit. What is your understanding right now of what the TOD zones will require as a cap?
Well, I think there's been a bit of a misnomer on that discussion a couple of times today. So there was a change. I believe it's now the Parkland first is limited to 10%, but the remaining 15% still to be paid in cash.
Right. And so on the affordable housing piece, though, which we're targeting for TOD, what's your understanding of those? Because, I mean, obviously inclusionary zoning coming in, there's going to be affordable. We have to define that, but affordable in the TOD. So you don't think that's going to change sort of the payback of those areas that we're trying to develop when we're considering affordable housing going in TOD?
What do you mean by change the payback?
Well, just in terms of the policy that we're bringing forward, and it's probably something that staff needs to jump in on, because my understanding is the new bylaw would replace the cap, which limits parkland dedication to 10% of the land area of any development writ large. But on TOD zones, there's a difference when it's considered affordable, and that cap, when it's affordable housing, would be 10%. Is my understanding. So I just want to get clarity on that, because I think what you're saying is important, right? There's a couple things. The DC charges, they're out of whack. There's a huge advantage in Ottawa to build a single family home or single unit home compared to everywhere else in the province of major cities. That should probably change. You should probably lower our multi-unit DCs and increase our single unit, if that's what we're saying we want, right? So agree with you on that. But on these changes around TOD zones, you're saying that we're not going to be incentivized to have development go there as a result of some of the policies coming in recently, which I think are actually, they're fairly tinkering on the margins compared to your other costs, your construction costs, for example, which are obviously the largest costs. But I don't know that we're actually accurate on how much we're going to be charging for new development in transit-oriented development zones when it's considered affordable, which majority of them are supposed to be having some affordability baked in as a result of inclusionary zoning. So I just want to get on the same page as that. Staff would be helpful probably in this conversation with that too. But I guess your understanding is you're up to 25% potentially in those TOD zones, and I didn't see that. So.
Yeah, no, that's I think written right into it, the 25%. So yeah, it's a combination of all these policies. They're happening a little bit in a vacuum of each other, right? And that's an issue. But if we're concerned about getting people to live at the transit stations, the burden can't be $100 plus a square foot more than otherwise, right? And that's the thing. This isn't, despite the belief, high-rise housing is not this big thing in the city of Ottawa. It's not this huge thing. It's very limited market. It's not being pumped out in a significant way. There's a little boom in rental construction strictly when there was a low interest rate environment. That low interest rate environment's already gone. So it's very challenging, and we're making it very hard to build this stuff. Like, okay. I am the biggest advocate for it. We've been building the most of it over the last 10, 15 years. I'm just trying to make it clear to everybody that it's not me that's going to decide not to do it. It's going to be the market. They can't afford now, and they're not going to choose to pay even more to live at the transit station. The benefit's not there. Factor in, I mean, you're dealing with macro issues like potentially a totally decentralized downtown because the majority of the workforce doesn't come back to work there. Like there's significant issues in changing the draw for people to live downtown and to move to transit stations is going away as work to home increases. So there's a whole bunch of issues, and we just got to be really careful. I mean, if we choose that we want to have these really expensive policies at transit station, it's just not going to have the intensification work. It's just
I think
financial realities. It's not me. It doesn't affect me. It doesn't affect Minto. It doesn't affect Richcraft. We're going to respond to the market. We're going to build the units where people demand. Our businesses are based on wherever the demand goes. If we have to build more houses, which is what we've done the last 2-3 years, that's what happens. So the market's going to drive it.
Yeah, and I mean it's fine to say that, and I think we're going to experience that reality. The market's a lot bigger than municipal fees, way bigger, much more affected by trends outside of fees that will play into this. And I just there's a sliding scale that's been proposed by staff here, right, of 10, 15, or 25% of the land area or the value. And so previously the cap would limit Parkland dedication to 10% of the land area of any development. We're expecting tall buildings in our TOD. So even at a higher level, the scale does represent an incentive for super tall buildings, right? In those TOD.
No, it doesn't. It's the opposite. It's the opposite. Where the higher buildings are being charged way more. But you're assuming land value is the same whether I'm on a mid-rise or high-rise. So cash in lieu 10% is historically based on the appraised value of the land, which reflects the development rights. So a higher building has a higher land base, higher appraisal it's working from. So that already captured the difference between a high-rise and a low-rise. If I build a 50-story, the appraisal is going to be higher than when I build a 30-story than when I build a 20 or when I build a 10. So it's already captured. So this 25% is actually has a multiplying effect because the land value is already 1x, 2x, 3x, whatever it may be, depending on the size of the building. And then we're putting another 15% burden on top of it versus a low-rise construction. So it's not just, these people are not just paying 2.5 times the assessment rate. They're also paying a higher land value on top of it. So the costs become, it's a multiplied effect. It's not a 2.5 times effect. It's actually going to be a 4 or 5 times effect by the time it's done. And so we already had a progressive tax in place.
Yeah, I think that the cap will incentivize larger buildings, more units that will be created there, because if you've got a cap, you're going to want to go higher and create more units. So you're going to try to get as much height as you can and as possible in those TOD areas to potentially offset. And that's what we're saying we're going to allow in those TOD areas is a lot more height and a lot more units and density. And so, the math is going to be tricky, perhaps. It'd be good to hear from staff on this and how we make it work. But I appreciate your perspective and hearing from you today at committee. So thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much. I do just want to quickly say, with respect to the cash balances in some of the wards, land is expensive to acquire. I've just acquired a parcel. I think it's just a little under 400 square meters to build a park. That's $1 million, and that's before demolition and actually constructing the park. So those CIL balances can be wiped out fairly clearly if we're pursuing things like acquisition. Neil, what about having a slightly higher rate in terms of the cap, but spread across all 3 building typologies? So a 12% cap on low, mid, and high, or a 13% cap on mid, low, and high, and then rejig the CIL distribution formulas to try to make the parkland acquisition possible in urban areas.
I think that's a more reasonable approach. Like I said, I think the reality is land appraisal actually captures the difference in different building typologies at the end of the day. Should everybody be contributing about the same? Probably at the end of the day. Yeah, the housing form should be created, should be contributing equal amounts. That's the reality. I have a hard time with a policy that the people who are paying $400,000 or $500,000 are contributing more than the people building $3 million homes.
Okay. Yeah, questions for staff. Neil, thank you very much.
Thanks, Neil. This conversation, it's almost like deja vu from our inclusionary zoning in a way, where it's almost an analogy or a stand-in for a larger discussion about land value, land economics. You've articulated quite well, and many other speakers have, this clash of priorities: building more homes, building new homes, building apartments, building affordable housing. And then I think what we're trying to respond to as a committee is there's more to building a city than just building homes. We need parkland, we need transportation, we need all sorts of amenities. I was going to ask this rhetorically, but I think it's actually a serious question. Do people buying homes, apartments, condos, do they not care about having enough park space? Like, don't you think if we get 10 years from now and people don't have enough swimming lesson spots to enroll in, or enough swing sets in the local park, or enough soccer fields for kids to play in, or enough benches to relax on in the summer, are they not going to be resentful of our council for not having the foresight to properly fund park space?
100% in terms of like we're community builders. Nobody wants deficient communities or neighborhoods. Not Claridge, not Minto, not Ridgecraft. Like we don't. We want good communities. Claridge, we've been on large sites, very much supportive. I like we show up with Parkland first in our initial concepts. We want those parks in those communities. The question is, how much new development can afford to contribute? So I don't think it's a question of, are we building housing versus infrastructure at the end of the day? Like, it's a question of, where is this housing going to get built? If the housing is going to get built one way or the other, there's too many people coming to the city. Question is, where do we want it to be built? Personally, my read on these costs being added on through these different policies is it's going to financially push people to the suburbs. It's going to be too expensive to purchase something at transit because too many regulatory burdens are being added in the process. I'm not sure if you asked a 28-year-old who's struggling to buy a place today, if they're that concerned about contributing enough parkland to make the existing community happy versus having enough parkland to make the new building satisfied. And I'm not sure they are that concerned if that means they can't afford their mortgage, or they can't afford their mortgage to buy something for the first time, or they can't afford to rent at what new buildings cost to rent today. So I think the group think is always going to say, hey, more parks, more this, more that, everything sounds great. They're all things we all know are needed. The question is, it's who's paying for it at the end of the day. And if they can't afford to pay for it, and we're, again, hitting units that are generally the smallest units being built in the city, closest to being affordable, and they're getting hit with the burden, you're shifting them away from living at transit. You're shifting away from living in high-rise forms. They have to go find something they can afford. At the end of the day, people can only afford so much. And that's just the reality. And that's going to shape where housing gets built, because the housing is going to have to get built. The people are coming. That's not going to change. I mean, our official plan is already a few 100,000 people short of what current projections are for our population. So it's just a question of, will people pay all those extra costs to make the choice, the right choice, to live at transit? The reality is, I'm not sure, because right now they're not making that choice to live in infill areas right now. The overwhelming, it's like 9 to 10 units are being built in the suburbs versus in the city when it comes to at least ownership. So we don't have a trend where there's lots of people moving to transit right now. We just don't.
Okay, thanks, Neil. I'm actually going to have a motion later, because I am concerned. You mentioned earlier these policies, these fees, charges in a vacuum, and I appreciate that. I don't think any of us have a really strong, well, with everything, the volatility of the market, I am concerned about what this means for development. So I'll have a motion later on about reviewing that so we can bring them together and not look at these things as individual policy pieces or individual charges, but be able to take a holistic look at it. There's one more question from Councillor Fleury.
Thank you, Chair. And, having lived the consequences of poor generational planning at Amalgamation, I'm not blaming any developer for the fact that I have to register at Plant Recreation Center for a morning class for my son. I don't think that is the spirit of, a new homeowner moves into a neighborhood and sees the amenities that aren't there and adjusts accordingly. Fortunately, I have privilege to do that, but many families don't. But back to the spirit of what you were describing, Neil, would a series of interventions here, I think Jeff was onto something relating to equal pressure across all zones. I heard you. I'm a big booster of rental. You know that. I think we should incentivize rental in all shape, forms, and areas. And then you jumped in and really keep making reference to the transit hubs. And I wonder if we could just go briefly through all these pockets. So if we are to apply the financial pressure or the space pressure to all zones, what does that look like? What does that look like from if we look at the Claridge portfolio, you building out in, I don't know, where are you building out these days, right? And versus an urban property.
What does it look like? At least you have an element of fairness if it's shared burden across everyone. Like I said, the new official plan is the challenge is the new official plan is basically limiting high rise to transit nodes, right? And so unintended, when we talk about high rise, we're essentially talking about transit oriented development going forward. So a more balanced approach is not a bad way to go. It's probably the right way in terms of fairness. And again, not making sure we're not overburdening. Like I said, the high rise is servicing people, in middle financial quartiles. Overburdening them is a big issue. They can't afford housing right now. So by having 25% on high rise in TODs, whether it's even it's limited 10% in land and 15% in cash, it's still going to flow through the project cost to get units built. And so they're really being overburdened in the process. You couldn't make a rental project work with that. And IZ is at least exempt in that particular case, or supposed to be. I think was the theory. What was in the
so far for the rental
passed is the directions. Yeah, but it's challenging just to have it on high rise at that extent. It just kills the market. There is no market as it is. So whatever's left of the market is snuffed out. And then you get into, well, again, like I said, the housing still gets built in other places. So, a 12% shared burden is probably more realistic than having a 25% burden on tall buildings.
Okay. What could be the intervention? So if we were to apply an equal rate, but then consider, hey, how to favor rental near transit, what does that look like from your picture in the for the report that's in front of us?
What does it look like? You've got different tools, how you want to create the incentives. If you need to,
you made reference to the Jackie Holzman days. Like when I came in, I think your property on Rideau was the last one benefiting from that DC waiver, if I'm correct. How much of an incentive was that DC waiver to build on Rideau?
Significant. There was, listen, I started in the business in 2000. There was no high-rise construction in Ottawa at that time. The DC waivers allowed some projects to start getting built with time. And it started to create the momentum where it was possible to develop inside the old city of Ottawa again, especially in Centertown. It was significant. Do we need a full incentive at this stage? No, but I also don't need to pay $100 a square foot more to build a transit station at the end of the day, between IZ and between Parklands and everything. I don't need to have the cost to build at the station to be so much higher than to build anywhere else. at the bare minimum, it should be equal in terms of municipal burdens. We can't control some of the issues. None of us can control what the construction cost is going to be. None of us can control the labor market. None of us can control what CMHC does with mortgages. But where the city can help is at least keeping that as a reasonably level playing field. So at least if the market's, at least so that the market actually pushes towards the transit, because there's economic benefits for somebody to live at transit. Problem is, the costs are getting so great, it's going to offset, the cost you would save by riding transit instead of having a car is out the window when you're spending, another $300-400 a month on your mortgage to live at transit.
I think one of the conversations that we're not having, I mean, we didn't have directly, and it's not, back to Scott's earlier point around who are we not hearing from? We're not hearing from the resident who's making those choices. And I've been in that case. I grew up in Sandy Hill. I have friends who used to live in Sandy Hill. They love to live in Sandy Hill. They bought in Limoges. And you ask why? Property value. They moved to Chelsea. Why? Well, I don't have to commute downtown every day. They move out to, Kempville, Armstrong, wherever, right? They move out of the city. And in Perth. Perth is like a beautiful gathering area now. So I think, Neil's talking to us as the city of Ottawa, but the policies we make and the costs we put on housing actually expand our pressure into the greater region. So we have to be sensitive to that. And it's unfortunate sometimes because the policies we make locally should be done across municipalities as well, so that we're not forcing that into, oh, well, why don't I just move out of the city of Ottawa to not pay that DC or to not, but then benefit from all of the access to our libraries, to our roads, to so on. I think there's a bigger conversation here, but I think, Neil, you've hit, for what's the report in front of us, you'd hit the fairness piece. We don't want to disincentivize what the OP wants to do. I think that's a very important message that you're sharing here. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. Yep, looking at the whole commuter shed, which extends much larger than our city limits. Councillor Leeper again.
Thanks. I'm not suggesting this would be a good thing, but is there not a relatively affluent and large demographic that would be able to afford the rents and prices in the transit areas that still make economic sense for you to move ahead and complete projects, thus adding to supply?
No, again, sir, come back to my original comments today. That high-rise housing does not support, is not fulfilling demand in high-income demographics for the most part. Limited in a very, very limited way it is, but the majority of the housing that's built in high-rise form is in small form units targeted at young professionals, most in condos, buying their first home. $400,000, $600,000. The majority of condos are not multi-million-dollar things. It's not the reality. Those people are buying the duplexes in your neighborhood, Jeff.
But I've got the Mizrahi project, for example, going up at the corner of Island Park in Richmond. There are some additional sort of large unit multi-res that are going in because people want to live in Westboro. They want to live in Hintonburg. They want to live in these great neighborhoods. Surely some of that development is going to continue to move ahead, unfortunately, just appealing to the people who can afford to live in those kind of urban environments if they so choose. But you're saying no.
It's maybe 5% of the condo market in the last short-term few years, and even in the last 20-year horizon. People choose, they're choosing low-rise forms of housing, people who have high incomes.
Is that going to change with the changing demographics, the age demographics of our population as seniors downsize, for example?
Very minimally. When traditionally downsizers are going into smaller units because they're spending more time at recreational properties when they downsize.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Leeper, and thank you, Neil, for joining us today and answering many questions. Our next speaker on the list is Jeff Parks, but I believe he is not here. So after Jeff, it is Bria Aird, and I'm going to hand over the chair to Councillor Moffat.
you, Chair Moffat. My name is Bria Aird, and I'm a planner at FOTEN, and I'm speaking today on behalf of Schlegel Villages. And I just want to note my colleague Brian Casgrande is also here. He doesn't have a separate presentation, but he'll be available to answer questions along with me. So I'm adjusting my comments a little bit because of motion 3 that recognizes residential care facilities. So I want to thank staff and planning committee for that motion, because it does bring a lot more clarity to the questions that Schlegel Villages had about the new bylaw. Schlegel Villages develops and manages a continuum of care seniors communities across Ontario. So these communities provide a full range of care. They include independent apartments within a retirement home, and then increasing levels of supportive care again in that retirement home, all the way to long-term care. And they really use a campus of care seniors hub model, where services can also be provided to the surrounding community, and there's an attempt for integration. Schlegel Villages has partnered with the Ottawa Hospital for their first Ottawa project. That's a new community on the Riverside campus. It's in site plan control right now, so it won't be subject to the new bylaw, but Schlegel Villages is looking to future potential projects in Ottawa. There are still some questions and some areas of concern that Schlegel has with the new bylaw. So, within the continuum of care model, all of the long-term care and majority of retirement units fall within the definition of residential care facility, as 80% of the retirement suites do not have full kitchens and rely on congregate dining, and care is... Oh, sorry, I realized my phone was not there. Everyone can hear me?
Yeah, now you're just a lot more clear.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Sorry about that. Sorry, I'll just go back. All the long-term care home units will fall within the residential care facility, and the majority of retirement suites will also fall within that definition. So that clarity is really helpful. And as I'm sure all members of committee are aware, long-term care homes are critically needed to serve people in our community who need care, and also to ease the crunch on hospital beds and really facilitate the functioning of our health system. And continuum of care communities are best practice because they allow for greater integration with the community and minimize disruption to residents as their care needs change. So recognizing this, other Ontario municipalities have provided further relief as compared to the new bylaw. Toronto exempts long-term care homes entirely from Parkland dedication, and Brampton, Mississauga, and Kingston apply a 2% rate to these uses. And that's not I haven't done a comprehensive review. That's just pulling some examples. So we're requesting consideration for that lower rate in Ottawa. And there's a few reasons that we're looking to that and why other municipalities apply a lower rate. In the case of long-term care homes, the funding streams are highly regulated. So there's not even opportunities to absorb costs or pass them on to residents, which means that any costs imposed by the municipality do directly impact the viability of projects. And then in the case of retirement suites, as you've been hearing from other speakers today, the costs are passed on to the residents, and it impacts affordability. The other reason has to do with what is provided on site and the needs of residents for Parkland. So the Ministry of Long-Term Care requires secure landscaped amenity space to be integrated into all long-term care facilities for resident well-being and safety. And Schlegel Villages in their communities goes well above and beyond what's required by the ministry and the zoning bylaw to provide park-like outdoor amenity space. So that's accessible to all residents as well as members of the public, and they have decades of experience in designing and operating these amenity areas to respond really directly to the needs of residents. And that's because many residents can't access municipal parkland because of distance, because of dementia, physical frailty. So they really need space that's right on their parkland. In terms of the sort of outstanding questions we have, one is just a clarity use. The definition of residential use in the bylaw still speaks to a building that contains one or more dwelling units, and we just want to understand how that's going to be applied. And the other questions have to do with sort of their campus of care partnership model. So questions about how the Parkland dedication bylaw will be applied when the development area is sort of a smaller leased portion of a larger campus, and as well as when there's partnerships between nonprofit and for-profit groups. So we just request that planning committee consider a reduced rate for residential care facilities consistent with other municipalities across Ontario, and sort of the function and needs of this type of use, and to consider a mechanism for the city to credit projects that do provide amenity area that's above and beyond minimum requirements, particularly where it's integral to the building program. thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you, Bria. Appreciate your time here. I don't see any questions from members of committee. So thank you again.
Thank you.
And now you mentioned Brian Casaranda is here, but that's a separate presentation.
It's not. So he was here just to assist me in answering questions. So if there's no questions for either of us, then.
Oh, so I don't have to call him on to listen to him?
Just unless you want to hear his voice.
No, I don't. So we're all good.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Brian will appreciate that. It's all good. Okay, so our next speaker then will be Angela Keller-Herzog, followed by Jason Bergreff, followed by Robert Brinker. Assuming they're all here.
Angela might just need to accept the prompt.
Okay.
She is joining now.
Good morning, Angela.
Hi there. Good morning. Sorry that prompt took a while to appear. There's a lag somehow.
It's all good.
So I sent in a visual presentation with many pictures, so I'm waiting for that to pop up. So since you've started the timer, maybe I'll start talking. I'm Angela Keller-Herzog, the Executive Director of Cafes. And as the cover slide, which we've skipped now, tells you, is I'm here to speak to the Parkland First policy, which is actually a different document from a lot of the interesting discussion that we've been having. Next slide, please. I think that most of you know cafes. We've been around for over 10 years and usually address environmental and climate issues, representing residents from all parts of Ottawa. Next slide, please. So I'm going to speak briefly to consultation, but then mostly to the intersection and targets that underlie this policy, this land first policy, and the need for small parks. Next slide, please. Next slide. So the roots of the land first policy are not actually in the Parkland dedication, but were long foreseen as an implementation piece supporting the new official plan. And community has been part of very specific discussions about small parks and neighborhood canopy issues. So when we saw the Parkland First policy suddenly pop up, having had only internal consultations and consultations with GOPA, we were quite surprised, as in why only meet with development industry? And the result we see, and this is a learning moment, I think, with a clear demonstration, we're seeing the omission of urban canopy, climate, and equity considerations. Next slide, please. So the Parkland First policy is an intersection really of planning, parks and rec, and forestry. And what we're seeing in how the policy has been written is the complete omission of the urban canopy target of 40%, the equity drivers that are supposed to underlie that, and resiliency and urban heat island issues. The benefits of canopy trees and small urban parks greatly outweigh the maintenance costs. And in terms of that decision, whether to go for cash or whether to go for the land, the Parks and Rec, who is the lead on this file, they're saddled with the maintenance costs. So suddenly that becomes huge. Next slide, please. In terms of the need for small parks, the technical requirement for the establishment of a canopy tree is 3 meters cubed. And I actually want to pay attention to the cubed. If we're going to do it on top of parking garages, we need depth of soil as well. In terms of, again, some numbers, tree planting plan for Somerset Ward for 2022 was for all of 21 trees. And they can't tell us how many trees we lost, vastly more. because of a lack of capacity in the forestry department. The livability and health implications of parks and public shade and trees, I think have been discussed a lot. But I want to look at what small parks actually look like and the feasibility. Next slide, please. The issue that we have in terms of how to improve this policy is that we don't like to see this cap and preference of cash for land spaces that are less than 400 meters squared. So the picture in front of us here is Arlington Park at a small 304 meters squared. And you can't see it that well in the top right because of the text, but it's basically one little lot, and it's got a child playground, it's got seating, usually it has strollers parked. Next slide, please. So Somerset Square, Jeff, I think you know how much public use that space gets. It's only 248 meters squared. Next slide, please. Fifth Avenue Parkette is 275. I think we could plant a couple of more big trees, but it's very well used. Usually when I pass by, there's people sitting on those benches. Next slide, please. This is Knowlton Park, a little bit over 400 meters squared. It's sort of a narrow pizza slice piece of land, just to demonstrate this is not exclusively inner urban. Next slide, please. This is in Nepean. This here is a little plot I discovered with service of Google for temporary parkette. This one is 343. If you look at the map on the top right, you can see the little green dot. And there's really not very much parkland green space anywhere nearby. Next slide, please. McCann Park. Yeah, this is another hidden gem. So a single lot size, really, 370 meters squared. I put in the overlay for the urban trees, and you can see how much trees this one little park contributes to this quite paved over neighborhood. And again, there's a child playground hiding in there. You can't see it that well. Next picture, sorry, slide. So our recommendations are to strongly support the intent of the Parkland First policy to prioritize the acquisition of land and to remove the 400 meter square size cutoff in urban contexts where the parklands per hectare and the canopy cover target are not met, and to add provision in the policy also for coherence with the forestry department staff in terms of the responsibility section of the policy to engage towards achieving the canopy target. Thank you.
Thank you as always. Questions for you, starting with Councillor Leeper.
Thanks, and Angela, we had a bit of a correspondence about this last night, and I apologize to my colleagues. I'm not 100% today, but almost all of those examples that you showed are brilliant pocket parks that require cash to acquire. I would like to have many, many more of those types of parks in Kitchissippi. And you know, I'm actively now trying to achieve that with our cash in lieu balance, but I'm able to pursue those because I have cash in lieu. Does it not make sense to create some flexibility in the CIL policy by having an acquisition fund available to councillors to buy parkland where it most makes sense, where it is least, where in the areas that most need it? It's not guaranteed that any given development is going to be where we absolutely need the parkland. Sometimes the cash associated with that development can do much better in an area that is bereft of these types of parks.
Okay, thanks for the question, Jeff. And I think even if you're at like 60%, you're you're still great to have on the block, and you have so much pressure in your ward. So I think that if it was a straight A/B comparison, do we want to have cash that we're saving up for buying parkland later versus you know, an awkward, small, bad kind of plot now, then we would want to keep it kind of even, but that is not really the larger context of how things work. So before I started learning about the gory details about how all this works, I remember a ways back when our cash in lieu seemed to get directed towards the replacement of the AstroTurf at the Nepean Sportsplex. And I mean, I'm not seeing that as an inner urban parks acquisition conduit at all. If you look at the planning acts, like in section, I think it's 42 or anyway, I was looking into it last night. And the provision from the province is that you can use the cash in lieu, not just for land acquisition. So it's not a land fund, but for maintenance, right? So you can make like capital improvements and you can fix things in your parks. So in terms of the rational management coming from Parks and Rec Department, obviously they want to maintain, right? And we do have maintenance problems, and there's like kids' safety issues. So that becomes the driver. So it's not land versus like land now versus land later in terms of aggregation. That's not what we're talking. And I think that if we did like a long-term audit, I think we would see that actually there's been very little new parkland created in the areas that are really under pressure. I think that's the reality, and that's why this Parks First and trying to demonstrate that even a small plot can lead to significant amenities for the neighborhood, and that needs to be really recognized and pushed, and that you can do a lot with 400 meters squared. Like that's really one of the core points I'm trying to convey to you guys.
No, it's interesting. I mean, I think, and I'll double check with staff in the conversation, that despite what we're saying in here, we'll still have that flexibility. I'm sure that our parks planners will be taking a look at each and every application and saying, you know what, it does make sense for us to take something smaller than 400 square meters here. But having that cash on hand in our ward, I mean, I've used it to build 2 new field houses that are recreation use, that are, fall firmly within the CIL intent and spirit. Some really inexpensive things that you can do. We have a block of road that I depaved, took out a commission and depaved to add park space, in addition to acquiring land recently and beginning to compete more competitively for land acquisition. I think there is definitely something to be said for prioritizing cash when the park that might be conveyed is marginal in terms of its potential improvement in the community.
Okay, so I think the policy leaves room, but it tilts. And the other factor is that, and that I guess gets back to the bigger bylaw, is the 40-60 split. Does the money actually stay in the neighborhoods that are under the intense pressure of all these like thousands of new people coming in, needing some shade and green space?
Yeah, and that is likely a discussion we'll have in the next term of council as we continue to talk about how are we going to increase green space to the target levels in our most challenged neighborhoods. This policy is not the be all and end all of that approach. So, okay, thank you very much, Angela.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Menard.
Thanks
Is
very
that
much.
100%?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, feeling good. Right now anyway. So thanks, Angela. The piece you've mentioned about smaller parks is well taken. I think that there's a good direction coming our way that we've worked with staff on to take it where it makes sense. And I think Councillor Leeper's point is also important. There are times when it doesn't make sense, and you need to have more options to acquire land that may be a kind of a big splash rather than smaller spaces that may not work out as well. And obviously that consultation around community is important. But we do have direction so that the next bylaw that's created will, through the Parks Manual, will allow for smaller consideration, smaller spaces consideration in taking space rather than taking funds. With regard to your presentation, I live near a park, and it's been a game changer for kids. Just even having smaller parks nearby can be a huge difference for children growing up. And so I recognize where we don't have park space, and there's 3 transects that really are not meeting the city standards. So I wonder your take on just, the kids, raising kids, and the importance of park space with regard to that.
Okay, this is amazing that you should answer this question, because when Councillor Moffat earlier said, like, we need to kind of think about who's in the room and who's not in the room. Well, like, the people that really are not in the room are the kids. And beyond that, I think the people who are parents of young kids tend to be so overburdened between work and family that they certainly don't have time to hang out at council meetings and committee meetings. So, but if we start asking ourselves, well, what kind of city are we building, right? So we've got thousands of people coming in, and Neil got us thinking about who's going to move to where. Well, like, my kids at one point were certainly little, and I totally appreciate the need for like physical mobility, playground spaces. I know that when my family lived in Berlin for a couple of years, they have a requirement where if you want to build like a multi-unit res building over a certain size, you must put in a play structure. You must put in a playground. So if we're building only for the single professionals with the small units, and that is our vision for the inner urban and downtown area, then we're saying we don't want families to be living in downtown Ottawa. And the new arrivals, I mean, anybody who's like low income or in the trades, they can't afford anything anyway. So they have to look at the deeply affordable nonprofit and social housing, right? So that's a different conversation. So I think that having this land first and setting up like small spaces that are adjacent to our new denser lots is key. And I mean, the seniors, like not being able to drive, being like needing to walk to a nearby park bench, sitting underneath some trees, like that's key. And like, so if we're thinking about who we're building for, I think if we want kids to be moving into the inner urban area, then it's really clear to me that like you can raise kids in apartments. And I mean, I spent some years with my family living in apartments, but there was definitely like play spaces nearby. So I think it's like there's a huge question there about who are we building for.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Curry.
Hey, Angela, I'm here for the kids, okay? I'm representing them, not to worry. So Angela, back and forth on this, and Sean, Councillor Menard has a direction to staff. I agree with what you're trying to do because it's more proactive, and I hear what Councillor Leeper is saying, but it is a little bit reactive. And then there's the how long would it take to actually get some little space to build a little park? Whereas I think what you're suggesting here is more proactive. The other part of that is that as the new councillor, I got a list of all the things you can spend your cash in lieu on, and there is a long list. Like, it doesn't have to be park space. So I'm with you. The other thing I will say is you and I and Barbara Ramsey were at an event at Hub 350 where Dr. Tremblay from CHEO, who leads the HALO project, Healthy Active Living and Obesity, talked about how critical it is, small or big, that any little park space is really important. So I love what you're trying to do here. The timing of this is that this won't go to council till the end of August, right? So Councillor Menard and talking to Mr. Weary, there's a direction to make sure that it is right when it gets to council. So I thought Councillor Menard was going to say more about this direction, but I guess you will when the direction comes up. Yeah, he's nodding. So anyway, so I thank you for what you've had to say, and I fully agree.
Thank you, and thank you for being here for the kids.
Yes, thank you, Kathy, for being there for all of my kids. All right, I don't see any further questions. And we will get that direction. We'll have an opportunity. I'll provide direction to Sean to give his direction so that the direction can be accepted by staff as direction. Okay, thank you so much, Angela.
Yep.
We move on to Jason Burgraff with GOBA.
Well, thank you, Chair, very much. I'm going to end up repeating a few of the points or just reiterating some of the points you've heard already from Lisa, from Kevin, from Neil. But I do have a bit of item to bring up that they haven't touched on yet, which I think is critical too. And really, so the most critical point that I want to make is, and reemphasize, is that the bylaw as it's written right now is continuing the additional cost burden on housing, the kind of housing that targets that the city says it wants to build the most of, which is density around transit stations. It was extremely disappointing to see that housing affordability wasn't considered in the bylaw so far. As you've seen in our example, in an example of a 9-story building in our submission, the cost of Parkland dedication increases over $3,000 to a total of $11,000 per unit. In our high-rise example, the increase was $11,000 for a total cost of over $18,000 per unit. And the Parkland is just one example of the cost burden that infill development is seeing lately. When we look at what the DCs are increasing to in the fall, we add in Parkland, add in the potential CBC charge, inclusionary zoning charge, and the additional city imposed costs on a condo or an apartment for a high rise is now creeping over $80,000, while the same spread of charges on a low rise in the suburbs is $46,000. So, I mean, under the city's proposed policies, high density units are going to be subject to city imposed costs that are more than 6.5 times higher on a square foot basis than lower density units. And that doesn't even count the costs of recent and upcoming policies, including high performance development, which city staff estimated at $11,000 per unit for a multi-res, and stormwater management, for which will be upcoming for infill projects, which staff say are going to be $6,000 to $14,000 again per unit. All of this on infill. So, and there's also site-wide charges on vacant property, tree bylaw, shoring, and other policies that are coming out of the OP. So there's so much cost burden happening on infill right now. And I wanted to take a moment to explore the impact of Parkland dedication, specifically on our growth management strategy and the official plan. For those of you who heard me talk before, all roads lead back to the official plan for me. And the OP calls for 185,000 new homes over the next 25 years. So for round numbers, let's just say 5,000 for rural, 90,000 in the suburbs, 90,000 in infill. So the bylaw alone will instantly raise the city imposed costs on those 90,000 new homes that the city wants to see in existing neighborhoods and around transit compared to low-rise housing. And it's not just because of the increased charges on mid and high rise that I've already mentioned. That accounts for half of that 90,000. But the bylaw also is expanding Parkland dedication to all development, which includes the other 45,000 low-rise homes that the OP is counting on to be built in existing neighborhoods. So the example I want to use to illustrate that is 613 flats. The OP is counting on achieving 45,000 new homes in existing neighborhoods, and it does that by converting 15,000 existing single-family homes that are sitting there right now and converting them into 3-unit multi-res, the 613 flats. The bylaw is going to apply to all of these developments as well. So if by some miracle a builder purchases a lot with a house on it already, that's say 650,000, and converts it to a 613 flat building with 3 units, each of those units are now costing $22,000 more. And that's all just Parkland dedication that's going on that wasn't being seen before, that hasn't been part of the bylaw up until now. So the fact of the matter is that the proposed bylaw in front of you today works against the city's goals for housing, especially for intensification. And you've already heard it, we're really concerned that if these costs on infill housing keep going up, like the bylaw is proposing, and this is one portion of it, that the growth strategy of the OP is going to fail. The most significant cost burden of this bylaw and a number of other policies, and we've already talked that the conversation has to widen out, is that on the type of housing that's supposed to be the most affordable in the city, the 1, 2, 3 bedroom apartments that are supposed to be close to transit stations, they're the ones that are also taking the burden of increasing all the costs for the city, even when we're facing a housing affordability crisis. So, and again, it's been already referenced, this bylaw was written in isolation from anything else going on in the city, but it really needs to be considered in the context of the housing market that we're facing today. My understanding is that, I'm running out of time. So maybe I'll stop there, and happy to answer any questions, but we're really urging, this bylaw is not ready for prime time. It needs, you've heard it from all, that it needs to kind of come back and be worked on heavily. And that's what we want to see today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jason. Just seeing any hands up for questions. Oh, yep, here we go. Councillor Gower.
I believe it was Councillor Leeper earlier who floated a trial balloon around shifting some of the caps. So perhaps a slightly lower cap on high rise and a slightly higher cap on mid rise. Do you have any comments on that idea, Jason?
Well, obviously, it's not something we've been able to take back to membership overall, since it just kind of came on the board. We would be happy to talk to staff and come back to even our Urban Infill Council on propositions like that, because the impact is so great. And Neil put it right. You're disincentivizing building around transit, which is ideally what the OP wants to see the most of. But I am still concerned, as I said, about the impact of the Parkland dedication on neighborhood infill as well.
Well, we do have 6 or 7 weeks between now and council to work on those on any changes. I also wanted to ask you higher level question, I guess. We're being pushed by the federal and the provincial governments as a municipality to support their goals of building as many new homes as possible, because we are in a housing crisis.
Yep.
And I almost feel like the approach is, let's build homes and figure everything else out later. Parks, schools, even roads. And how would you respond to that? Should we be building homes as a priority and let's figure everything out 10 or 15 years from now? Or do you think that more needs to be done around the amenity piece?
I think amenities are certainly an important part of a complete community, no doubt. Do I think if all these competing priorities should be housing? Yes. I mean, that's what a zoning, like when we have this comprehensive zoning bylaw discussion in the next couple of months and next year, if we're not building housing for the residents who are coming in, what are we doing? If we're not providing the amount of housing that's supposed to be for the people who are coming in, whether it's 400,000 or 530,000, depending on what estimate you want to go with, all the park space in the world isn't going to make the housing more affordable if we don't have the units to accommodate them.
So how do we square the circle then between affordability and our other philosophy we always talk about, which is growth should pay for growth? If growth should pay for growth, then isn't it reasonable to add a cash in lieu of Parkland or Parkland dedication to any new development?
Well, I mean, there is cash in lieu already on some. If you want to, incentivize certain types of building over others, it's certainly the way to increase cash in lieu. But it's not like a park has only benefits to a new resident as well, right? There's going to be a benefit to existing for any park as well. So you could certainly supplement your cash in lieu to purchase new parkland by applying something to a taxpayer base or something that widens out the benefits to that actual existing community, which is not putting up the whole burden on the people who are newly coming in.
Which is what we do for development charges in some of the categories of projects. Right. Okay. Thanks, Jason.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I see no further questions. Thank you, Jason.
Thank you.
We now move to the newly crowned president of the FCA, Robert Brinker of the Carlington community. Funny connection to Carlington. My mom was born in Carlington. Actually, oddly enough, I found this out a couple years ago. She went to kindergarten with Jan Harder at Gowling, which we didn't know that until like 2 years ago. But there you go, my little Carlington connection.
Interesting. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair and Councillors. My name is Robert Brinker. I'm the newly elected president of the Federation of Citizens Association, FCA, representing 70 community groups in Ottawa. We are meeting monthly to discuss issues of civic concern. At its July 6th planning and zoning meeting last night, FCA members supported the following positions. I'm just briefly reading them down because they were mostly already mentioned today. Parkland rates per 1,000 residents should be met as per the new official plan. The caps of 10, 15, and 25% should be dropped, including 10% in TODs. All developments that require a building permit should contribute to Parkland. Air rights, conversions of commercial building developments in partnership with the city should contribute too. Small parks, less than 400 square meters, should be allowed. Land swaps to create larger parcels of parkland should be encouraged. The FCA supports the current proposed draft as an interim bylaw. We do so principally to secure the city's right to adopt a funding formula linked to population growth. We ask for widely based stakeholder consultation next year, leading up to the Q4 2023 staff report, assessing the results of the interim bylaw, including, hopefully, as a direction to staff, a comparison of revenues raised under the new rules versus the current bylaw. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brinker. Let's see if there's any questions for you. I don't see any. So thank you for your time here today.
Thanks.
I'm sure we'll see much more of you in the future. So I know Councillor Gower had mentioned that he wanted Councillor Menard to provide that direction first. I know Councillor Gower has a motion that I think he wanted to bring forward as well, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll go first to Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think it'll help to get this one on the screen. Thank you. All right, so, and thank you to staff for working with us on this and all the community that's inputted on this as well. So the direction of staff is that the Park Development Manual, the manual, last updated in 2017, is required to be updated again to accommodate changes required by the Parks and Recreation Facilities Master Plan and Official Plan. Revisions to the manual are anticipated early in the next term of council pending provincial approval of the OP. Given this represents an opportunity to review minimum requirements for parkland dedication, staff are directed to include urban parkettes / plazas as a new park classification for park spaces which are smaller than 400 meters squared in the classification of park spaces for transect areas which do not meet the active parkland target of 2 hectares per 1,000 people. In addition, staff be directed to review the feasibility of accepting parkland before cash in lieu funding, Parkland First policy, for these small park spaces in transect areas not meeting the active parkland targets as described in the PRFMP.
All right, thank you. So we can deal with that when we get through with the motions and whatnot. But Councillor Gower, did you have that motion that you wanted to bring forward?
Yeah, I can read it in. It's kind of long, but I think it's worth making the points here. Whereas as a result of provincial legislative changes, the city is required to replace its existing parkland dedication bylaw by September 18th, providing an opportunity to revise the 13-year-old bylaw and ensure Ottawa can continue using the alternative rate in their cash into parkland funds policy. Whereas the current bylaw does not yield enough parkland to meet the city's target of 2 hectares of parkland per 1,000 residents within all transects except the rural transect. And whereas the deficit is highest in the densest transects, downtown core, inner urban, and outer urban, and whereas some stakeholders noted concerns that the provision of cash in lieu of parkland in areas where development is encouraged is high and impacts the affordability of housing, and whereas the city is currently working on a new zoning bylaw for Ottawa to implement the new official plan, and whereas the new provincial legislation under Bill 109 will result in a number of changes to the Community Benefits Authority under the Planning Act to help growth pay for growth, and whereas the development charge rate bylaw will be reviewed in 2023 for replacement in 2024, and whereas council has adopted the HPDS report that may have an impact on housing affordability, and whereas staff is working on drafting official plan policies and zoning provisions to implement inclusionary zoning in Ottawa and create a new mechanism to encourage or require affordable housing to be developed in major transit areas. And whereas there is no restriction on council's ability to amend the parkland dedication bylaw subsequent to September 18th, 2022, therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to review the accumulated impact of these major legislative and policy changes, which are anticipated to have an impact on land prices and market conditions, and report back to committee and council on the accumulated impacts within 3 years, and put forward recommendations to mitigate the impact on affordability if required.
All right, thank you for that. I don't know if anyone has any more directions or motions, but if you do, you can work those through Kelly so that we can deal with those. But now we'll move to questions to staff on the motions or the report, whatever you want to talk about. Councilor Gower, I'll start with you.
Thank you. The question about some flexibility in what we allow as Parkland, this idea of parking on, park on top of parking, is that something that staff have explored? Is there any legal reason or impediment that we wouldn't be able to do that? And how could we, I guess, how could we look into the feasibility of that and potentially include it in the future?
Thank you, Chair Gower. We have, and we are actually currently experimenting with it right now at a property downtown being developed by Main and Main. It is a strata parking arrangement. It is basically a park space that's being constructed over a parking garage, and it comes with its own set of restrictions that we are learning about, and we are still evaluating, and we want to be able to report back. One of the things that, for instance, has come back to us as limitations was our inability to construct things like a gazebo or park shelter. We could not get a water supply into the site because of the proximity to the ground of the parking garage below. There are considerations when we're doing that. And one of them is, if we're accepting land, are we accepting raw land, or are we accepting land that is restricted in its use and capability? We tend to prefer land that is constructible within the zoning that applies to it, whether the current zoning is O1, L1, L2. That is something that requires development rights beyond what is permissible with a parking garage.
How much flexibility does staff have under this current bylaw or the new bylaw to be able to, be flexible, I guess? Do you have it under delegated authority, or is it something, if the opportunity presented itself, is it something you could come to planning committee or to council with to look for exemptions on a case-by-case basis? I'm really not sure what staff is allowed to do and what the Planning Act allows us to do, and what council could authorize.
Thank you, Chair Gower. I'm going to ask Christine to assist, Christine Enta with legal to assist me with the response. However, I do want to respond in the case of the existing one that I mentioned. It is one that, under our authority, that the report that went through to Planning Committee permitted us to experiment with this as a pilot project.
So, Mr. Chair, further to Mr. Ware's comments, the city has experimented with some of these flexible options, such as strata plans. And I anticipate that staff will be able to report back on these. Certainly, under the Planning Act, there are some limitations on Parkland and CIL. For example, Mr. Chair, CIL cannot be used for maintenance. It can be used for acquisition, it can be used for recreation and programming, but it cannot be used to maintain existing parks. So that is a limitation on the city that's established under the Planning Act. In terms of this bylaw, with respect to its flexibility, it would be my opinion that there is more flexibility than in the older one, because the general manager retains the right to look at flexible options and to work on developments, because there are no easy pieces of land left in terms of development within the city. So it's my opinion that this is more flexible, but that's my legal opinion, and not necessarily a planning opinion on how it is to be applied on a case-by-case basis, given the overall direction in the bylaw, as development applications are assessed at the time they come in, so staff is aware of what the actual development is going to be at that time. Mr. Chair, I don't know if that answers your question. Certainly, it is always open, Mr. Chair, for staff to bring forward reports where delegated authority does not exist, or where staff wish to bring something forward to council for a decision.
Okay, that actually is helpful. Mr. Malhotra referenced $37 million that the city is holding on to in cash in lieu funding. And I believe he's referring to the citywide and ward-specific reserves. I know one of the big challenges in acquiring new land is policy or rules that we have around procurement that we cannot bid above market value. So we are inevitably going to lose out on land purchase opportunities. Is there any future work being done or in the work plan around revising those policies so that it could be easier for the city to acquire land? Councillor Leeper referenced a specific instance earlier today.
Yes, Chair Gower, absolutely. So the master plan recommendations of last year included us to come back with a land acquisition strategy. And that is intended to try to address the fact that the city isn't as nimble as it can be, certainly nowhere near as nimble as Mr. Malhotra can be when it comes to acquiring land for parks. Councillor Leeper has witnessed what I'm talking about, but we've been successful and we have been not successful. It is not easy for us to go in and find properties that are attributable to acquisition of parks. And I would like to address the 37 million only in the sense of, well, for instance, that number changed drastically yesterday, and I see Councillor Menard's hand is up. Maybe he wants to recognize the same thing, but we spent 1.5 million yesterday out of the cash in lieu accounts to help bolster the the development of a new community center in Old Ottawa East. That number is constantly in flux because there's always a revenue to it. And I think almost every councillor on this panel today has some expenditures coming out of the cash in lieu Parkland accounts as well. It's a moving target.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. And Mr. Bergerath suggested that there is a citywide benefit to parks, not just to new residents. That was in response to my question about growth paying for growth. I know part of this was basically you've got a Parkland target you want to reach, and we asked a consultant to run the numbers and figure out how much Parkland or cash in lieu we need. Did they contemplate at all through that study shifting any part of that burden to the tax base or to the city budget, or is that outside of the scope?
Thank you, Chair Gower. I have a very specific response I would like to speak to regarding the benefit to existing that came up during that conversation. However, I will ask if Andrew or if Andrew's prepared to respond regarding the overall benefit of park development as it comes from new development. And Kirsten, I'm not sure if Andrew Grunda was made available.
I think we could check if Kelly, if he's available on the line.
My apologies, Chair Gower. We might not have escalated our consultants.
Chair, just bear with me for a moment. Tina is going to be joining if she'll accept the prompt, but I don't see Andrew on the call.
Okay, I think Tina's available. I think Andrew's discussing the same thing for another municipality right now.
And just as a moment of inspiration, every municipality is going through exactly what we are right now because of the deadline and because of municipal elections. Oh, there's Tina with Andrew as the individual.
Hi, sorry about that. I apologize. As part of our review, what we were asked to do was to look at what potential modifications to the plan would be to achieve the parks plan objective. And so the recommendations that we had put forward in our report had sought to achieve that. And so there would be no benefit to existing in that respect. However, what the city is proposing with the lower caps would see less of that plan achieved. And therefore the implied difference presumably would be made up from non-growth funding and therefore perceived as a benefit to existing.
Okay, thank you. Kevin, I think you said you had something else you wanted to add.
just simply that Mr. Burgraff rightly points out that when a developer makes a contribution towards, for instance, a new park or a new recreation facility, there is what's called the benefit to existing. That means the existing residents get access to said new park or new facility. But what he also did not mention was that all the new residents that are subject of that new development, they in turn get access to the existing parks and the existing facilities. And such is part of the rationale behind cash in lieu of Parkland, is so that we can also improve access to those facilities based on new density or new clients coming forward.
Okay, thanks. I'll wrap up with a comment, I guess. I am really struggling with these competing priorities, and I am concerned about the viability, the financial viability of new housing construction. At the same time, like we need to make sure we're achieving our goals in terms of creating park space. We've identified, I think, a pretty modest target of 2 hectares per 1,000 people. We've got to pay for that somehow. We've, I guess, decided growth pays for growth, and that's how we're going to pay for it. But I'm concerned that whether it's the cost of parks, or whether it's the cost of affordable housing, or whether it's the cost of transportation and transit, we're putting all of that, the cost eventually gets handed down to new renters or new homeowners. It gets added to a mortgage. They're carrying an incredible financial burden. And I'm not sure that's completely fair, but I'm not sure what the alternative is either. And at the same time that we're building homes, we have to make sure that we are providing the amenities, and perhaps it's looking to the other levels of government for more assistance there. I don't think we have a lot of options, but it is a concern, and that's what I'm trying to address through the motion that I introduced, making sure we're understanding that burden and that we are applying it fairly to new homeowners and new renters, and really understanding how it affects the financial viability of housing in our community. So a good discussion today, and thank you everyone for the answers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. That's good comments. I mean, I look at the Altus report. The 4 biggest things are development charges, parkland, inclusionary zoning, and high performance development standards. Tell me which one's not important. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks to staff, first of all, for all the work on this too. They really have done a lot. It's been a long process and consultation, and a lot of good input from residents. So just want a big thank you for this coming forward. I think we're in a good place. I think we're in a better place than we were. So a few questions though that came up from delegations. One was around the transit-oriented development zones. So my understanding is in the version of the draft bylaw presented for the June 23rd meeting, the possible exemption for affordable housing was included. In the version for the July 7th meeting, that passage has been replaced by a maximum or cap of 10% of land value applied to buildings in TOD zones. Do I have that right? And what's the implication?
Through you, chairs. The councillor has it right in the sense of there's a 10% cap on land dedication in TD zones. And this is also in recognition that that 10% cap has existed since the original bylaw. It actually follows that. As Neil Malhotra mentioned, there's additional 15% of cash in lieu that will apply on top, but we restricted it to 10% land for the very reason that there's also a density requirement in TD zones that don't exist in other apartment building zones in the same way. So in order to make and meet the city's own ideals for density at transit stations, we recognize the fact that we have to restrict our land request at TD zones to the original 10% that was in the original Parkland dedication bylaw.
Okay, I understand. And it's a blanket provision that would be applicable to all buildings of any height in those designated zones. Is that accurate?
Yes. Yes, that's accurate, because any TD zone will require a denser development. There is no such thing as a low density development in a TD zone.
Okay, no, that's good. Thank you. Question was raised in the delegations around cash in lieu when it comes to air rights. And obviously with LRT, there's more air rights. There's stuff at Carleton, Lansdowne. There's a number of projects that have air rights sales now, or considerations for air rights sales. So just is cash in lieu of parkland applicable to buildings that may come through sale of air rights?
I think the easiest, sorry, Mr. Chairs, I think the easiest answer for this one is the sale of air rights just means that a new development may occur on top of something. It is still development. So any development by the act will require an application under the city. And this means that it will be coming through development review, and all of our policies, including the park development bylaw or park dedication bylaw, my apologies, will apply at the point of application. So air rights, there is no such thing as granting air rights and building something new without having an application. And Kirsten, I see you going sideways. She is far more technically adept at me. If you'd like to add to that, Kirsten, I'd welcome it as well.
No, thank you. You've done a great job. Thanks.
Thanks.
Well, thank you for that. And I guess the question or direction might be, can we explicitly include air rights and cash in lieu provisions in the bylaw review? Is that going to be part of it? Can we make sure that that is specified there? Because as I understand right now, it's not explicitly mentioned in the Parkland dedication bylaw.
I believe it'd be best for me, Mr. Chair, to refer to Christine Enta, our city legal, on this. My gut tells me that development is development.
Development is development under the Planning Act, Mr. Chair, and an application for development, whether it's 50 feet in the air or on the ground, still requires a development application and or a building permit.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm glad to get confirmation here today. Obviously, with Lansdowne and other files, Lansdowne, we're removing 55,000 square feet of potential park space there. Not where the stadium is, but the east side, where there's proposed to be a new underground facility, and that's 55,000 square feet. And so while we'd have development happening in the other portion, which also is public land, of course, different type of park space, I suppose, that's the area, obviously is a concern. So I'm just glad to get the confirmation here today that that would be applicable to any new development there. And we'd be conversely losing park space. So for a lot of new people, and that's a question we're gonna have to grapple with. A question to forestry, and then I'll be done, and I'll pass it over to Councillor Leeper. But how many trees could a small parkette typically support? Is it a meaningful way to kind of increase the canopy cover in our areas that do not have the 2 hectares per 1,000 people? And how can forestry integrate with our CFS to help meet those canopy cover targets that we've got now?
Mr. Chair, Kevin Wary here. I'm looking at the list of individuals here. I'm not certain we have a forestry representative with us. I can assist in the response only in the sense of, from a parks perspective, Parkland's dedication, we are required to meet canopy covers, and that is actually part of what we've already mentioned. There was the discussion of the direction to staff that where parklands are dedicated, canopy cover for trees is to be discussed, and we already mentioned, I believe 40% in the OP is the requirement. So that's one part of our review of the park development manuals to make sure that we comply in city parks as well. I know some of our requirements are only at 30% for the simple fact we were concerned about trying to achieve canopy cover on parks that have a significant proportion of sports fields. It's pretty hard to plant trees in soccer fields.
Okay. Thank you very much again for all your work on this, Kirsten and Kevin and the whole team. You've done a great job, and I appreciate your efforts.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Chair. So to staff, I mean, we've heard the assertion from Claridge and from Minto that if this bylaw passes, it will serve as a disincentive to developing around our transit stations, that the focus will move to the suburban areas, which is counter to all of our highest level policies and plans in the official plan. What do you say? What does your math indicate? What do you think the effect is going to be? Why are you still recommending that we pass this?
Well, I'm going to ask if Andrew Grenda has anything to add. He's our consultant on this from Watson Associates, only in the sense of there's a bigger picture as to how are we growing as a city.
Thank you. So as part of our assessment in our report, what we looked at was what the impacts would be on development. And that was obviously provided with the higher recommended caps than what is coming forward by the staff proposal. What we did was we went and looked at what those implications would be on a per unit basis with the proposed caps. And to put that in some context, these are costs of development that have to be borne ultimately by the builder and ultimately the landowner. There becomes a question as to how housing prices are established, and to what degree do these municipal fees and charges play in setting those prices. Sometimes it's not necessarily very clear that it's an input cost driven assumption in terms of what those costs of prices are, but rather broader macroeconomic and debt conditions, employment markets and so forth that are really feeding into how these builders are setting the prices. So it becomes somewhat debatable whether or not increases in charges like Parkland dedication will ultimately be passed through to the homeowner, or whether those can be absorbed within the current housing prices that have been established and the associated margins. But with that said, when we ran the impact analysis with the proposal, we ran in our study about 7 development scenarios, different types of residential mixed use types of uses in different areas. Applying those proposed caps showed a per unit impact rate ranging between roughly around $600 to $4,000 a unit increase. And so to put that in some context, if those costs were not able to be absorbed by the builder and ultimately had to be passed on to the homeowner, I think one way of looking at that is, to what degree would that impact the purchase decision of that ultimate buyer? And if you think about it in that context, these costs would be wrapped into an overall mortgage payment. And so that would typically range, again, if we're looking at roughly a $600 to $4,000 per unit increase, an increase in mortgage payments somewhere in the term of about $4 to $20 per month is what that would range to. So it really becomes a question of balance with the city balancing between its parks plan, establishing the quality of life and level of service that it wants to achieve, and seeking to have development to pay for those increase in demands that it places. And ultimately what this is balancing against that objective is that impact on the homeowner, ultimately potentially again in the range of around $4 to $20 a month in an increased mortgage payment if it can't be absorbed.
On the one hand, I'm hearing your analysis, which sounds very reasonable, and it's a certain figure in terms of the price versus what we're hearing from Minto and Claridge and Goba and others that's talking about tens of thousands of dollars impact per door in terms of the cost of construction with that new impact. I mean, how do you assess the analysis that has been put in front of us by Kevin Harper at Minto, for example? Is there a flaw in that analysis?
No, I think much of it is determined by the underlying land value assumptions. So, for example, when we ran our analysis in the report, we were provided with average land value assumptions for the different transects within the city. And that's the basis that we have to prepare our analysis and our impact assumptions. I can't speak directly to the underlying assumptions that may have been used by some of the delegates in terms of their level of impact, but presumably they're using different values in that case.
I wonder if their assumptions are closer to the ground than yours are, in terms of understanding the conditions that are on the ground today.
Possibly. I mean, ours are premised on the information that was provided by the city's real estate group that undertakes the appraisals in administering the Parkland dedication. So again, obviously, I'm sure as council's aware that those things are moving quite dramatically in some cases, in some locations. And so there, there might be some flex in those numbers, but that's the basis on which we've used our assumptions.
Okay, and you're still confident in light of what we've heard from the other delegates that the economic impact is not going to be sufficient to skew the market toward low rise as a result of the disparity in the caps?
I wouldn't believe so.
Okay. Okay, if I may then, for Mr. Wary, we've heard a couple of delegations speak to the need for to treat the cutoff with more nuance in terms of the size of park that you will accept versus cash in lieu. They're urging us to take less than 400 square meters when we have the opportunity to do so on a development. Can I just get some of your feedback on how you might treat those decisions if the bylaw in its current form passes?
Thank you, Councillor. The direction to the staff, I had originally thought would actually be for the next item, which is for the Parkland First policy. But wherever it comes, it's still direction to staff, and we will still follow. What we are being asked to consider is, yes, is there opportunity for us to take a smaller parcel? What are the conditions for it? Why would we take it? And I heard one of the presenters make a very clear point as to some of the benefits of a smaller parcel, especially in the urban area where we're missing, in most of urban areas where we're missing these little moments. We, from a friendly direction to staff, we actually, since we are undertaking a review of the Parkland Development Manual, we would like to take this back and we would like to research it, because when we came up with 400 square meters, that wasn't an arbitrary number. There was a group of us, which included myself, that visited every small park in the city of Ottawa, including the lady from, I forget what she called, was it Cafes? I believe it was called. Anyway, she presented some small parks in her in her presentation. We actually visited every one of those and many, many more to see what is the benefit of a larger versus a smaller property. So I am happy to take back is there an opportunity when something even smaller is of benefit to the city? But what I do need to do is have a discussion. It's not just from, is it a benefit from a park's perspective? There's also a cost for that. From, for instance, a public works and maintenance perspective, going off and sending a crew in a truck to maintain a very small property and lots of small properties. Obviously, there's a cost benefit thing that needs to be discussed and brought back for council for discussion, as well as there is the impact on collecting less cash in lieu because you're taking more land. That has two different impacts. One is obviously the financial impact, which means you have potentially less funds coming in to do some of our other priorities. But then there's also the impact on developability of sites. If we take a percentage of land from a site that is already suffering, it's a postage stamp that's trying to deliver, and we are taking something from it, it could cause another issue from a developability perspective. So these are things we want to analyze and come back and say, and I would like to engage with committee and council to demonstrate that it is plausible, hopefully in certain scenarios, and not so plausible in other scenarios.
If the bylaw passes in its current form as proposed today, is there anything to stop that case-by-case discussion on the development applications over the next couple of years until we finalize that?
No, there isn't. We still have the ability within our own rules that the 400 meters is our minimum standard from a land first policy perspective. It does not prevent us. The city, as a right, whether it through provincial legislation, can take the smallest amount of parkland should it choose.
So the councillor and parks planners are looking at a potential development, see that, hey, there could be a really interesting little 300 square meter piece of green space in a neighborhood that really needs it, and that could move ahead.
Correct.
Fantastic. Yes. I will leave it there, other than moving that if Scott Moffat talks about his family connections to city council again, we remove him as chair.
Once again, motion to remove me as chair denied. When will we ever learn, Leaper? When will we ever learn? It's fine. Okay, so no more questions to staff. I'm not seeing any. I don't see any further comments or anything. So we'll move on to, I'll start with the direction. Just to Kevin's point, we actually are hearing these two items concurrently. So we're just considering it currently. So the direction being on the other thing, it's fine. So the direction on item 5.2, which is on the directing staff to review the feasibility of accepting Parkland before cash in lieu funding for these small park spaces in transit areas not meeting the active Parkland targets as described in the PRFMP. So that's accepted by staff. So thank you. And then we'll move, oh geez, my dog's growling. That's weird. He's usually pretty quiet. And I'm at my office. Why is my dog in my office? Oh my God. Okay, so let's go to the motions. I'll go to the first motion that I read first, which is the transition. Yeah, this is the motion on transition. So is that motion approved?
Carried.
Carried. The second motion was just revising the word develop and providing that definition in the bylaw. Is that item carried?
Carried.
And you see the one on the screen is the one that I misread the one originally. So the actual, there was a reference in there, but the one that's on the screen is the proper one. So that's carried. Thank you. The third motion is the one that provides clarity on the intent of the current bylaw as it pertains to residential care facilities. Is that item carried?
Carried.
Thank you. Fourth motion speaks to the missing townhouse dwelling reference after 3-unit dwelling. Type of development or use column. Is that item carried?
Carried.
And then the fifth motion was from Councillor Gower. Therefore be resolved that staff be directed to review the accumulated impact of these major legislative and policy changes which are anticipated to have an impact on land prices and market conditions and report back to committee and council on the accumulated impacts within 3 years and put forward recommendations to mitigate the impact on affordability if required.
Sorry, Chair, I should have asked this earlier, but is there a staff comment on that?
I can certainly ask for a staff comment right now.
Thanks.
I mean, this would be, so Kevin could reply. I mean, this is obviously looking at, it's not just looking at the Parkland piece, because it's also looking at the high performance development standards, development charges. You know, we haven't obviously approved inclusionary zoning bylaw, so it's hard to sit there and say what the impact of that is at this moment. But it's, so Kevin can reply to one piece, but I mean, in terms of who would actually be doing this review and bringing it back to us, it's likely going to be more out of the planning, real estate, economic development department, in my opinion. I don't know if Vivi Chi is here, but Vivi might be better to respond to that one.
Chair Moffat, Kevin Wary here. Yeah. As you mentioned, we support from RCFS perspective. There is no concern. We actually, I consider this a very friendly motion in the sense of it's worthwhile to consider the big picture once we know what the big picture actually is.
Yeah. So again, knowing that there's multiple departments involved in this review, and I don't believe I have Vivi here.
No, Vivi's not on the call.
Okay.
And Chair, maybe at council I'll ask, but
yeah, sure. Yeah, we have plenty of time.
There's an LRFP probably consideration here as well, so the treasurer might want to start thinking about this.
Yeah, understood. Yeah, there's certainly plenty of time between now and August 31st.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Okay, so on that final motion then.
Carried.
Thank you. So then we have with no further motion. So the two policies in front of us. So I'll read them because I like doing that. The Parkland Dedication Bylaw, one, that Planning Committee recommend the Council repeal Bylaw 2009-2-95 as amended, being the Parkland Dedication Bylaw, and adopt a new Parkland Dedication Bylaw as detailed in document 1. 2, that Planning Committee recommend the Council direct the cash in lieu of Parkland funds policy be revised as document 2. Jean Cloutier, turn off your mic. Sheesh, getting lung butter in my my reading here. 3, that planning committee recommend that council direct recreation, cultural, and facility services, parks and facility planning to A, further review the distribution of cash in lieu Parkland funds within the Parkland Dedication Bylaw and the cash in lieu Parkland funds policy. B, bring forward recommended revisions to the Parkland Dedication Bylaw and cash in lieu Parkland funds policy, including an approach to 1, reflect the transect needs found within the Parks and Recreation Facilities Master Plan. 2, address how Parkland can be provided for vulnerable communities. And C, bring forward the recommended revisions to the Parkland Dedication Bylaw and cash in lieu Parkland funds policy by Q4 2023. So on that item, as amended obviously by the motions. Carried. And then item number 5.2, which is the Parkland First policy, that planning committee recommend council approve the Parkland First policy detailed in document 1. Carried. Thank you so much. It's 1:22 right now. We're going to come back in 20 minutes. So I'm going to say 1:42 because I want to be specific on that 20 minutes. And then we'll come back and we'll get into the next item, which I believe is the Nepean Street and Lisgar Street item.
I raise a point of order that will be of interest to staff. My questions around item X.X have been answered, so I don't need that held.
Okay, well, we can deal with that later. You're cutting into our break here, Jeff. Okay, so we'll be back in 20 minutes. 1:42. See you then.
How's your dog, Scott?
Oh, he's great. He's great. He like pooped right on the walkway, right on the sidewalk. I mean, there's a whole yard here at the back of the North Core Client Service Center. He could go all the way down to Stevens Creek, but no, right on the edge of the sidewalk is where he decided to go. So that was my break. It's now sitting in a little bag next to my car.
Now we're back for the exciting conclusion of planning.
Yes. I'm also trying to figure out, what do I do with 3 declarations of office? I've got 3 big certificates, declarations of office. What do I do with all 3 of them? They probably have very little street value.
You know, maybe not. You never know, Scott. You know, eBay.
Well, I could probably find other Scott Moffats. There's one more Scott Moffat, the exact same spelling as me in this city. Maybe I should offer one to him. He'd be like, oh, that's kind of cool. Oh, there's Tim doing his best Honey, I Shrunk the Kids impression.
That's right. I'm walking in the weeds. Am I drinking water?
That's my dog. Yeah, that's my dog.
Okay.
You know, he's been in my office for like over a month, and he's usually super quiet, but today he's like the loudest thing of life. I can't trust him at home, so he's here with me. He's a convoy dog. He was born in the convoy. We got him from the Humane Society.
Really?
He was left behind.
Holy cats.
What is his name?
We call him Jimmy. We named him after Jimmy from Yellowstone, because he's kind of like, you know, unconventionally attractive, like Jimmy from Yellowstone. I don't know if you watched that show.
Not Jimmy Watson? You didn't know?
No.
No.
That's silly. I want to name my dog after the mayor. Sheesh. He's a little bulldog pit bull mix, but
Nice.
he's a very snuggly little guy. He's good with the kids too, which is pretty great when you have the kids I have. He's very gentle with the kids, which is key. So Glenn, I think you're taking this part.
Okay, I'm happy to take it. Do we have quorum, Kelly? Perfect. All right, yes, the exciting conclusion of Planning Committee. Thank you to everyone, especially our public delegations who have been sitting patiently for this item. This is item 6.2 and 6.3 on our agenda, the zoning bylaw amendment for 108 Nepean Street, part of 257 Lisgar Street, and zoning bylaw amendment for 142, 144, and 148 Nepean Street, demolition control 142 Nepean Street, both in Somerset Ward. We are going to proceed as follows. We have a short staff presentation followed by a presentation from the applicants. And then we're going to go to our public delegations. There are 6 delegations registered. After that, we'll come back to questions for the applicant and then questions for staff. I believe there is a motion to replace document 2, which we could introduce and just vote on right now, since it's a motion to replace a document. Do we have that ready, Kelly? Scott?
Yeah. So whereas the report was published with the meeting agenda on June 27th, 2022, and whereas document 2 details of recommended zoning inadvertently contained incorrect provisions, and whereas the remainder of the report is accurate and the correct zoning details were provided within the body of the report, therefore be it resolved with respect to report ACS 2022 PIE PS 0072, the Planning Committee receive and replace document 2 with the revised document 2 on file with the Office of the City Clerk prior to the item being submitted to Council. Therefore be it further resolved that there be no further notice pursuant to section 3417 of the Planning Act.
Okay. Is that motion carried?
Carried.
Carried. Thank you. Okay. We'll go now to Andrew McCrate, who's the planner on this file, for an introduction to what's in front of us. Good afternoon, Andrew.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of committee. I'll just wait for the staff presentation come up and then gladly walk you through that. Great, thank you, Kelly. So the items before the committee are the zoning bylaw amendment for 108 Nepean and part of 257 Lisgar, as well as demolition control for 142 Nepean, and the zoning bylaw amendment for 142, 144, and 148 Nepean. Next slide. The subject properties are located at the corner of O'Connor and Nepean. You can see on this slide that the red box identifies 108 Nepean and part of 257 Lisgar. This is currently a 60-space surface parking lot, 44 of which are owned on 108 Nepean, which is currently the parking for the office at 190 O'Connor, highlighted in the yellow box. And the proposal consolidating these properties will result in a 27-story mixed-use building with approximately 300 dwelling units. 142 to 148 Nepean, identified in the blue box, just west of O'Connor on Nepean, currently exist as a vacant lot as well as a 6-unit apartment building. The proposal regarding these lands is to demolish the 6-unit apartment building and replace those lands with the relocated parking from 108, where there are 60 spaces down to 30 spaces in this section. So that's why these items are being heard together, because there's overlap in the way they relate to one another. Next slide, please. So quickly on the proposed development at 108 Nepean and part of 257 Lisgar, it's a 27-story mixed-use building. As mentioned, it will have approximately 300 dwelling units, ranging from bachelor to 2-bedroom units. The ground floor and second floor mezzanine is designed for approximately 120 square meters of commercial space with local serving community uses. And the access to this development will use the existing access off O'Connor, which currently serves 257 Lisgar. That'll be a shared access but separate garages. And the garage for the new development will have 166 parking spaces, which is broken down into 136 spaces for residential and 30 for visitor. Also important to note is that the application does a very sound job on bicycle parking. There's approximately 400 bicycle parking spaces provided, including a very large ground floor bike room for use of the tenants. Next slide. This just shows you a quick image of the site plan excerpt of the proposed building. You can see it on the corner of Nepean and O'Connor, a 27-story building where the tower portion is set back from a 6-story podium. You get new street trees along Nepean and O'Connor. In the bottom, you can see partially that's the existing ramp from the garage that exists at 257 Lisgar. This is the same access that will be utilized for this development. Also worth noting is there is an access off of Nepean for this development, which will serve to internalize things like loading, moving, and waste collection for the new building. Next slide, please. Regarding the Nepean property, so 142 to 148, the Google Street View image on your right shows the base of the existing office at 190 O'Connor. And you can see some of the landscaping treatment there. The intent is that with the removal of the apartment building and the new parking lot, that same landscaping treatment will be carried through along the frontage, save and except for where there would be the access to the new parking lot. And then the image on your left shows the layout of the new parking lot with some landscaping along the middle and room for 2 trees at the rear. Next slide. Both properties are subject to the Centertown secondary plan. It's located within the apartment neighborhood district. Important to note that it is in the area where building heights of up to 27 stories are supported. So this is an area for high intensification and mixed use. Next slide, please. The applications reviewed concurrently both took into consideration both the current OP as well as the new OP. Quickly on the 27-story building, staff feel that the proposed development is consistent with the official plan. It represents residential intensification, a mixed-use development which supports strong active transit uses, especially with their quite high bicycle parking ratio, very close access to Parliament O train station, and the design made quite a few improvements going through UDRP, such as reducing the floor plate size, working on the podium design, stepping back of the towers, and that recessed ground floor to really enhance the public realm and widen the public realm experience. On the proposed parking lot with the demolition of 142 Nepean, I think one policy to highlight that's quite applicable to this proposal in these applications is the ability to protect existing rental housing stock and support the production of more units. The policy speaks to not supporting zoning amendments that reduce residential units unless there is an equivalent or concurrent zoning amendment nearby to ensure that the loss of units is replaced within the same neighborhood. So when we look at everything that's happening with these applications, 60 parking spaces are being removed from the corner of O'Connor and Nepean, being relocated to Nepean, but reduced down to 30 spaces. And the removal of a 6-story apartment building with all of this working together is enabling a 300-unit development. So it is consistent with that policy direction. Next slide. Just quickly, the recommendations. Therefore, staff are recommending approval of the zoning amendment for 108 Nepean, 257 Lisgar for the 27-story mixed-use building. Next slide. As part of the zoning details, there is a holding symbol provision, and this is really securing the items that would have normally gone through Section 37, and the applicant has honored their commitment to carry forward with those contributions, such as burying hydro along O'Connor on the east side between Lisgar and Nepean, ensuring that at-grade design with the recessed ground floor and second floor, widening that public realm is done through site plan. And there will be an affordable housing agreement for 25 affordable units, broken down as 10 2-bedroom, 15 1-bedroom, 20-year affordability period, and rents will be determined at the time of the housing agreement, but the base is that it will not be higher than average market rent. Next slide, please. The recommendations concerning 142, 142, 144, and 148 Nepean is that staff are recommending approval of the zoning amendment for the performance standards related to the accessory surface parking lot that will serve the office. Important to note that the details in the zoning make it very clear that it is parking for that existing office only. This is not a parking lot that can operate as a commercial parking lot. That's prohibited. Second recommendation is the recommendation for demolition control, and I'll speak to some of the conditions there in a moment. And third, there is a memorandum of understanding in document 4. And Chair, I believe there's a motion that will be coming forward as the recommendation to ensure that the MOU is executed prior to going to council, or when it comes into effect, goes through. So there should be a motion on that. Next slide. As part of the demolition control conditions, it's our fairly standard conditions, but they've been dovetailed to this application. The main priority here is that demo of the 142 Nepean building is not permitted to take place until construction has commenced on the 108 Nepean building. So there's no scenario where we'll be left with 2 parking lots. There's protections put in place to make sure that that demo is not allowed until construction of the replacement building has occurred. And once that happens, they have 5 years roughly to complete that construction to ensure that we're recouping the lost units. And again, it's 6 for 300. Next slide, please. Just quickly on the MOU, and I suspect the applicant will speak to this as well, but it is framed around protecting the existing tenants such that they'd have opportunities to relocate into a new unit that's of the same as they have now, so 2-bedroom for 2-bedroom, as well as ensuring that all the associated costs with moving are covered. The applicants can speak to this, but this might result in a direction to staff if I could plant that seed. But one of the provisions was that when those tenants are relocated to a new unit, that their rent would be protected for 2 years. I believe the applicant is now offering 5 years, and then as well as first right of refusal to get into one of the new affordable units in the new build. I'll let the applicant confirm that. And if committee so chooses, that can be a direction to modify the MOU before it is signed. I will leave it there, next slide, but happy to take any questions following delegations and details you hear from the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Since you brought it up, the MOU motion, and there's some other technical motions that I should have introduced or had introduced at the front, but I think this would be a good time to do it. Put them on the floor. Kelly, if you could bring up, I think there's 3 motions, 2 technical amendments and an MOU motion.
Well, I think it was just the 2. It was the 2. So we already just introduced the 1, and then we have the other one which we didn't introduce, which is on the memorandum of understanding.
Aha. Okay.
If there's another one, I'm not aware of it, but there could be. So the motion is that whereas the report in front of us recommends approval for demolition of 142 Nepean, and whereas document 4 provides a memorandum of understanding concerning the existing tenants, and whereas the report inadvertently omitted a recommendation to implement the MOU, therefore be it resolved that with respect to report ACS 2022 PIE PS 0073, a new recommendation 4 be added to the report that planning committee recommend council approval of the demolition control will be withheld until the memorandum of understanding detailed document 4 has been executed by the owner applicant.
Okay, thank you. We'll deal with that at the end. Kelly, are there any other technical amendments or motions?
Not to my knowledge, Chair.
All right, thank you. Okay, we'll come back to staff for questions later. Now we'll go to the applicant. We have a number of representatives from the applicant. I'm not 100% sure who's doing the presentation. Might be Miguel Tremblay.
It'll be Mr. Chair, it'll be myself, and then the other representatives are here to answer questions at a later time.
Okay, thanks, Miguel. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I do have a fairly fulsome PowerPoint presentation, but Andrew covered a lot of the material. So I'll just ask you to go to slide number 2, Kelly. And I think I will probably stay here for the duration of the presentation, just to save a little bit of time. Good afternoon, I'm Miguel Tremblay. I'm a partner with Fotan Planning and Design, and I'm here today representing Taggart Realty Management and Glenview. And I think that's an important point in that these applications are combined and that they're actually the outcome of a cooperative process between 2 developers, which is still somewhat rare. But there are numerous synergies and overlaps between these applications, and they truly do need to be considered together and recognized as mutually dependent. And if you don't have one, you don't have the other, truly. Mr. McCrate's provided a very comprehensive overview of the planning policy, so I'm going to stay out of that for my 5 minutes, but I will spend a little bit of time on the mechanics of the applications. So as Andrew painfully read, there are numerous different properties here. You can see below the colors some of the existing property lines that are within these groupings. So for ease of our discussion, we've grouped them into 3 groups. The first is 108 Nepean and 257 Lisgar. 108 Nepean is at the corner and it's owned by Glenview, and 257 is the parcel adjacent to it and next to the Claridge high rise just to the east. And it's kind of an upside down T shape that is the frontage of the building for the 257 Lisgar, which is Lisgar is to the south here, and that's that bar building. Those combined properties are characterized as a surface parking lot of approximately 60 parking spaces. There's 44 parking spaces on 108 Nepean at the corner, and then there's 16 parking spaces that are for the Taggart building to the south, the 257 Lisgar. The parking spaces at 257 Lisgar are fully compliant. They're on the same lot. There are no issues with zoning compliance. Similar to 108 Nepean, it is those parking spaces are off-site for the existing 11-story office building at 190 O'Connor, which is now that second property. Those 44 parking spaces are considered legal non-conforming. That office building was built under the old Ottawa Z2K, which was in place before I was even a planner. So they are legal non-conforming and could stay there in perpetuity. They are there to support and meet the zoning obligations for required parking for 190 O'Connor, and that is owned by Glenview. And then the remaining grouping of properties is 142 to 148 Nepean. which is where the property is largely vacant now. The two western blocks have been cleared, but there is a remaining 3-story, 6-unit apartment building, but only 4 of the units are occupied. And those 4 units are the focus of Taggart and Glenview's relocation efforts through that MOU. While we're on this slide, I will just point out that the relocation of those units would occur either in the Taggart building at 257, or you can just see the corner of the Imperial Apartments at 171 O'Connor, which is on the north side of Nepean there. Those would be, the relocation of those 4 units would occur within those existing Taggart buildings to, as Andrew mentioned, comparable buildings. The intent of the applications is to relocate and reduce the surface parking from what is a very prominent intersection of O'Connor and Nepean and create a development parcel. The relocation would allow the construction of a 300+ unit rental apartment building with, as per the holding provision, 25 affordable housing units. Now, this building, as you heard from Mr. McCrate, is in full compliance with the policy direction of the Ottawa official plans and secondary plan, the Centertown secondary plan, which permits mixed use and residential buildings up to 27 stories. Again, I'll stay on this slide just for ease, but this translates into a net increase of a minimum of 296 units minus those 4, but the building might actually push to about 310. The building is in very close proximity to transit, employment, and commercial and other supportive services. You heard from Mr. McCrate that we are far exceeding the bicycle parking. That's a function of the site's location in Centertown, but the project also includes only 166 parking spaces, and that includes residents, visitor, and commercial, all in an effort to contribute to a more transit supportive development. With respect to that office building, rather than the 59 or 60 parking spaces, only 30 spaces will be relocated to 142, 148 Nepean. That represents a reduction of 50% of the overall parking and asphalt area. The new parking lot is much smaller in size. It's located mid-block and behind the existing buildings and away from the intersection, and will be landscaped for proper screening. The parking lot would now be contiguous to the office building, and it would address issues of safety and convenience and function. Glenview's objective here is always to have a well-performing office and employment building in the core, and to recognize that there's a need for at least some reasonable amount of surface parking, given that this is an existing building with existing leases and existing tenants and existing conditions. And just in anticipation of a question, for reasons of those existing leases, the construction staggering, which would a building at a 27-story building is estimated to take about 39 months to construct. There's no practical way to incorporate the parking spaces into the new building. So in all scenarios, the relocation of the parking to 148 Nepean is a necessary component of these applications. The net benefit from the city, and to echo Mr. McCrate's comments, is that the city gets a 300+ unit building with 25 affordable housing units built into it in proximity to transit, employment. The relocation of the parking lot is to a smaller, less visible location, and ensuring the good functioning of that office building, which I think should be a shared municipal objective. We want good functioning office buildings in our core. And while the application does remove six units, 4 of which are occupied, there are numerous safeguards built into the approvals here, whether it's the relocation and accommodation of the existing tenants through the MOU, the sequence of the demolition permits requiring site plan approval, and even the appropriate design and landscaping of the parking lot. So Mr. McCrate's already covered some of the MOUs, but you heard correctly that there's always ongoing initiatives by the developers to make things better, make things right. So you've heard that the period of the of the comparable rent will be elevated to 5 years. And there are other provisions in the MOE. Taggart and Glenview are here with me to answer questions about the holding symbol or the functioning of the office building. So I think I'll leave my comments to that because I believe I'm out of time, I would assume. So I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Miguel. Okay, we'll go now to our registered delegations. So as I mentioned earlier, there are 6 delegations. The first 3 are Bill Ewenick, Joel Harden, and Lionel Newcomb. First up is Bill Ewenick. And Bill, I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name.
I think it's Ewenick because I think I mispronounced it last time. And then I believe he corrected me when I came on.
I actually don't see him on the call. If you wanted to go to the next delegation, I can reach out.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. Let's do that. So the next speaker is Joel Harden, MPP. Joel Harden. Is Joel with us?
Hi there, Councillor Gower. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon,
Okay.
Joel.
Hi, nice to see you. Nice to see everybody. I hope my camera is working properly here. Well, first of all, it's not often I get the pleasure to actually depute to a municipal committee of colleagues. So thank you for the opportunity to be here. I want to say a couple of things in the short amount of time I have. I know you've been in a meeting all day long, so I'll try to keep it as succinct as I can. You won't be surprised to know, because I know you're in touch with your own residents, that the most topical issue I heard about during the recent provincial election was the lack of affordable housing. It is an absolute crisis in our city. And what disturbs me with this application, with all due respect to the presentation we just heard, is that 4 units currently occupied, 6 potential units of affordable housing could be lost. I heard the presentation well. If I understood it, there are rent guarantees for 5 to 10 years. But we have some great research institutes here in the city of Ottawa that tell us that for every 1 unit of affordable housing we're building, we're losing 7. And that's because we're letting existing rental stock slip. So I've had the occasion to meet with the residents at 142 Nepean Street. I've committed to them to go down to the legislature and try to advocate for a system of real rent control, where a rent control system would follow a tenant between tenancies, but we don't have that right now in the city of Ottawa. So what that means practically for me in my capacity as the city's MPP for Ottawa Centre is that we are right now working with several tenants who are either being encouraged or compelled to move out of their units, knowing full well that the sticker price for that unit when they move out is going to be massively more than what it is. So I hear that we're going to have 300 more units of adjacent housing, and that it somehow is impossible to build parking in that building. I have a hard time imagining that, given the talents of architects, planners, and engineers, building trades, folks that build buildings. I can't understand why we wouldn't have the capacity to have the parking available in the building that Glenview and Taggart's proposing be constructed there, so we could save the affordable housing that we actually have at 142 Nepean Street. If you get the chance to meet the neighbors, and I hope some of our going to talk to you this afternoon, they are wonderful people that want the same thing that so many of us do. They want to live in the downtown. They want to take advantage of all the amenities, but they want to do it at a price that is not going to break their back. And too many people in the city are seeing rents go up massively. So I'm making a succinct case to you, through you, Chair, to committee members, to preserve this affordable housing stock, to ask this developer to go back to the drawing table, to put the parking in the building that's being built, and to not take away existing affordable rental housing. Chair Gower, I appreciate the chance again to make these remarks. I'm happy to take any questions if you have some.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor McKenney has a question.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Joel, for coming out and deputing to us today. I'm going to ask this of some of the other delegates, but from the residents in that building who you've spoken to, are any of them, for the right word, excited? Are any of them looking forward to moving to another property and getting rent that is comparable for 5 years? Did you hear from anyone that they're pretty excited about that?
Thanks for the question, Councillor McKinney. I've actually heard the precise opposite. The residents are not happy to move. They picked 142 Nepean because they want to live there. And when I read, and again, staff and experts to this particular development can correct me if I'm wrong, but when I am led to believe what I see in front of me, affordable housing in the new unit, the 25 units we heard about, is affordable housing as per the guidelines that the city and the province currently uses, which in my mind is not actually affordable. If we're going to be creeping up to $1,800, $1,900, $2,000 a month for a 1 or 2 bedroom, that is not affordable. The marker that makes sense for me is when a person is spending more than 30% of their disposable income, more than that, on housing. We are moving into a housing affordability issue, and it is rampant all across the city. So no, the residents of this building wanted me to tell this committee that they want to stay in their homes, and they don't understand why the developer isn't putting parking in the building it's being constructed so we can keep the affordable housing that we currently have.
Okay, I appreciate that. It's what I've been hearing as well, but I'd like to have it confirmed. And if some of those residents are here today, which I believe they are, I can delve into that more as well. So thank you. Thanks for coming out, and thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Any other questions from committee? Okay, thank you, Joel, for joining us today and for your
My pleasure. Be welcome.
Our next speaker, actually, we've checked with Bill, who was the first registered, and he's unable to join us today. So we're going to move on to speaker number 3 on our list, who's Lionel Newcomb. Is Lionel with us?
Sorry, I'm here. So thank you, councillors, for allowing me to speak today. My name is Lionel Newcomb. I am a tenant here at 142 Nepean Street, and I am an ACON member. I moved to Centertown right at the beginning of the pandemic back in March, late March, early April 2020, to get closer to my work here downtown. And I will then be able to save on transportation and make my humble contribution to protecting the environment by commuting less between Vanier, where I used to live, and Ottawa Centre. So this old building was a blessing for my baby, who was to be born a few months later. Our little family of 3 have been close to everything, meaning walking distance from work, grocery stores, pharmacies and clinics, cultural centers, and so on and so forth. And on top of that, we had a fair deal in terms of rent, just what we could afford, $1,200 per month for a 2-bedroom. Can you imagine? And suddenly, barely 1 year after moving to this incredible place, we heard about a demoviction project to replace our affordable home for a parking lot, no less. This is having an impact on our family. I mean, an emotional and financial stress, which are overwhelming. The developer offered to match our rent in a different building close to ours, as they mentioned earlier, for only 2 years. Yesterday it was shifted to 5 years, but what is going to happen for us or with us after those 5 years? Our rent will skyrocket and we will be looking out for another home. This is how gentrification happens in daylight. If someone or some people are wondering how some people are getting poorer while others are getting richer, this is a clear-cut case study. According to Zoomper.com, average rent for a 2-bedroom in Centertown is $2,149 per month as of June this year. Citywide, the June 2020 rent report on rentals.ca noted that the average rent for a 2-bedroom was $2,074 per month. This is $800 to $1,000, more than what we are paying right now. Can you imagine? That would be the equivalent of a mortgage without the house. We will be forced to leave Centertown, but I honestly don't know where we will go. Perhaps my family of 3 will be forced into a 1-bedroom apartment, or we will have to make sacrifices on food, saving on my daughter's education, or one-day retirement. One thing is certain though, we will be pushed into that. And for what? A parking lot. When in addition to the underground lot to be built at 108 Nepean site, cited by the staff report, there is also another public parking lot 20 feet away at 307 Lisgar. This surface parking lot is being redeveloped into residential towers, which will include, a 6-level underground parking garage. Parking is not an issue on Nepean Street, nor should it be priority for families' rights to housing. You will likely hear a few arguments, and you already heard them from the developer in favor of the application. First, that they will be providing affordable housing in 108 Nepean Street. Second, that some tenants have signed relocation packages already while others have moved out. I would like to address each of these as they are very misleading. Even if some affordable housing is negotiated at 108 Nepean Street, who will it be affordable for? As we have seen in cases like Harrogate, affordable housing to developers can mean rents exceeding $2,000 per month. Neither the city's staff report on the Memorandum of Understanding included a definition of affordability. So this provides no assurances to the community that these so-called affordable units will actually be affordable. They will certainly be less affordable than what currently exists. And finally, I myself have signed a relocation package with the developer. I did this because I need a backup plan for my family if the city does not support us. I imagine this to be the case for my neighbors also. And yes, a couple of tenants have moved out because they couldn't live in the uncertainty of not knowing if or when they will be forced to leave. But those that are still living at 142 Nepean Street are here for a reason. We do not want to move. We can't afford to move. So I urge this committee to reject the proposal to demolish our home. I'm not against building new I'm not against building new apartment buildings. I'm just against demolishing an affordable building. Instead, I encourage the applicant to build more parking in the underground lot at 108 Nepean. And I would like to propose to the City Hall to buy this land in order to maintain an affordable building right here in the middle of the city. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Lionel. Councillor McKenney has a question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Lionel. That was an exceptional presentation to us today, and I appreciate it. I know that you've been fighting hard over the last year and more, actually, to save your housing. A couple of questions for you, Lionel, because you really did cover everything in what you said. Do you anticipate in 5 years being able to afford, at that time it'll be more than 2,100, but let's say average market rents remain the same. Do you anticipate when this deal runs out for you in your relocation that you'll be able to stay in that unit, or do you anticipate you'll have to leave Centertown? What do you see as the outcome in 5 years?
My guess is that in 5 years from now, as you mentioned, Councillor, the price will be higher than now. Prices are going always up; they are not going down. So for sure, once the matching stops, I would just have to go somewhere else, and it won't be downtown because affordable buildings are extremely rare downtown. So, and I'm not fighting just for me, I'm fighting for those who are in the building right now, for those who could come after us if we have to leave. So the options are just to leave Centertown. That's the only option, and to get away from work, to get away from everything that I've known for 2 years.
And Lionel, how much driving do you do today to get around the city? How much parking do you use? Do you have a dedicated parking spot? And if so, how much driving do you do in your day-to-day functioning?
Well, very few, because as I mentioned, I am at walking distance to work. I don't need to drive to work. With the pandemic, we don't work much at the office, but it's going to resume by September, the work at the office. So for groceries, I barely go driving for my groceries because we have grocery stores all around here. So I can't really assess how much I drive, but I technically do not need to drive because I drive on mostly because my daughter is 2 and she cannot walk everywhere. so I can drive her to some remote places, but I don't have to drive. I can avoid to drive.
Of course. And Lionel, last question. Just beside 142 Nepean, two other addresses. One is 144, 146, and the other is 148. They're both empty today. Did you know that that there were two homes standing there in 2016? Were you aware of that?
No, I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, and did you know that in that agreement that we signed when they were demolished, there was an agreement that included conditions that were meant to encourage new development and prohibit any parking on site. Actually, we put in the agreement when we allowed them to demolish those two homes that really were demolished by neglect in the end, but that they had to be, that a replacement building had to be substantially completed within 5 years, and that except for maybe a sales center, any associated parking it could not be provided. So in the agreement, we actually, when we allowed them to take those two homes down, just in 2016, that they were to be landscaped while they were vacant. I don't believe they're landscaped, no, but they were supposed to be. It's right in the agreement that the city signed, and that there was never to be parking on that site. That site was never to have parking allowed on it. So I just wonder if, given that agreement by the city in 2016, if you have any faith that we will live up to our agreement this time, if we do the wrong thing and we allow a surface parking lot, that it won't be turned into a commercial parking lot at some point. That will make a lot of money. Do you have any faith in the city that we would live up to the word of this agreement?
I don't think so, because it's very tempting to rent a parking lot here downtown. Sorry, my first language is French, so sometimes
that's okay. You're doing very well.
Definitely, it's very tempting because prices are very high and the demand is very high. So I don't believe that we will stick to that commitment. I really doubt. So.
Yeah, no, so do I. Just given the past history and that we've allowed those two lots to become parking lots. When we said 2016 that could not happen, but it did. So that's I'll read out the entire thing a little later when I am able to wrap up. But I appreciate you coming out today, Lionel, and I really am sorry for what you have to go through just to keep your housing. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Any other questions? OK, merci beaucoup, Monsieur Yukam, pour votre présentation aujourd'hui. We'll continue to our next speaker, Edward Roux.
Hi there. So my name is Edward Roux. I'm here both as a member of ACORN and as a fellow resident of Centertown, essentially to express my support for Lionel. I am quite opposed to the existing plan, which would involve demolishing the building in which he and his family are currently living. I, have listened to the presentation, and certainly while I quite appreciate the opportunity for development, sort of at 108 Nepean, and the fact that even as it stands, this is a reduction in the surface parking. I still think that the way this is going right now is unacceptable, particularly when the city has already declared both a housing and a climate emergency, which behooves the city to preserve affordable housing and to do everything possible to encourage move towards active and public transportation. And, you know, I mean, I live in the neighborhood. I live just a couple of blocks away. As Lionel said, when he moved in 2020, he was able to get a 2-bedroom apartment for $1,200 rent. In 2022, I am paying very nearly the same amount of money for a bachelor apartment in the same neighborhood. So, you know, to me, that clearly shows the value of such a stock of affordable housing, which you know, as far as I'm concerned, we cannot allow to be demolished, especially again for something like a parking lot. To my mind, what the city should be doing is going even further to reduce the demand for parking by, again, promoting, you know, by building infrastructure and doing everything necessary to promote active and public transportation. So, you know, I would not want to be in Lionel's situation. It sounds very challenging. And that's why I believe that, you know, whatever development goes ahead with these plots of lands, it cannot be done on the back of, you know, Lionel and his family, and it should not be done at the expense of our city's precious stock of affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rouet. Are there any questions? Okay, I'm seeing none. Our next speaker is Miranda Gray.
Miranda's just joining now, Chair.
Thank you.
There you go. Can you see me and hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Miranda Gray, and I'm currently a home owner in Orleans Ward. But over the past 35 years, I have been a renter in Orleans Ward, Somerset Ward, Capital Ward, and Rideau Vanier Ward. Over those years, I was precariously housed and paying much more than 30% of my income for housing expenses. I understand the stress of precarious housing and how it makes it impossible to focus on any other issue in your life. It is not possible to focus on improving your situation or keeping it stable when you are at risk of losing your housing. That is why I supported the declaration that Ottawa has a housing emergency. I am asking you to refuse a permit to demolish 142 Nepean at this time. That would make the amendment for performance standards related to the parking unnecessary as well. The provision to allow owners to compel or force tenants to move so that a new housing project can be built was intended for situations where the new housing would be on the exact same site as the old housing. That is not the case for this project. Here, the application is to provide parking for people not living on any of the land parcels of the development. This is parking for profit, not parking attached to housing. It is unjust to force people to move for cars. At this time, there is still ample paid parking during business hours in this area of town. The car owners will be forced to park at a new location, but only steps away. They will not be forced to use public transit or park in another neighborhood. The applicant hasn't shown that there's any hardship for the drivers to find equivalent off-street parking in the immediate area. Now, the owners of the property do have a right to use their land as they wish within city policies, including policies around the new official plan. They wish to develop their property and have chosen to forego some parking revenue permanently to gain residential units on the combined sites. This is in line with the city vision, and I thank them for that. Unfortunately, they are also trying to keep the parking revenue while developing the site by demolishing some affordable housing. The parking revenue is not an absolute right. It does not supersede the right of residents to stable housing. It is unjust to demolish housing stock for parking. The city's declaration of a housing emergency was a recognition of the need to maintain and grow the housing available. The provision to allow existing tenants the right to return fails to recognize the significant burdens and disturbances of a housing move beyond the finances. It will be impossible for these tenants to find similar housing in this particular part of the area. Many of these residents already live in a 15-minute community. They are unlikely to find similar housing at the same cost within a 15-minute walking distance of their current residence. I ask you to compare the distance the car owners are being asked to move versus the distance the tenants will have to move. The timing of the demolition of the building should be after the new housing is available. That change in timing would mean tenants need to move only once. They will not need to move out of the neighborhood for years before they are able to settle into a new home in the new building. In this bylaw application, you are asked to balance the needs of property owners, renters, and drivers. The current proposal allows the property owners to keep the revenue. It forces a one-time change for drivers where parking is located by mere meters. For the tenants, the impacts are severe, long-lasting, as they must move an unknown distance for up to 5 years. I'm asking you to stand by the residents and protect their homes. The property developer has chosen to protect the parking over the homes. I ask you to refuse the demolition permit until the new development is finished. At that time, the tenants can be moved and the lot made available for parking, or ideally more housing, as the developer chooses. Housing is critical to a stable life. I oppose the loss of any safe housing now for new and better housing later during a housing emergency. It is time to act with urgency and protect these units until the replacement units on the adjoining site are completed. Don't let people fall into a housing gap to protect parking for cars or parking revenue. Deny the permit for demolition until the new housing complex is complete. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Miranda. Are there any questions? Councillor McKinney.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for coming out, Miranda. I just want to clarify when you say, ensure that the building is built until we allow demolition. Are you supporting in that statement surface parking lot?
I don't believe by the time you get around to it that surface parking in the downtown core is going to be a desirable outcome. I suspect at that point more housing will be the desire. I would hope it would be affordable housing, but perhaps it will not be. It's hard to know. It would also make a lovely park space based on your other topic this morning. All of those are needed. Parking is not the only issue in the downtown core. And as we see offices move out of the downtown core, I don't think we need as much housing. And presumably within 5 years, the LRT system will be working better and people will be using it again, removing cars from the road.
Well, let me just point this out then. Okay, in 2016, I hope to share your optimism, but I just want to read the two conditions that were in place in 2016 for the 144.
I remember the buildings, yes.
Yeah. So, and they're the ones that we allowed to come down, demolition by neglect. So these were the two conditions. I just want to read them, if you'll allow me. That a replacement building be substantially completed within 5 years from the date of this approval, and in default thereof, the city clerk shall enter on the collector's roll, etc. Number two, that until the time of the construction of the first replacement building, other than where the sales center and any associated parking are provided, the register owner shall landscape the property to the satisfaction of the general manager, etc. Today, in the report, the condition that the replacement building be substantially completed within 5 years from the date of this approval, and in default thereof, the city clerk shall enter on the collector's roll, etc., etc. That until the time of the construction, and this is today's, of the first replacement building, other than where a sales center and any associated parking are provided, the registered owner shall landscape the property to the satisfaction of the general manager, etc. So that the same conditions are being placed today on 142 that were in place for 144, 146, and 148. And we know that 144, 146, and 148 were never landscaped, and they become de facto parking lots. So I just want to say that I'd like to share your optimism. I'm just not sure, given what we have in front of us today, and given very, very recent history on two properties right next door.
So 2 comments on that. You haven't shared whether it's the same developer or group of developers.
Sorry, yeah, I'm gonna just let it go. I have lots of questions to staff, but it's the same people that own.
Well, it's the whole problem with all the temporary parking lots, right? They never come out of that status. That's a problem with other things in the city than this particular application. That's a process problem at City Hall beyond this one application. But I agree with you, it's a problem.
Absolutely it is. It's a huge problem. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
We have a question from Councillor Curry.
Quickly, thank you, Miranda. I just want to make sure that I'm clear. When I just had a recent briefing on this and understood that the people who would be choosing to either sign the agreement and move or are still in the process of doing that would move only to the buildings on either side of the current building, because the developers own those buildings as well. But I think I heard you say that they have to move out of the neighborhood. I just wanted to understand where that comes from.
Well, I believe that's because you've updated the MOU since I looked at it last night.
Okay. Okay. Well, so and I'm going to ask for clarification on that, just so we're all clear. I know it's much more complex than this. I just wanted to hone in on that detail.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. I am seeing no more questions. Thank you, Miranda, for joining us today. That wraps up our delegations. We're going to move now to questions for the applicant. And there's a whole applicant team here from Foten, Taggart, Glenview, the architect and landscape architect are here as well, ready to answer questions. Co-chair Moffat, your hand is up. Go ahead.
Thanks. I can wait for them to come in.
Yes.
Joining now, chairs.
Thanks. I will begin just before, while I'm waiting, just to, I think there is reason to be optimistic that parking in this area won't be as permanent as it has been in the past. I look at right behind this property is 287. And it was 287 Lisgar, I believe, and it was a parking lot as far back as 30 years ago. It's now a 16-story rental apartment building. Just around the corner from this, we recently at this committee dealt with 234, 236 O'Connor, and I believe it was 311 Somerset. 311 Somerset was a parking lot for a better part of 50 years, and we've just approved development on those properties as well. So those are parking lots in this immediate area that have been transitioning. So I think it's fair to be optimistic that these uses that we're seeing, that we have seen for decades, are starting to become more utilized space from a housing perspective, which I think is a positive. And it should ring that these properties that we're looking at from a parking perspective right now will be better off as residential in the future. But just on that need for the parking lot, for the service level parking lot, I'm hoping someone could just address the committee with exactly why you need these spaces at the surface level, because we've heard a lot of why don't you build them underground with the new construction. I understand they're for the existing office uses. So if you just touch on why you need these surface level parking spaces to replace the ones that you're losing at 108.
It's Derek Howe here. I'll just introduce myself and my colleague, Mark Shabinsky. Thank you very much, Chair, Co-Chair, members of the committee. I think what I'll do is I will answer the first question that relates to the proposed construction of the new building and the parking lot. And then I will allow my colleague, Mark Shabinsky, to talk about the surface parking lot at 142, 144, 148 Nepean. So Mr. Joel Harden made a comment in terms of the comment around why can we not put parking stalls below the proposed new tower. So essentially in terms of health and safety regulations, including the Ontario Labour Board, we are not comfortable in terms of having a fully functioning parking garage located below grade be accessible by members of the public, including the tenants at 190 O'Connor, while we have a 27-story high-rise construction project up above. So the challenge that we're worried about in terms of pedestrian safety, access in and out of that parking garage, coupled with it being an active construction site. So the gap, which I will now turn over to Mr. Shabinsky, is that we have a gap of approximately 3 to 4 years from when we start construction to when the parking garage will be then completed. So I think that it is not a design issue as it relates to situating parking below the new tower. It is simply a time lag in that there is zero parking available during that construction period. So I will now turn it over to Mark Shabinsky to talk about the existing office tower and the relative ownership between the two properties.
Thank you, Derek. I had my hand up before, so I apologize if I didn't have the proper protocol. Thank you for the time, folks. I've been sitting here patiently, anxious to clarify a number of things that I've heard. Again, I apologize. I don't know all the protocol. I'll just deal, I guess, with the question at hand. But if I have the opportunity to speak to a number of things, I welcome that as well. As it relates to the parking, we have communicated consistently to the city from day one, and I will reinforce it again today. Our organization owns the office building, has owned the office building for a number of decades, and is anticipated to continue in that fashion. We have always controlled our own parking destiny. And while it's very convenient and easy for others to suggest that our parking needs for our tenants, for our inventory, can be handled elsewhere, when you actually own the office building, it's not quite so simple. At the best of times, an office building is in a very, very competitive marketplace. And here we are, exiting hopefully COVID. We're not sure what the office environment is going to be, and we are simply not prepared to forego the opportunity to continue to control our own parking destiny. That is why we put under contract the lands immediately to the west of the office building, which I want to clarify are under contract. We do not currently own those lands. We have not owned them. We hope to own them. And that is where we will control our own parking destiny. The same way we cannot park on those lands unless the tower proceeds, I want to confirm to everybody the tower will not proceed unless we have control of our parking next door. It's not a threat. It's simply a commercial reality that we are dealing with. And while our hope and efforts to date have been that this development is going to proceed because we believe it's a win for everybody involved, at the end of the day, if it does not proceed, we are content with the status quo and maintaining the surface parking as it has been for the last 50 years and might be for the next 50 years. Am I allowed to speak to some of the other things, or?
Well, no, generally the process, I'm not chairing at the moment, but the process is generally that you only respond directly to the questions that are asked. So you can't speak freely, unfortunately, in this type of environment. But just to back on the, I understand you want to make sure that you control your own parking in your office building. What is the requirement right now from the city in terms of your the gross floor area of your building, and then how much parking is a requirement? That how much parking do we require for this building?
I don't know, to be perfectly frank, that the city necessarily even has currently, given the long-standing legal non-conforming use, a requirement for us to park. It's more a question of being marketable and having a competitive product. And we have maintained the current surface lot. We own 44 monthly spaces that service our tenant base. And unlike others who have been on the call, I cannot predict what's going to happen in the future, other than the fact that we have a multi-tenant private sector tenancy that will require parking. And there's probably, in normal times, 150 to 200 people occupying the office in the good old days. And we're prepared to commit to reducing that to 30 from the current 44. But we're not prepared to go any less than that.
You build parking into your lease structure. It's sort of a requirement of the.
Correct. It's correct. First of all, we have current commitments to our leases, our tenants rather, by way of lease. So we would be in breach of those leases were we to remove those parking, which we're not going to do. And secondly, those tenants aren't going to stay forever. We're going to have to replace them with other tenants, and we have to be competitive and be able to provide parking to attract new tenants.
Okay, all right, thanks, Mark.
Miguel Tremblay on parking. I saw you were trying to.
Yeah, my comments are related to parking, but the bylaw, part of the effect of this bylaw is to reduce the required parking from 44 to 30. So there is an obligation for this building, lease structure and everything else that's critical. But there is a municipal obligation to provide parking. As part of this application, they're reducing the number of parking spaces. So there is a win there for the city in that, and I think as Miranda and others said, reducing the amount of parking could contribute to transit ridership. Well, that's what the effect of this application is. It is actually reducing the amount of required parking for the office. So, and again, I want to reinforce, again, related to the parking, right now it is at a prominent and meaningful intersection in a corridor that is identified in the secondary plan for 27-story buildings. What this does now is it takes that parking lot, reduces its size, reduces its obligation under the bylaw, landscapes it, puts it in a less prominent location, all in an effort to advance some of the city's other policy objectives related to residential. I found that throughout this application, we did spend a lot of time on the importance of adding residential units to this corridor, but I think the city has should have an equal investment or interest in successful office in the core. That's why we built our transit system in that area and spent $1 gazillion on a tunnel to service office buildings to get people to those office buildings. This is actually even better than that because we're putting residential next to those employment uses. But I think the city has a shared objective to make sure that our office stock is well functioning. And I think what you're hearing from Mark is that surface parking is important to that. Thank you.
Thanks. I was gonna ask if you considered an agreement with an existing parking lot nearby at 307 Lisgar, but then I realized there's a development application for that one too, to convert that entire parking lot into residential as well. Thanks.
And Councillor, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want to reinforce.
No, I get it. You want to own your own parking lot. I understand that.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that your last question, Chair Moffat? Okay. Councillor Curry is up next.
Thank you. I just want to ask a question. So we have all the right information in front of us. Are there any things that need to be clarified? That's what Mark was indicating. He had a whole list. So is there anything that needs to be clarified?
Are you asking?
Yeah.
You're putting that out to the floor. So is this my opportunity to clarify?
Here it is.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. So I've got a bunch of notes. Bear with me here. So I've not met Lionel personally. I understand he's a pleasant fellow. But I do have in front of me the relocation agreement that he signed on December the 16th of last year. No one put a gun to his head. And Lionel was certainly cognizant enough and careful enough to ensure that not only did he protect himself with respect to—
Point of order. Are we delving into something that's not necessarily a public discussion, Chair?
Well, I'm sharing the fact. It's
Mark,
been suggested.
Mark, I'm going to ask. I mean, the gun to the head comment was a bit over the line. I would just say, if you could refrain from talking about individual agreements you have with individual tenants. I mean, so in the past, I've had speakers come here and try to speak about other speakers. I don't like that. So if you could just focus on your application and not necessarily specific comments about other speakers who cannot be here to defend themselves, I would appreciate it.
I don't want this committee to be in a position of allowing a discussion that would get us into legal trouble in terms of not having consent for details.
Please excuse my choice of words. My point was that This agreement was negotiated at arm's length. No one forced Mr. Lionel to sign it. He ensured that not only did
Again, so let's move on. Let's move on from
Okay.
that specific
All right.
situation
Fair
with
enough.
that specific individual.
Okay. Notwithstanding what it may have just sounded like, we have been, in our view, extremely sensitive to these 6 occupants that are now 4. Again, please keep in mind, we do not own that building at 142 Nepean. We don't have a direct relationship with these folks, so it's been a little bit unconventional in that respect in terms of trying to discuss and negotiate with them. We believe that what's being offered and has been offered has gone above and beyond in an effort to display that. We have dealt with the immediate term, we've dealt with the short term in terms of relocating them to one of the 2 buildings, either north or south of the proposed new tower. And just to clarify, the building to the north is not a Taggart building, but rather a Glenview operated building. And lastly, we believe we're covering off the long term in terms of offering them the opportunity to get first dibs at the affordable units in the new tower. So is it an unfortunate reality that to be able to put the replacement parking to a scale that 142 will have to be demolished? Yes, we all wish it wasn't the case, but it is the reality. And as a result, we're doing what we think has been yeoman's work in an effort to try to accommodate these folks. And we will continue to try to do it. 2 of the 4 remaining people have signed relocation agreements, and the other 2 have yet to. And we're going to continue to try to get them to do so that we can hopefully reach an amicable resolution.
Councillor Curry?
Those were the only clarifications. I thought there was a list. I just want to make sure there's an opportunity for us to get information that has not been clear. We need to have the clear information in front of us.
Okay, thank you. Miguel Tremblay, I saw your hand. Is this on Councillor Curry's question?
It is. It's in the spirit of clarification. I did want to speak to Councillor McKinney's comments related to the previous demo and the previous conditions.
Well, Miguel, I'll stop you because I don't think that was related to Councillor Curry. So if another committee,
I thought she asked broadly for clarification.
So I'll go to Councillor Menard next with the question.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks for this item. So just on the surface, what this looks like is that there's currently about 60 parking spaces. They're for different uses, but there's about 60 parking spaces in that area now. We would get 166 space underground parking garage and a 30 space surface lot across the street. So just in terms of the question around kind of controlling your own parking destiny, it seems to me, you're giving up 60 spaces, but you're getting 196 in return. So just in terms of controlling that amount, you getting 196 in return and giving up 60, it seems to me you do control your parking destiny. It's just how you choose to utilize the parking spaces that are being built. Is that not the case?
No, please allow me to clarify. There are different ownership groups. The proposed new development is a joint venture between ourselves and Taggart, and those new parking spaces in the garage would be for the residential tower, for the joint ownership of that building. Taggart has no interest in the office building, and what I'm referring to is my family's interest in the office building and controlling our own destiny as it relates to the office building parking, as we have historically done.
Yes, sure. In terms of the office building and historically what's been there, I mean, historically we've had some units involved as well. And so I guess I'm confused about why a deal can't be struck within the current building for the new 166 space underground parking garage to accommodate 30. So I understand what you're saying, oh, we can't add more. And that was kind of your response or initially, and then MPP Harden had mentioned it, can you accommodate more in the building? If you're saying you can't accommodate more, which, okay, I'll take your word for it. Why can't you turn some of the 166 space underground parking garage and work out a deal to have the 30 spaces there? I'm not seeing, if the whole thing is just to control the number of parking spaces, there's 60 that are there now, and now there will be 196.
I think it's Derek Howe here. I'd like to speak to that point, Councillor Menard, if I may, and I appreciate your comment. As it relates to the 166 parking spaces, that has currently been designed for a parking ratio just of 0.5 stall per unit within the new residential tower. So the parking that is currently proposed below grade is for the use of visitors and existing residents in the residential tower. The office building requires currently some 44 spaces to be operating, and they're currently operated across the street. So the proposal that's in front of the committee here is that the lots at 142, 144, 148 will then be transitioned to an alternative smaller parking lot. But you are not wrong in that we could surely build another level of parking, but the existing office building that is currently owned solely 100% by Glenview would be in default of its lease obligation because it has no ability to provide parking. So I think this is not a public parking lot per se. This is a parking lot that's solely for the use of a certain number of individuals within companies that lease real estate within the 190 O'Connor building. So I don't have the ability within the 3 or 4 years while we construct to satisfy, and I say we, the Taggart Glenview joint venture of the residential tower, we have no way of basically doing what you're asking, 196 spaces below grade, because we can't access those spaces during construction. And we're not prepared to run the risk of a significant incident or accident with a tenant during that time. There are almost no construction sites in the greater city of Ottawa that allow regular access 24 hours a day while there's above grade construction. So I think that's the differentiator here in terms of the short-term issue where we can't provide those 30 spaces below grade, hence they're going to the Nepean Street lots. I hope that answers your question. I'm trying to enunciate for every member here the challenges of swapping the parking across the street.
No, I appreciate your response to the information. I guess I have a hard time understanding why the 166 spaces in the new build can't be reallocated to do exactly what you're talking about. There's a lot of buildings that are constructed where parking is removed on a surface lot, and you need to find different parking in the transition for the 2 or 3 years that it's being constructed. It happens all the time. We deal with them all the time here. So I'm not that sympathetic to that point because it occurs regularly. I've had many in my ward, the same thing. So it's more about the end result here, which it seems to me that staff are providing a reduction in what our traditional parking ratios would be for this residential tower. And I'm sort of hearing that you might be also insinuating that staff would not be willing to go down further in terms of the ratio for that new building. Because if they were, I just want to ask you that, if staff were willing to go below the ratio that's currently been allocated for that 166 spaces, and allow for 30 of those 166 spaces to be for the office building, therefore being what, be a 0.4 or something instead of a 0.5.
Yeah.
Would you accept that?
May I jump in, please? I just want to clarify. The owners of the office building are not prepared to accept parking for their office tenants in the tower. I can't be any more clear than that.
And
Okay.
maybe I can speak a little bit to the distribution of parking in the residential building, and that it is to comply with the bylaw. I can tell you because I've been involved with the other Claridge buildings at 96 Nepean, 70 Gloucester, 91 Nepean, and some of the applications that Chair Moffat has spoken to. This ratio is much lower than all of those buildings. And what's happening here is Taggart is exploring ratios that are we are to the car what the bylaw requires. There is absolutely no over parking right now in that building, but I think it would be a difficult ask for Taggart to further push that ratio down in an event to accommodate other preoccupations by the city. I want to revisit this. You're right, Councillor Menard, in that there is 60 surface parking spots, and the benefit to the city, and I fully appreciate that we are losing a 4 to 6 unit building, but we are relocating strictly from an urban planning perspective, a city building perspective. We are removing a large surface parking lot at what I would consider a fairly prominent intersection leading to the parliamentary precinct and our central business district. And we are relocating it and tucking it behind an existing office building. And we're actually, as a side note, bringing that into greater compliance with the bylaw. We have a legal non-conforming site with off-site parking that people need to cross the street to get something out of their car. We're putting it immediately next to a building. I'm in at 396 Cooper. It is the exact same scenario. We're in a 4-story office building with 28 parking spots on the side. That's what we leased. That's what we wanted in Centertown. We are office tenants in Centertown, much like the tenants in Mark's building. That's what they're seeking given their existing leases, but it's still a win for the city. You're reducing by 50% the amount of parking that is available for that office building. You're reducing it by 14 from a bylaw perspective. You're putting it in an area that is landscaped and concealed from a prominent intersection, and you're allowing the development of a 300+ unit building with 25 of affordable housing. I fully understand why the city is struggling with the loss of those 4 units. But to elaborate a little bit on the MOU, if I can, what the current version of that MOU is, those 4 tenants are offered identical units in terms of number of bedrooms. If they have a parking spot, that's also guaranteed. They are being relocated in one of 2 buildings that are less than 70 meters from their current building here. They are provided rent at below market value for a period of 5 years at their current rent in that building. And then they are given the option to come back in one of the 25 affordable housing units. These aren't affordable housing. I don't want people to assume that these 4 units are subsidized units. They're not. They are, the rent reflects the quality of that building. And what Taggart is doing is they're building a better quality building, or they're relocating them to existing buildings that are still a better quality than those buildings. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
I wish to clarify one point. The rent for the 5 years will be fixed for the 5 years. There will not be annual escalation, remember? There will be fixed. So what they are paying, if we contemplate a construction start in 2023, the 2023 rent that each of the tenants are paying in the existing 6-plex will be matched and fixed for 5 years. So there will be no escalation year over year. So they will have a fixed term and fixed rent.
Okay, thank you very much. I will ask some questions of staff when it's the time to do that. I mean, if there's any spot where there's an area that you can reduce needed parking, this is it. And I know other cities are moving to no mandatory minimum parking ratios. In this case, we waived it. We've waived that requirement for some parking spots, and the city staff do that on a regular basis for other developments as well. In this case, I just can't help but thinking some creativeness, creativity could have resulted in a better scenario where we don't lose some housing that is affordable, classified as affordable housing affordability, for what is a parking lot, surface parking lot. And the trade-offs here in terms of like the swap and the, the one of them I think is great. That's good. Well, we should approve that 27-story. I have a hard time believing you won't build that without the 30 surface. I know you're saying you won't, but I have a hard time believing that that's the case for those 30 spaces that you'd give up an approval of a 27-story tower in the core, walkable neighborhood, as you say, central business district, close to Parliament, with all the other pieces that come with it, for those 30 spaces. So I do appreciate the answers, and I appreciate your time. Thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Menard. Councilor McKinney.
Thank you, Chair. Most of my questions are for staff, but I just wanted to ask Miguel, because you may have the answer to this where staff wouldn't. We're talking about 4 addresses here, right? 142, 144, 46, and 148. The 30 spots are like 25 of them at 142. Like, what's the breakdown? What's the ratio of parking? Like, how many parking spots here? I'll be clear. How many parking spots could go at 144, 146, 148 for those homes that came down where they were supposed to rebuild, but city never holds anyone to their word. But that's not your problem. That's ours. How many of those 30 spots would go in that area? Because I've seen it. It's pretty big.
Okay. So given that you're asking me a question, hopefully you'll indulge me to speak to your previous comments in that the 2016 agreement that you raised was signed by other property owners who sold their property who are proposing to sell their property to Glenview. But I think you're comparing apples to oranges. To expect the 2 sliver lots at 148 and 144 to be developed, and then comparing that to the sophisticated development proposal that you have in front of you by 2 of Ottawa's prominent urban builders is not the same. To be disappointed that those 2 lots didn't get built, I get it, but it's not comparable to what we're talking about.
I'm disappointed that they're being turned into parking.
Okay.
To be clear.
Okay, but
yeah.
But
that is really what I'm disappointed in. But I get, and I get where you're coming from. But they are proposing to sell, so they do still own them. The same people that I argued with in 2016 still own it. They're proposing to sell, but it was never to be turned into parking, and it is. But I guess my question, though, really, and maybe staff know this, so I'm asking staff to get me these numbers as well.
I can answer.
Of the 30, yeah, what is the breakdown?
So I'm gonna say I don't have all the property lines. It's gonna be about for sure 10. And then it gets a little wonky because and we don't have the graphic in front of us, but there's a double loaded drive aisle, and some of that is on what I would say is 144. So it's a little hard to answer because it's not a 1-for-1, but I can say 10 plus.
So just so I'm clear, so 10 spots at 142 and 20 on the other 2. So 10
no, well, again, I'm going to say if 142 is on its own, 4. Half of the spots that I counted of the 10 are overlapping the property line between 148 and 144. And it's a difficult question. You guys see that? Yeah. The property lines overlap the parking spaces. And we did the layout for this. We did it as efficient as we could to still try to protect 4 areas of landscaping, both along Nepean Street and down the spines of the parking. And even in the back, we're able to fit in a total of 3 trees. So it's a difficult question to answer.
No, I understand that, but we're talking about 4 different addresses, and you're asking for 30 parking. 3. Okay, well,
3 municipal
144,
lots.
146 is 1. Okay, so 3. So okay, so that makes it even simpler because I'm not a mathematician, so it's really simple. So the 3, generally speaking, you'll probably get 10 on each, correct? I mean, I've
Correct.
seen the existing parking lot. It's
Close enough.
bigger than, yeah.
I can speak up.
So this 6-unit building, and it is a 6-unit building, is coming down really for 10 parking spots, not 30. I guess is my point.
Well,
So
that wouldn't
that's
be a
all.
correct statement because it doesn't work without it, right? Like that was kind of my point with the discussion of the overlapping property lines is that none of the depths are deep enough to make it work. So if Glenview was trying to get, parking on just the 2 lots that were previously demoed, you wouldn't be able to do what I'm looking at. You would probably get 6 is what I'm saying. Like you need the other properties to make the plan work. And we even went to angled parking to make it work. It's still a very small lot, especially that we identified landscaping as a priority on that property to make the parking work. So thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Okay.
Thanks, Miguel.
Thank you. Chair Moffat.
Thanks. I always chastise people for asking hypothetical questions. So I'm just going to call myself out on my own hypocrisy before I ask this question. You're building a 27-story building at 108. That's the proposal. You need the 3 properties for parking. We've talked about, you've heard the conversation about why don't you put an extra 30 spaces or use 30 of the spaces at 108 for the office tower. But you need the 30 spots here. Those 3 properties together could accommodate another 27-story residential building on Nepean. So have you considered what the long term is, and that if you actually did create parking spaces at the 108 property, it would then give you the future potential in the near term relative to actually develop another 27-story building on Nepean Street?
I'll speak to that. The likelihood would be, if that hypothetical were to happen, it would happen in conjunction with the redevelopment of the office building as well.
Oh, I see.
As a package. And that's
you would look at the entire parcel and look to do almost like a hybrid office type residential building with underground parking.
Or just an aggregate residential. I mean, again, it's not something that's on the drawing board, but as best I could predict the future, that's what I would suggest.
Okay. All right. Thanks for that.
Councillor Leeper.
Thanks. And yeah, I guess it does seem like not enough work or creativity has been put into this. You're looking for something that is cheap and quick and easy to figure out, but the trade-off is the loss of that affordable housing. Are you asserting that for the duration of construction, you can't lease 30 spots at Place Bell, for example, to meet your obligations to your tenants? And then when the construction is complete, take some sort of strata ownership of 30 spots in the new tower? I don't understand why that is so difficult.
It's doable, but it's not something we're prepared to consider. We will not solely own the apartment building. We currently and historically have solely owned our own parking, and that's a condition for us of proceeding.
I think on top of that, I'd like to add, Councillor Leeper, is that, speaking on behalf of the Taggart organization, is that we would like to ensure that the parking that we're jointly owning with the Glenview organization is largely for the residential tower. So simply similar in terms of that the Glenview organization would like to ensure that they have their tenants and their parking. The Taggart organization has no interest in actually interacting with any of the office tenants inside a residential building, causing, I haven't talked about this, but causing potential security concerns, access concerns, so on and so forth. So our preference on behalf of the Taggart organization is that the residential tower parking serves the residential tenant, and that the office building across the street is clearly delineated and it has its own parking lot.
Everyone involved here wants their cake and to eat it too. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. I'm seeing no more questions for the applicant. So we'll move on to questions for staff. Questions for staff. Does anyone want to lead us off? Councillor McKenney.
Yeah, I just have a couple questions and then closing, I guess. So I wonder if staff can take us back in time to 2016 and tell us if the conditions to the agreement that was signed for demolition control at that time, I have the exact wording now in front of me, was ever put in place. Was the landscaping done? Here I have it. Complete the required landscaping in accordance with the demolition control concept plan. Was that ever done on this property?
Chair, based on looking at the condition of the site today, I would say that the existing landscaping is not reflective of what was approved through those prior develop or demo agreements, but I can't speak to the condition of that site in that period between when the agreement and demo occurred till approximately, 2021, 22. So whether it was actually put in place and it was not maintained, I don't know if that's scenario, but what's there today would not be reflective of the original approved interim plan, if I could phrase it that way.
And if the required landscaping wasn't completed by, it was supposed to be August 1st, 2018, the cost thereof would be entered onto the collector's tax roll by the city clerk. Do we know if that was ever done after 2018?
So that's a different clause, Chair, and it's a standard demo agreement clause where if replacement units, meaning a new building is built to replace the units that are lost, are not done in a defined period, then they get a tax roll for the cost of those units.
This actually says landscaping. I can read it like it actually says, if the required landscaping is not completed by said date, the cost thereof will be entered onto the collector's tax roll by the city clerk. I was very much involved in these two because I knew when they wanted to take them down, those two homes, I knew they were going to be turned into parking. I actually asked the owners at the time, I said, would you be willing to sod it a little bit, put up a couple benches, a few stones so that it could not be turned into parking? And they were very hesitant to do so. They also wanted the time frame for when they would lose their deposit to be extended to 10 years. And I wouldn't do it because I just knew it was going to be turned into a parking lot. So it actually does say landscaping. So I just wonder if there's anyone from the city clerk's office who can tell me if we actually did anything and then collect.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the question. And we pulled the agreements on what we saw as the demos for I believe the properties you're referring to, and we're not seeing comparable language. So I don't want to seem like I'm putting it off, but I think it would be helpful if Councillor McKinney forwarded whatever document you are looking at to myself and legal, being Christine Enta in this case. We'll compare what agreements we've seen on title, the document you're looking at, and maybe bring some resolution as in terms of a report back to council. Unless legal wants to add to that or speak to that, I'm not prepared to make an assumption.
Yeah, no, I can appreciate that, Andrew. I know that you weren't part of those discussions, but I can send to you the agreements that I have. And then maybe even a memo back to us. We have time before we go to council with this.
Yes, we do.
I guess my point is just that, I knew these lots were going to be turned into parking, and here we are all this time later. So I just want to wrap up quickly. I just want to, obviously I have no opposition to 108 Nepean. It's a, decent development. It's got some, CMHC affordable housing that's market rent, but better than nothing. But it is not affordable in terms of deeply affordable. It's market rent, so it's about $2,100 a month. But we are getting 25 units, and some of them three bedroom. But again, we're removing a small apartment, 6 units, missing middle, that we always talk about in the city, and the notion that if we don't do what we're being asked to do here, they won't build. Well, I can take you around the downtown. I could bring up Google View right now and show you the downtown is littered with surface parking. And I know we've had some builds lately, and we've just approved 311, and we've had the Tribeca. There have been some on Nepean. There's a new one coming on Metcalf, but the downtown is littered with empty parking lots. There is no way that a developer can be held to account here by somebody who just wants a parking lot. That just doesn't make sense. So no one is excited. No one in those 6 units, down to 4, because people are moving, they get scared. People are afraid when they know that their housing is temporary, whether that's 6 months, 2 years, or 5 years. It is temporary, and at some point they're going to have to uproot themselves, uproot their families, take their children out of those schools, move them somewhere else. Kids do very, very poorly in transitional housing. So to be held hostage, to say, if you don't allow us to demolish this 6-unit building for parking, this building won't go up. It just doesn't hold true. In a macro sense, it just doesn't. We've got plenty of parking lots that could be used for these 30 spots, but that could also be developed. So, I just appeal to you. It's, don't fall for the word affordable all the time. What people can afford, where they can live today with their families, what is affordable to them is very different than what's affordable to you or I. And $2,100 a month as market affordability is relatively affordable, but not for somebody in service industry, not for somebody who's a newcomer perhaps, not for somebody who maybe is finishing up school. There are many, many people who need these 1,200, that kind of not deeply affordable, but moderately affordable units. Again, the notion that this will never become a commercial parking lot, I suppose, but we know that these agreements, we can see it, and we'll get the memo back. They're not held to account. We never go back. I have in the downtown empty lots turned into commercial lots on a pretty regular basis. So, I appeal to you, if we continue going down this road, people will be living in their cars. We will need parking lots because people need to park their cars there because that's where they're going to have to live. We are losing 7 for every 1 we build. We pour money into Ottawa community housing. We pour money into affordable housing, and then we lose 7. And we have an opportunity here to say, no, not for a parking lot. Like, not for a parking lot. Let's just do the right thing. We are in a climate crisis. We have a housing emergency. Let's just do the right thing. Let's just say not for a parking lot. Do not take away people's housing for a parking lot. You heard Lionel. I don't know that anyone could be as articulate as he was. He doesn't want to move. If he does move, it's temporary for 5 years, and then he will have to move, and he'll have to drive more. Everything will cost him more. And he won't be living in a place where he works and he can get to his grocery store and he can get to his kid's school and do all the things that we encourage people to do as we densify and intensify our city. So that's it. Thank you. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair. So here's where I'm at with this personally, is I would like to see the 6.2 approved, and I'm happy to, as a member of committee, approve that here today. I think, as Councillor McKenney has just said, Councillor Leeper has talked about today already, the 6.3 item, there's more creativity there to come. We did hear from the developers about an extra level of parking that could accommodate some potential for lease spaces and creativity that could happen with regard to the sort of 3 different separate laws that Councillor McKenney was talking about. I think there's more here. We know city staff have also changed the minimum parking standard for this one. It was a small change, but we do that often, and I think that could be looked at some more for the building that would go up. So Chair, if I can just ask staff, committee can approve, these are 2 different items. They're related, but they're 2 different items. And so committee's purview could be to approve 6.2 and then refer, I would suggest, Chair, to you that we would refer 6.3 onto the next committee meeting for some more creativity to come back to us, given the concerns expressed by the public in here today. So just to ask staff of how that can be done would be helpful.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll answer the first question, and if I missed something, Councillor Menard can repeat, please. But I believe the question was, yes, you heard these items concurrently because of the relationship and how they all work together. But from a purely process point of view, they are separate items before committee. In other words, the zoning for the 27-story tower is being voted on separately, as is the zoning and demo related to 142, 144, 148 Nepean. The only complication I would see is in that the way they were recommended for approval, for example, the demolition has a condition that says you won't proceed until this building occurs. And there's the MOU as well as the holding symbol with some of the housing stuff. So there's a relationship in terms of some of the conditions and obligations between the 2, but they do have the ability to be voted on independently.
That's helpful. And I mean, I think the intent would be that in referral, we come back with working through some of those pieces that may interact with 6.3 that we'd be approving at the 6.2 stage. That would be the intent here. It's to give some more time to come back and work through something that's more palatable for, I think, the public in general, the ward councillor, and where we're trying to head as a city with our new official plan. So if I can propose that, Chair, I think that probably makes the most sense, is for us to approve the 6.2 with the referral of 6.3 with time to work on those intricacies between the 2 and how that interplay can come back to us in a more creative way.
Just for clarity, are you asking to refer 6.3, like defer 6.3 to the next plan committee, or refer 6.3 to the August 31st council meeting with no decision?
No, excuse me, and good clarification, Chair, thank you. It would be a deferral to the next planning committee meeting in August. I think we'll probably need a little more time on this one, so appreciate that.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Menard. I have a couple questions for staff. It's on parking again. It's the parking committee. The new official plan says that in the downtown core, the zoning bylaw shall prohibit new automobile-oriented land uses and development forms, including surface parking lots. I know that the new official plan is not official, but my understanding is the more restrictive of the old versus the new official plan would apply. It seems to me this is creating a new surface parking lot. Does staff feel otherwise?
Thank you, Chair. It's an excellent question. I know the policy you're quoting, and my understanding of that, if you break down the policy, it is framed around land uses and auto-oriented land uses. And the notion of surface parking lots there would be in the context of a commercial parking lot. The best way to describe that is the parking lots that you see as a pay and display surface parking lot where anyone can go there, pay to park, and walk wherever they want. The parking lot that's proposed before this committee, being the 30 spaces on the Nepean lots, is not a commercial parking lot. It's an accessory parking lot that is only to be used by the existing office at 190 O'Connor. Even in the secondary plan, the Centertown secondary plan, there's language in there that contemplates that surface parking or parking for an office should be at the rear or underground. So there's a number of different policies that speak to how parking is viewed. And the one I believe you quoted would be viewed as a commercial parking lot.
Okay. The staff report also says that to accomplish developing the new mixed-use building, part of the proposal requires relocating the existing parking that's now at 108 Nepean Street. Is it requires from a planning and policy perspective, or is it requires because the Glenview has a tenancy agreement with their clients to provide parking? What does the requirement mean exactly?
It's complicated, but first and foremost, it is a requirement by virtue of the application and proposal before the city. So it was a request of the applicant. Where it's complicated is the existing parking lot, which is 44 spaces, does serve the office at 190 O'Connor. In today's zoning terms, that office building would require 43 parking spaces. So when they're moving that parking from the corner to the Nepean lots, zoning would say, hey, this is an office of X size, you would require 43 spaces. And that's why our zoning provision that says there's 30. So there's sort of two prongs to that question, if I could answer it that way. But it was ultimately driven by the application before us.
Okay, yeah, it is complicated. And I mean, if this was one contiguous lot, this might be a much simpler question, I guess. And because it's multiple lots separated by an entire street, it's a lot less clear or a lot more complicated. I'll ask a hypothetical if I could as well. If it was one contiguous piece of land that had been assembled by the same owner, would it change any of the recommendations in front of us? Would there be any other policy that would be more restrictive or less restrictive on this?
Sorry, just to make sure I understand that question. If O'Connor Street wasn't there and the 27-story building and the office and the parking were all one contiguous lot, is that what you're suggesting? Or
yes,
just
I think so. Would it simplify it for the applicant, like in terms of the demolition control that they're subject to, or in terms of zoning requirements, just because it has that street instead of being a contiguous piece of assembled land?
Hypothetically, it would have been more simplified and probably very similar to other applications that this committee has seen where an existing rental building has been demolished for the benefit of a larger residential intensification. And if it's one lot, it's simpler for zoning. So in that hypothetical, yes, it probably would have been simpler, assuming it was one owner and we didn't have the Glenview Taggart interest issue.
Okay. And I guess just procedurally on the statement by the applicant about a 5-year rental rate, will staff take as direction to amend the MOU prior to execution to reflect that applicant's commitment to increase the protected rental rate for a period of 5 years and provide the tenant's first right of refusal on the new units?
Yes, we would happily take that direction and amend the MOU as you see it in document 4 to reflect that prior to execution.
Okay. Thank you. I have no more questions myself, but Councillor Curry does, and then Chair Moffat.
Just to be clear, so I'm not sure if we're really talking about referral or not, if this is on the floor or not, but it's my understanding, so if this were referred and there were more time given for some creative solution for parking, haven't we heard from the applicant that if this isn't approved, they're just not going to do it at all. That they're not looking for more creative ideas, because even if we were to get parking spots in the Bell, whatever parking garage, they wouldn't take them anyways, as it doesn't work for their contract. So I'm wondering about the interim referral, if there's time for creative solutions, whether it matters. Staff goes off, finds something creative. The applicant saying, it doesn't matter. So if this doesn't happen, we're not doing it.
Well, I guess I don't think we're specifically on referral or deferral right now. Councilor Menard had suggested it as an option, but I don't think we've had it formally moved. Councilor Curry, happy to let anyone respond to that. Not sure if there's someone directly, or if it's more of a comment or an observation than a question.
I just want to make sure I heard that correctly, because I just wondering about this creative solution. I'm hearing creative solution or not. If this doesn't go forward, they're not doing it. Did I not hear that?
Well, perhaps to planner Andrew, has the applicant, to your knowledge, offered any other solutions to parking? Has that been explored through staff? I know in the questions for the applicant, there was a question about how open staff would be to changing the parking requirements from the 0.5 that's there now to otherwise. Can you give some more context about any discussions or creative exploration that staff might have had on the parking issue?
Yeah, and I don't want to speak on behalf of the applicant, of course, but my understanding is their position is very firm on how this parking works. And many of the questions that this committee is asking the applicant, we engaged in those discussions very early on to say, what are the other options? Where can you go? Can you park in the garage? This and that. We asked the same questions to understand the full picture. And there has been a very consistent response from the applicant that it just won't work for them.
Okay, that's super helpful. Thanks.
Chair Moffat.
Thanks. And I personally think that 142, 144, and 148, the highest and best use is a future residential building, not a parking lot. But that's not the application before us today. I was just trying to think of, conversation earlier, while I think there will be a future decision at some point, whether that's now or next term or beyond, 142 is close to its end of life. At some point, a council is going to have a decision that has to be made on its future. Even if there's a way to have a stay of execution now, that decision will come. You can't avoid that. I was looking at, we have this nice juxtaposition of 287 Lisgar, which is a parking lot, the exact same size as these three properties together. I'm fine with giving time. The bottom line is, if anything comes back to August 25th, it goes to August 31st council. If we approve something today, it goes to August 31st council. If we approve something on August 25th, it goes to August 31st council. So the time is, we do have the time. It's not a huge concern. But looking at 148 and 144 on their own, could they accommodate 30 spots? The answer is in 287. You can look at the 2015 aerial view. It's clear as day. You can't fit 30 spots. So maybe that's part of the conversation. Does it have to be 30? Could they go less than 30? You could fit 24. It's a conversation. And that's all. I'd be comfortable to approve 6.2 and have more discussion on 6.3 as well.
Councillor Leeper.
Sorry. Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think, I don't know, Sean, are you planning on moving deferral?
I thought I had, but I wasn't clear. So
okay.
It wasn't as clear. So as long as one of us can, then that'd be great.
Yeah, so Chair, if we want to treat this as if Sean has moved deferral to the next meeting, that's great. And I'm going to fully support that. I mean, I'm not prepared today to say that the commercial, not planning justification for demolition is okay with me, right? The basis upon which we are contemplating demolition of affordable housing in the midst of a housing crisis is in order to meet what the developer has told us are their commercial prerogatives. we're the planning committee. We're not an economic development committee. We are here to determine things on the basis of good city planning grounds. And if the developer has not thoroughly beaten the bushes and been willing to take a little water with their wine in order to make their commercial arrangements work, I'd like them to know that there is the possibility that this committee may simply not approve that demolition. And so I'm more than happy to say, look, I'm going to be open-minded to something, but take your time and think carefully before forcing us to vote, because today my vote on that is no. So I'm looking, I'd ask the committee to support the deferral of the demolition item to the next planning committee and come to that meeting wanting to see some real effort by the developer to make this work, not just in their interest, but in the public interest as well.
Okay, so on a deferral motion from Council Menard, we had a version up on screen. I'm not sure, you wanted to defer just one of the two items, the 6.3. So deferral for item 6.3, is that correct? Okay, we'll get that updated and have it on screen. And this would be a deferral to the next planning committee meeting on August 25, I believe it is. Are there any other questions for staff, questions or comments still outstanding? Okay, so we will get that motion up. Clerk's office writing on the fly, updating on the fly. This is good. That looks correct to me. Councilor Menard, are you happy with that?
Yeah, that looks good. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Cloutier has a question.
Just a point, Chair. So this would go to council, which is, I believe, August 31st. Is that correct? That is the commitment?
Yes, if we do indeed deal with it on the 25th at planning, it would go to council on the 31st for a decision. Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions on this? Okay, on Councillor Menard's deferral motion, is that carried?
Carried.
Carried. Thank you. Okay, so then we would go to, we have 6.2, the zoning bylaw amendment, 108 Nepean Street and part of 257 Lisgar Street, as amended by the motions previously. Actually, no, Kelly, we have not voted on the motions, have we? There were two motions, replacing document 2 and the MOU motion as well. So we'll have to.
I may be corrected, but I do think we did vote on them, but we could vote again.
Perhaps we did the document 2 because it was more technical in nature, but I don't think we did the.
We voted on the one that I introduced before Andrew spoke, and then we didn't vote on the one after Andrew spoke. So okay. The MOU we didn't vote on.
All right, so we should, on the MOU motion, if we can get that on screen.
And my computer's not cooperating. So we're voting on the MOU one?
On the MOU motion, yes. Is that motion carried even without seeing it on screen? Is committee carrying it? Carried. Okay.
Carried.
There it is now. Okay, and then item number 6.2, zoning bylaw amendment, 108 Nepean Street and part of 257 Lisgar Street to permit a 27-story mixed-use building, and that planning committee approved the consultation details, et cetera, as amended by the motions. Is that carried?
Carried.
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 I hate to be a procedural jackass, but that motion on the MOU was actually attached to 6.3.
Procedural?
Well, okay, can
Continue
I
on.
Get clarity from either legal or the clerk's office? If that motion on the MOU was attached to 6.3, do we then have to defer that as well? Or can we get advice on how to best deal with this procedurally?
Well, the MOU is contingent on the demolition control.
It is.
So
Okay.
approving that motion without having approved the demolition control makes it an irrelevant motion.
Okay, so we may have to deal with that motion again on August 25th with 6.3.
Caitlin can correct me if I'm wrong.
Mr. Chair, I'll allow legal and planning staff to correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it'd be appropriate if committee wanted to defer that motion for consideration at the same time as the report.
Okay.
Also move.
Councillor Leeper moves to defer the motion on the MOU to August 25th. Is that deferral motion carried?
Carried.
Carried. Thank you. Thank you, Scott, for catching that. All right, so that's, I believe that wraps up this item. Kelly, are there any other outstanding motions or issues with item 6.2 or 6.3?
No, Chair.
Okay, thank you. We had one other item in the agenda that we held, which was 797 Richmond Road, item 6.11. Councillor Leeper, you had held this, but you're satisfied with the implication of the technical motion?
Yeah, staff got back to me with exactly what it meant, so I'm happy with that.
Okay, so on the technical motion that was introduced by Chair Moffat about 6 hours ago, is that carried?
Carried.
Carried. And then on the report itself as amended, is that carried?
Carried.
Carried. Thank you. It's been a long day. Are there any in-camera items? No, there are not. Are there any notices of motion? No, there are not. Are there any inquiries? 10, quickly, in other business. I don't even think he's watching, but perhaps he'll watch later on YouTube. We received word this morning that GM of Planning, Real Estate and Economic Development, Steve Willis, is going to be leaving the city at the beginning of August. And I think this is the last public meeting where there's an opportunity to thank Steve. He called me this morning at 7:30 a.m. to give me a heads up. And I was shocked and immediately felt a sense of loss on behalf of our city and our city staff. Steve has been an incredible leader. I've appreciated all of his advice, his negotiation skills, his skills at building consensus, his ability to bring together, various stakeholders and counselors with sometimes very different and competing interests and find solutions and find a way forward. His work on the official plan, his work on the Lansdowne Park project, his leadership of the economic development, economic recovery through COVID, his ability to keep the planning department running through some very difficult times early in the pandemic. Steve has been an incredible leader and public servant. So thank you, Steve. There's only one person who, when my phone rings at 7:30 a.m., I run to answer it because I know that's Steve getting in his car from Barhaven to drive downtown. And I will not miss at all those 7:30 a.m. calls to give me a heads up. So on behalf of all of us on Planning Committee and City Council, thank you, Steve, for all of your contributions to our city. You will be greatly, greatly missed around here. So thank you, Steve. I don't know if anyone else wants to chime in on Steve. That's our end of our business today. Our next meeting is not until Thursday, August 25th. Enjoy the break. Thank you to staff, planning staff, clerk's office for all of your help today and over the past season of council and planning committee. Have a great summer. We are adjourned. Take care.
Thank you, everyone. Enjoy the break, everyone. Thanks.